Chapter 27. They rode to the ball diamond and hashed it out. Mike talked for about 10 minutes while the others stared. They didn't ask questions while he described Mrs. Moon's body. They didn't argue when he said that it would be them lying around dead unless they did something soon. They didn't say a word when he outlined what they'd have to do. "Can we get it all done by Sunday morning?" Dale finally asked. Their bikes were clustered around the low pitcher's mound. No one was visible within 500 yards of them. The sun baked down on their short haircuts and bare arms, glinting off the chrome and old paint of their bikes and making them squint. "Yeah," said Mike, "I think so." "The camping part, we don't do Thursday night," said Harlan. The others looked at him. It was Tuesday morning. Why was he worried about Thursday night? "Why not?" asked Kevin. "'Cause I'm invited to Michelle Staffney's birthday party that night," said Harlan, "and I'm going." Lawrence looked disgusted. The 3 other older boys let out a breath at almost the same moment. "Geez," said Dale, "we're all invited. Half the kids in the stupid town are invited, just like every July 14th. What's the big deal?" It was true. Michelle's birthday party had become a sort of Midsummer's Eve for Elm Haven kids. The party was always in the evening, always filled the Staffneys' huge yard and house with kids, and always ended with fireworks about 10 p.m. Dr. Staffney always announced that they were celebrating Bastille Day as well as his daughter's birthday, and all of the kids always cheered, although none of them knew what Bastille Day was. Who cared, as long as the cake and punch and fireworks held out? "No big deal," said Harlan smugly, as if he had a secret that was a big deal. "But I'm going." Dale wanted to argue, but Mike said, "Okay, no sweat. We do the camping part tomorrow, Wednesday. That way we'll get it over with. Then everything's cleared away for the free show on Saturday." Lawrence looked dubious. His small nose was red and peeling. "How do you know there's going to be a free show next Saturday?" Mike sighed and crouched near the pitching rubber. The others crouched also, sealing in their conversation with their wall of backs. Mike drew idly in the dirt with his finger, as if he were outlining a play, but it was just doodling. "We make sure there's one when somebody goes to see Mr. Ashley Montague. If we're going camping tomorrow, that'll take up most of Wednesday and Thursday morning, and we've got to get ready for Sunday morning by Saturday night. That means we've got to see Mr. Ashley Montague today or Thursday afternoon." He looked at Harlan and made a wry face. "And Thursday's Michelle's party." Dale tugged his wool ball cap out of his back pocket and put it on. The shade over his upper face was like a dark visor. "Why so soon?" he said. Mike had said that seeing Ashley Montague was something Dale would have to do. Mike shrugged. "Think about it. We can't go ahead with the other stuff unless we're sure. The rich guy could tell us if we're right." Dale wasn't convinced. "And if he doesn't? Then we use the camping as a test," said Mike. "But it'd be a lot better to know before we go." Dale rubbed his sweaty neck and looked off toward the water tower and rows of corn beyond. The corn was well over his head now, a green wall that marked the end of the town and offered nothing but slow going and shadows beyond. "Are you coming?" he asked Mike. "To Ashley Montague's house, I mean?" "Uh-uh," said Mike. "I'm going to find that other person I talked about. Try to get some of the stuff Mrs. Moon was talking about. And I think Father C. may need me." "I'll go with you," Kevin offered to Dale. Dale felt better immediately, but Mike said, "No, you've got to go with your dad in the milk truck. Set that stuff up the way we planned." "But I don't need to actually do anything with the truck till the weekend," began Kev. Mike shook his head. There was no arguing with his tone of voice. "But you've got to start doing all the cleanup work on the truck in the afternoon, not just helping him. If you do it all the rest of the week, he won't think about it so much on Saturday." Kevin nodded. Dale felt miserable. "I'll go," said Harlan. Dale looked at the diminutive kid with his clumsy cast and sling. It didn't raise his spirits too much. "Me too," said Lawrence. "Definitely not," said Dale, all big brother now. "You're the lookout, remember? How are we going to find the rendering truck if you don't search?" "Ah, shit," said Lawrence. Then he glanced over his shoulder toward their house 150 yards away under the trees, as if their mother might have heard. "Shit and hell," he added. Jim Harlan laughed, delighted. "And heck and spit," he said in falsetto. "I don't like the camping part," said Kevin, his voice all business. "All of us together like that." Mike smiled. "I won't be together with you." "You know what I mean." Kevin sounded seriously worried. Mike did know. "That's why I think it'll work," he said softly, still doodling circles and arrows in the dirt. "We haven't been together that often, when we're not around our folks and all." He glanced up. "But we may not have to do it if Dale and Jim get information from Ashley Montague that says it wouldn't be worth it." Dale was still looking toward the distant fields, his eyes filled with concern. "Problem is, I don't know how to get to Peoria today. My mom won't take me. The old Buick wouldn't make it even if she wanted to. And Dad's on the road till Sunday." Kevin was chewing a large wad of gum. He turned and spat over his shoulder. "We don't go into Peoria very often. Thanksgiving time, to see the Santa Claus parade. I don't think you want to wait that long, right?" Harlan grinned. "I just got my ma to stay home from Peoria. If I asked her to take us to some rich guy's mansion on Grandview Drive, she'd probably beat the shit out of me." "Yeah," said Mike. "But would she drive you afterward?" Harlan gave him a disgusted look. "Hey, Mike-o, your daddy works at the Pabst Brewery, doesn't he? Couldn't Dale and me hitch a ride with him?" "Sure, if you want to leave at 8:30 at night to get there for the graveyard shift. And the brewery's miles south of Grandview Drive. You'd have to hike up that hilly road in the dark, see Mr. A&M at night time, and wait for my dad to get off at 7 a.m. Harlan shrugged. Then he brightened and snapped his fingers. "I've got transportation, Dale. How much money do you have?" "Total? I don't mean your Aunt Millie's bonds and Uncle Paul's silver dollars, dipshit. I mean money you can get your hands on right away. Like now." "About $29 in my sock bank," he said. "But the bus doesn't come through till Friday, and that wouldn't get us to—" Harlan shook his head, grin still in place. "I'm not talking about the fucking bus, amigo. I'm talking about our own personal taxi. $29 should about do it. Hell, I'll throw $1 in to make an even 30. We can go today, probably right now." Dale felt his heart begin to race. He didn't really want to meet with Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague, and Peoria seemed light years away. "Right now? You're serious?" "Yeah." Dale looked at Mike, saw the seriousness in his friend's gray eyes as he nodded at him. "Do it." "All right," said Dale. He set a knuckle against Lawrence's chest. "You stay at home with Mom unless Mike has some scouting he wants you to do." Harlan had already started pedaling toward First Avenue. Dale looked at the others. "This is nuts," he said sincerely. No one argued with him. Dale got on his bike and pushed hard to catch up to Harlan. C.J. Congdon stared at them in squinting disbelief. The pimply 16-year-old was leaning against the front left fender of his daddy's black souped-up Chevy. There was a beer in Congdon's left hand. He was wearing his usual black leather jacket, greasy jeans and engineer boots, and a cigarette was dangling from his lower lip even as he spoke. "You fucking want me to do fucking what?" "Drive us to Peoria," said Harlan. "You and the pussy here," sneered C.J. Jim looked at Dale. "Yeah," he said, "me and the pussy here." "And you'll pay me how much?" Harlan gave Dale a slightly exasperated look as if to say, Didn't I tell you we were dealing with the walking brain dead here? $15, he said. Fuck you, sneered the teenager and took a long swig of Pabst. Harlan shrugged slightly. We might be able to go to $18. 25 or nothing, said Congdon, flicking ash from the cigarette. Harlan shook his head as if that were an astronomical sum. He looked at Dale and then flapped his arms as if he'd been out-haggled. Well, all right. Congdon looked startled. In advance, he said in a tone that showed he'd picked up the phrase from shoot-'em-up movies. Half now, half when the job's done, said Harlan, in the same Humphrey Bogart tone. Congdon squinted hard at them through the smoke of his cigarette, but evidently the hit men in the movies always agreed to that arrangement, so he didn't have much choice. Pay me the first half, he ordered. Dale did so, counting out $12.50 from his savings. Get in, Congdon said. He stubbed out his cigarette, spat, hitched up his pants, and squinted at the two boys as they scrambled into the back seat of the matte black Chevy. This isn't a fucking taxi, snarled Congdon. One of you little fucks rides in the fucking front seat. Dale waited for Harlan to comply, but Harlan moved his broken arm in the sling as if to say, I need room for this, and Dale unhappily got out and moved to the passenger seat in front. C.J. Congdon tossed the beer can into his side yard and got into the Chevy with a solid slam of the door. He jangled keys and the huge engine roared to life. You sure your daddy lets you drive this? Harlan asked from the comparative safety of the back seat. Shut your fucking hole before I kick the shit out of you, said Congdon over the heightened roar as he revved the engine. The teenager slammed the Hurst shifter to the left and forward, and the big rear wheels threw dirt and gravel all over the front of Congdon's house as he peeled out, sliding onto the blacktop of Depot Street with a wild screech of tires, spinning the steering wheel left, completing a sliding, screeching 90-degree turn, and then roaring east on Depot until he came to Broad. That sliding turn was even wilder, using up the entire wide avenue before he got control, spinning the steering wheel lock to lock and sending a cloud of blue smoke up behind them. They were doing 60 by the time they reached Church Street, and Congdon had to stand on the brakes to slide to a stop on the gravel at the intersection of Broad and Main. The skinny, pimply apparition at the wheel pulled a pack of Pall Malls from his rolled-up T-shirt sleeve, lipped one out, and lighted it with the dash lighter while pulling out in front of an eastbound semi-trailer on the hard road. Dale closed his eyes as air horns blared. Congdon flipped the trucker the bird in the rearview mirror and slammed up through the gears. The sign in front of the Parkside Cafe said, Speed 25 miles per hour, electrically timed. Congdon was doing 60 and still accelerating as he roared past it. He screeched around the wide bend beyond the Texaco and the last brick house on the left, and then they were out of town and picking up speed. The roar of the Chevy's dual exhausts racketing off the walls of corn on either side of the hard road and bouncing back in their wake. Dale had actually skidded his bike to a stop when Harlan had told them where they were going. Congdon? You've got to be kidding. He was truly and sincerely and deeply horrified. All he could remember was the bottomless black pit of the .22 muzzle the town punk had aimed at his face. Forget it, Dale had said, spinning his bike around and ready to ride home again. Harlan had grabbed his wrist. Think, Dale. Nobody else is going to drive us all the way up Grandview Drive in Peoria. Your folks would think you were nuts. The bus doesn't come through till Friday. We don't know anybody else who's got a license. Mike's sister Peg, began Dale. Flunked her damn driving test 4 times, finished Harlan. Her folks won't let her near a car. Besides, the O'Rourkes just have the one junker, and Mike's old man uses it to drive to work every evening. No way he's going to let it out of his sight. "I'll find some other way," insisted Dale, pulling his wrist free. "Yeah, right." Harlan had folded his arms, straddling the bar of the bike, and glared at Dale. "You do have a bit of pansy in you, don't you, Stuart?" Dale had felt the heat flush of rage then, and would have been quite happy to dismount his bike and beat the shit out of Harlan. He'd done it before in years past, and even though the smaller boy fought dirty, Dale knew he could take him again. But he forced himself to grip his handlebars and think. "Think," said Harlan, echoing Dale's scurrying thoughts. "We've got to do this today. We've got nobody else. Congdon's so dirt stupid that he'll do it for money without wondering why we're doing it. And it's probably the fastest way to get there except for an F-86. Dale winced at the truth of the last part. "His old man doesn't let him drive," he said, thinking that it was only with guys like Congdon that he said old man instead of dad or father, and then remembered what Mr. McBride had said. "His old man's been missing the last few days," said Harlan. He rocked back and forth on his bike seat. Word's out that he and Van Syke, or Mr. Daysinger, or a few of those other worthless egg-suckers, went up to Chicago on a week-long binge after ripping off some schmuck tourist on speeding charges. Anyway, old JP's black bomber's still around, and CJ's been driving it every day and night. Dale had felt his hip pocket where the money in the sock was folded away. It was all the money he had except for the savings bonds and Uncle Paul's silver dollars, which he knew he'd never spend. "All right," he'd said, turning back west and pedaling slowly up Depot Street as if to his execution. "But how come an asshole like CJ can get his license if Peg O'Rourke's too dumb to pass the test?" Harlan had waited until they were in sight of Congdon's house, with the punk lounging against the chosen vehicle out front, before he had whispered just loud enough for Dale to hear. "Who said anything about CJ having a license?" It was a state road that wound the 18 miles southeast to Highway 150A, and it had never been designed for speeds like this, not even back when it was new and didn't suffer from terminal potholes and broad strips of patched tar every 20 feet. The black Chevy roared its way to the Spoon River Valley and seemed to levitate as it came over the top of the hill. Dale felt the heavy suspension dip, saw Congdon squint harder through his cigarette smoke and fight the wheel, and then Dale was squinting himself through his fingers as they took up most of the road to sort things out before barreling down the steep incline. If there'd been a vehicle coming the other way, several trucks had just passed them heading northwest, they'd all be dead now. Dale decided that even if this all worked out, he was going to beat the shit out of Harlan when they got back. Suddenly Congdon began decelerating, pulling the Chevy onto the gravel side of the road just this side of the Spoon River Bridge. They were only a third of the way to Peoria. "Get out," Congdon said to Dale. "How come I have to—" Congdon pushed Dale violently, slamming his head against the doorframe. "Out, fuckface." Dale scrambled out. He looked imploringly at Harlan in the back seat, but the other boy might as well have been a stranger for all the support he gave. Harlan shrugged and inspected the upholstery of the back seat. Congdon ignored Harlan. He shoved Dale again, making him back up almost to the edge of the guardrail at the end of the bridge. The highway was built up here, and they were almost at treetop level, with the low scrub oaks and willows that grew along the banks below. It was at least a 30-foot drop to the river itself. Dale backed up, feeling the guardrail behind his legs, balling his fists in frustration. He was very afraid. "What the hell do you—" he began. C.J. Congdon's hand went behind his back and came out with a black-handled knife. An 8-inch blade flicked into sight and caught the brilliant sunlight. "Shut up and give me the rest of that fucking money." "Fuck you," said Dale, bringing his fists up and feeling his whole body pounding to the wild surge of his heartbeat. Did I really say that? Congdon moved very fast. Long ago, Dale had learned the hard way that, at least on the subject of bullies, his father's advice was bullshit. They weren't cowards, at least not in any situation Dale had seen. They didn't back down if you face up to them. And most importantly, they weren't all huff and bluster. At least C.J. Congdon and his buddy Archie Creck weren't. They were mean-assed sons of bitches who loved to administer pain. Congdon moved fast to do just that. He knocked aside Dale's thin arms, slammed the smaller boy against the guardrail so that Dale almost tipped over backward, and brought the blade up tight under Dale's chin. Dale felt blood flow. "You stupid fuck," hissed Congdon, his yellow teeth inches from Dale's face. "I was just going to take your fucking little sock there and leave you here to walk home. You know what I'm going to do now, fuckface?" Dale couldn't shake his head. The blade would have sliced open the soft flesh under his chin. He blinked. Congdon grinned wider. "See that fucking tin thing out there?" he said, gesturing with his free hand toward the corrugated tower rising to a catwalk 25 feet or so out on the right side of the bridge. "Now, 'cause you gave me fucking lip, I'm going to take you out on that walk thing there and hang you fucking upside down and drop you in the fucking river. What do you think of that, fuckface?" Dale didn't think much of it, but the blade was cutting deeper now, and he didn't really want to comment. He could smell the sweat and beer stink of Congdon, and he could tell from the stupid bully's tone that this was exactly what he was going to do. Without moving his head, Dale glanced at the silo and catwalk, and at the long drop to the water. Congdon lowered the blade, but caught Dale by the scruff of the neck and propelled him out onto the roadbed, onto the bridge toward the catwalk. No cars were in sight. There were no farmhouses anywhere near here. Dale's plan was simple. If he got a chance to run, he would. If, as was more likely, Congdon got him out onto the catwalk, then Dale was going to jump the asshole so they'd both go over into the water. It was a long way down, and the Spoon River wasn't very deep even in the spring, much less the hottest part of July, but that's what Dale planned to do. Maybe he could try to land on the pimply asshole, driving him into the river mud. Congdon shoved him toward the catwalk, never releasing him. Somehow he'd managed to pull out Dale's money sock and tuck it in his own front pocket. They reached the catwalk. Congdon smiled and lifted the knife close to Dale's left eye. "Let him go," said Jim Harlan. He'd gotten out of the car but hadn't come closer. His voice was as calm as ever. "Fuck you," Congdon grinned. "You're next, shithead. Don't think that I don't—" He glanced over toward Harlan, and now he froze, knife still in the air. Jim Harlan stood by the open rear door, his sling and cast making him look as vulnerable as ever. But the blue-steeled pistol in his right hand didn't look too vulnerable. "Let him go, C.J., Harlan said again. Congdon stared for only a second. Then he slammed a forearm chokehold on Dale, swung him around between him and the gun, and used him for a shield, the knife blade raised. More movies. A maddeningly detached part of Dale's mind commented. This poor asshole must think that his life is part of some dumb movie. Then Dale just concentrated on breathing through the heavy pressure on his windpipe. Congdon was shouting, spittle landing on Dale's right cheek. "Harlan, you miserable fuck, you couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn with that thing from this distance. Much less me, you fuck. Go ahead, shoot. Go ahead." He jiggled Dale like a shield. Dale would have liked to kick Congdon in the balls, or at least the shins, but the angles were wrong. The bully was tall enough that he was lifting Dale almost off his own feet in the chokehold. Dale had to dance on his toes just to keep from being strangled, and to make matters worse, he was sure at that second that Harlan was going to shoot, and hit him. but Harlan just glanced at the gun as if he hadn't been aware that he was holding it. "You want me to shoot?" he asked, voice innocent and curious. Congdon was beside himself with rage and adrenaline. "Go ahead, you fucking pussy, you cocksucking little whore's son pussy. Shoot the fucking gun, pussy." Harlan shrugged, lifted the short-barreled little pistol, aimed into the Chevy, and pulled the trigger. The shot was loud, even out in the wide valley openness of the place. Congdon lost his mind. He shoved Dale aside, Dale teetering against the guardrail and staring at the water 30 feet below before catching a steel beam in his balance, and then Congdon was running across the bridge surface, saliva and obscenities flying. Harlan took a step forward, aimed the gun at the windshield of the Chevy, and said, "Stop." C.J. Congdon skidded to a halt, the steel kick-taps on his engineer's boots throwing sparks 3 feet in the air. He was still 10 paces from Jim Harlan. "I'll kill you," Congdon gritted through clenched teeth. "I'll fucking kill you." "Maybe," agreed Harlan, "but your daddy's car will have about 5 holes in it before you do." He moved the aiming point to the hood. Congdon flinched as if the pistol were pointed at him. "Hey, please, Jimmy, I didn't," he said in a pleading tone that was far more sickening than his usual insane bully voice. "Shut up," said Harlan. "Dale, get your ass over here, would you?" Dale shook himself out of his reverie and got his ass over there, making a wide detour around the frozen Congdon. Then he was behind Harlan by the open rear door. "Throw the knife over the railing," said Harlan, adding a "now" when the punk started to speak. Congdon tossed his switchblade over the railing down into the trees along the riverbank. Harlan nodded Dale into the back seat. "Why don't we get going?" Harlan suggested to Congdon. "We'll ride back here." "Any shit from you, even breaking the speed limit again, and I'm going to put a few holes in your dad's custom upholstery, maybe even add a new detail to that tacky dashboard." He settled in with Dale, closed the door. Congdon got in the driver's seat. He tried to light a cigarette with the same punky bravado as before, but his hand and lips were shaking. "You know, this means I'm going to kill your ass sooner or later," he said, squinting in the mirror at them, his bully voice back now and quavering only slightly. "I'm fucking going to wait for you both and fucking get you and—" Harlan sighed and lifted the pistol, aiming it precisely at the fur-lined rear-view mirror with the fuzzy dice hanging from it. "Shut up and drive," he said. The door to the rectory was open, and Mrs. McCafferty wasn't around, guarding the drawbridge or the moat. Mike went softly up the stairs to Father C.'s room. The sound of men's voices made him press against the wall and move silently to the open door. "If the fever and vomiting continue," came Dr. Staffney's voice, "we'll have to transfer him to St. Francis and put him on IV just to avoid severe dehydration." Another man's voice, unknown to Mike, but one he assumed to be that of Dr. Powell, said, "I hate to move him 40 miles in this state. Let's start the IV here and have the housekeeper and the nurse watch him. See if the fever breaks, or we get any secondary symptoms before the transfer." There was silence for a moment. Then Dr. Staffney said, "Watch it, Charles." Mike peered through the crack in the door just as the retching noises began. The doctor Mike didn't recognize was holding a bedpan, obviously a chore he was not used to, while Father C., eyes closed, face white as the pillowcase he lay against, vomited violently into the metal receptacle. "Good God," said Dr. Powell, "has all the vomitus been of this consistency?" There was revulsion in the man's voice, but also professional curiosity. Mike bent lower and set his eye against the crack. He could see Father C.'s head lolling against the pillow, bedpan almost against his cheek. The vomit seemed to fill his cheeks, and move like molasses into the bedpan. It was less liquid than a solid brown discharge, a mass of partially digested mucousy particles. The bedpan was almost full, and the priest showed no signs of stopping. Dr. Staffney answered the other doctor's question, but Mike did not hear the comment. He had moved away from the crack and was crouching against the wall, fighting the surge of dizziness and nausea that had assailed him. "Where's the damn housekeeper anyway?" Dr. Powell was saying. "She went to drive Nurse Billings over from Oak Hill," replied Dr. Staffney's familiar voice. "Here, use this." Mike tiptoed down the stairs and was pleased to be out in the fresh air, despite the terrible heat of the day. The sky had gone from morning blue to late morning bleached blue to a mid-afternoon gunmetal glare. The fierce sunlight and high humidity lay on everything like heavy but invisible blankets. The streets were empty as Mike pedaled downtown, avoiding line of sight to Jensen's A&P so that his mother wouldn't spy him and think of some chore he had to do. He had his own chore right now. Mink Harper was the town drunk. Mike knew him the way every kid in town knew him. Mink was invariably polite and talkative with kids, eager to share whatever small finds he had made in his endless search for buried treasure. Mink was a pain to the grown-ups, always asking for a handout, but he never bothered kids with his pleas. The fact that Mink had no set address, he often slept under the park bandstand during the heat of the summer days, moving to his outdoor bed of one of the park benches in the cool of the evening. Mink always had a reserved seat during a free show, and he was always willing to let kids crawl into the cool dark under the bandstand to watch the show through the broken latticework with him. In the winter, Mink was less visible. Some said he slept in the abandoned tallow factory or in the shed behind the tractor dealership across from the park. Others said that families with a soft heart, like the Staffneys or Whitakers, allowed him to sleep in their barns and even come in for a few hot meals. But it wasn't meals that Mink worried about. His goal was knowing where the next bottle was coming from. The guys at Carl's Tavern often bought him a drink, although the owner wouldn't allow Mink on the premises to drink it, but usually their kindness quickly turned mean, with Mink at the butt of whatever joke they were pulling. Mink didn't seem to mind, as long as he got the drink. No one in town seemed to know how old Mink Harper was, but he had served as an object lesson for mothers to hold up to their sons for at least 3 generations. Mike guessed that Mink was in his early 70s at least, which would make him just the right age. And while Mink's status as town drunk and occasional handyman made him invisible to much of the population for much of the town, it was that very invisibility that Mike hoped to cash in on now. Mike's problem was that he didn't have a bottle as currency, not even a can of beer. Despite the fact that Mike's father worked at the Pabst Brewery and liked nothing better than bending an occasional elbow with the boys, Mrs. O'Rourke allowed no alcoholic beverages in the house. Ever. Mike stopped in front of the barber shop between Fifth Avenue and the railroad tracks, looking down the heat-miraged hard road at the cool shade of the park and thinking hard. If he'd had any brains at all, Mike knew he could have had Harlan cadge some booze for him before he left with Dale. Harlan's mom kept gallons of the stuff around, and, according to Jim, never seemed to notice when some of it disappeared. But now Harlan was off somewhere with Dale, trying to complete the mission that Mike had sent them on, and Mike, the fearless leader himself, was left literally high and dry. Even if he found Mink, he couldn't get the agreeable old wino to talk without a bribe. Mike let a truck roar past, not even slowing for Elm Haven's electrically timed speed limit, and then he pedaled across the hard road, cutting through the back of the tractor dealership, going south around the small park, and cutting back into the narrow alley behind the Parkside Cafe and Carl's. Mike parked his bike against the brick wall and stepped to the open back door. He could hear the laughter of the half-dozen or so guys in the dark front room and the slow turning of the big fan there. Most of the men in town had once signed a petition demanding that Carl's be provided with an air conditioner. It would have been the only public building in town to have one, except the new post office. But according to the rumors Mike had heard, Dom Stiegel had just laughed and said, who the fuck did they think he was, some politician or something? He'd keep the goddamn beer cold, and anybody who didn't want to drink there was welcome to go to the Black Tree. Mike ducked back as a toilet flushed. A door opened a few feet down the back hallway, and someone walked heavily into the front room, shouting something that caused the permanent residents there to laugh loudly. Mike peered in again. 2 restrooms, one saying stags and the other one does, and a third door that said stay out. Mike knew that this last and closest door was the way to the cellar. He'd helped carry crates down to earn some money. Mike slipped in, opened the door, stepped onto the top of the cellar stairs, and closed the door softly behind him. He expected to hear shouts, footsteps, but the front room noise barely made it back here, and its tone and timbre did not change. He moved down the dark stairs carefully, blinking in the darkness. There were windows along the high stone ledge, but they'd been sealed with boards decades ago, and the only light was the slight amount filtering through splintered wood and the layers of dust on the outside glass. Mike paused at the bottom of the stairs, seeing the stacks of cardboard cartons and the large metal kegs farther into the long cellar. Beyond a partial brick wall there appeared to be tall shelves, and Mike vaguely remembered that this was where Dom kept the wine. He tiptoed across the wide space. It wasn't a wine cellar, not like the ones he'd heard Dale describe from books, where the dusty old bottles were lying in their own little cradles in the shelves. This was just a bunch of shelves where Dom had dumped his cartons of wine. Mike felt his way to the right, finding the cartons as much by touch as sight, listening for the first sound of the door opening and breathing in the rich malt and hop smell of beer. A cobweb caught in his face, and he batted it away. No wonder Dale hates basements. Mike found an open carton on a back shelf, felt around until he had his hand around a bottle, and then paused. If he took this, it would be, quite simply, the first time in his life that he had ever knowingly stolen anything. Somehow, of all the sins that he knew of, thievery had always struck him as the worst. He'd never spoken about it, not even to his parents, but someone who stole was below Mike's contempt. The time Barry Fussner had been caught stealing other kids' crayons in 2nd grade had meant only a few minutes in the principal's office for Barry, but Mike had never spoken to the fat kid again. Looking at him made Mike sick. Mike thought about having to confess the theft. The back of his neck burned with embarrassment until he saw the whole scene, kneeling in the darkened confessional, the small screen having slid aside so that he could see just Father C's profile through the mesh, then Mike whispering, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned," telling how long it had been since his last confession, and then launching into it. But suddenly the bent and attentive head of Father Kavanaugh would lurch against the mesh. Mike would see the dead eyes and funneled mouth pressed against the wood, and then the maggots would begin streaming out, tumbling out, falling over Mike's prayer-cupped hands and raised arms and waiting lap, covering him with writhing brown slugs. Mike took the damn bottle and got the hell out of there. Bandstand Park was shady, but not cool. The heat and humidity lay lurking in the shadows as surely as in the sunnier patches, but at least the sun wasn't burning through Mike's crew cut into his skull here. There was someone, or something, under the large gazebo bandstand. Mike crouched at the broken opening in the trellis and peered in. The wooden support ran down only 3 feet or so from the raised floor to the concrete foundation rim, but the basement under the bandstand was dirt, and for some reason it had been scooped out at least a foot below the level of the surrounding soil. It smelled of wet dirt and loam and the soft perfume of decay. Mike thought, Dale hates basements. I hate these darn crawl spaces. It wasn't really a crawl space. Mike could have stood up in there if he had hunkered over with his head lower than his shoulders usually were. He didn't. He crouched in the opening and tried to make out the slightly moving lump of darkness on the far side of the low space. Cordy says there are other things that help to kill Duane. Things that burrow. Mike blinked and resisted the urge to get on his bike and go. The lump on the far side of the bandstand crawl space looked like an old man in a raggedy trench coat. Mink had worn that coat in winter and summer for at least 6 years, and, perhaps more importantly, it smelled like mink. Along with a strong scent of cheap wine and urine, there came a peculiarly musky scent that was the old panhandler's alone, and may well have been the cause of his nickname so many decades earlier. "Who's there?" came the cracked and phlegmy voice. "It's me, Mink. Mike." "Mike?" The old man's tone was that of a sleepwalker being awakened in a strange place. "Mike Jernold? I thought you was killed at Bataan." "No, Mink. Mike O'Rourke. Remember, you and I did some lawn work together up at Mrs. Duggan's place last summer? I mowed and you trimmed the bushes?" Mike slipped through the hole in the lattice-work. It was dark in here, but nothing like Carl's basement. Little diamonds of sunlight touched the ruffled soil on the west side of the circular pit, and Mike could see Mink's face now, the rheumy eyes and stubbled cheeks, the reddened nose and peculiarly pale neck, the old man's mouth. Mike thought of the description Dale had given of Mr. McBride the day before. "Mike," rumbled Mink, chewing on the name as if it were another tough piece of meat he couldn't quite get through with so few teeth. "Mike. Yeah, Johnny O'Rourke's boy." "You got it," said Mike, moving closer, but stopping about 4 feet from Mink. What with the old wino's wrinkled and oversized trench coat, the litter of newspapers around him, a can of Sterno, the glint of empty bottles, well, there was a territorial sense to this part of the bandstand circle. Mike didn't want to invade the old guy's space. "What you want, kid?" Mink's voice was tired and distracted, not the usual banter he managed with children. Maybe, thought Mike, I'm getting too old. Mink likes to tease the younger kids. "I've got something for you, Mink." He brought the stolen bottle from behind his back. He hadn't taken time to read the label out in the sunlight, and now it wasn't quite light enough. Mike hoped that he hadn't picked up the only wine-bottle-shaped jar of cleaning fluid in Carl's basement. Not that Mink would notice the difference too much. The red-rimmed eyes blinked quickly when they saw the shape of Mike's offering. "You brung that for me?" "Yeah," said Mike, feeling guilty as he pulled back with the offering just a bit. It was like teasing a puppy. "Only I want to trade it for something." The old man in the ragged coat breathed alcohol fumes and halitosis at Mike. "Shit. Always something. Okay, kid, what you want? Want old Mink to go buy some smokes for you in the A&P? Get you some beer in Carl's?" Said Mike, going to his knees in the soft dirt. "I'll give you the wine if you'll tell me about something." Mink's neck extended a bit as he squinted at Mike. His voice was suspicious. "What's that?" "Tell me about the Negro they hung in Old Central right after New Year's in 1900, whispered Mike. He expected the old wino to say that he couldn't remember, God knows the old guy had destroyed enough brain cells to support that statement, or that he wasn't there. He would have been only 10 or so at the time, or just that he didn't want to talk about it. But instead there was nothing but raspy breathing for a while, and then Mink held out both arms as if ready to receive a baby. "All right," he said. Mike gave him the bottle. The old man wrestled with the top of it for a minute. "What the hell is this, some sort of cork or something?" And then there was a loud pop. Something hit the roof a foot above Mike's head, and he threw himself sideways into the soft dirt, as Mink cursed and then laughed his peculiar, phlegmy, coughy laugh. "Goddamn kid, you know what you brung me? Champagne! Genuine Guy Lombardo sody pop." Mike couldn't tell from Mink's voice whether this was good or not. He guessed good, as Mink took a tentative gulp, spluttered once, and then began drinking it down in earnest. Between swallows and small, polite belches, Mink told his story. Dale and Harlan stared past C.J. Congdon's greasy head and through a tall iron gate at the mansion of Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague. Dale realized that it was the first real mansion that he'd ever seen, set back on uncountable acres of lawn, bordered by thick green woods, perched right on the edge of the bluff overlooking the Illinois River. The Ashley Montague place was a Tudorish tumble of bricks and gables and diamond-latticed windows, all held together by the riot of ivy growing to the eaves and beyond. Beyond the gate, the circular asphalt driveway, in much better repair than the patched concrete of Grandview Drive, curved gracefully up the slight incline to the house 100 yards or more away. Built-in sprinklers watered different areas of the expanse of lawn with a lulling swick, swick, swick. There was a speaker box and grid set onto the brick column anchoring the left side of the gate. Dale got out and went around the back of the black Chevy. The hot air rushing in during the drive had been like invisible sandpaper rasping against Dale's skin, but now that they were stopped, the dead air heat and terrible weight of sunlight was worse. Dale felt his T-shirt soaking through. He tugged his baseball cap lower, squinting at the glare and leaf dapple of the road behind them. Dale had never been on Grandview Drive before. Everybody in this part of the state seemed to know about the road that wound along the bluffs north of Peoria, and about the big homes where the few millionaires around here lived. But Dale's family had never driven here. Their trips to the city tended to focus on the downtown, what there was of it, or the new Sherwood shopping center, all 6 stores of it, or Peoria's first and only McDonald's, out on Sheridan Road, just off War Memorial Drive. This steep and leafy road was strange. Hills of this size were strange to Dale. His life had been lived on the flatlands between Peoria and Chicago, and anything larger than the hills near Calvary Cemetery or out Jubilee College Road, small wooded exceptions to a world that stretched away flat as a tabletop, were strange. And the estates, each set back in its leafy privacy, the larger ones perched along the bluffs like Mr. Ashley Montague's place, were like something out of a novel. Harlan yelled something from inside the car, and Dale realized that he'd been standing out here on the driveway like an idiot for half a minute or more. He also realized that he was scared. He leaned closer to the black grid of the speaker box, feeling the tension in his neck and stomach, having no idea how to activate the thing, when suddenly the speaker erupted in sound. "May I help you, young man?" It was a man's voice, vaguely accented in the clipped way Dale associated with British actors. He remembered George Saunders in the Falcon movies on TV. Suddenly Dale blinked and looked around. There didn't seem to be a camera on the pillar or gate. How did they know who was here? Was somebody watching through binoculars from the big house? "May I help you?" repeated the voice. Yeah," said Dale, feeling how dry his mouth was. "Mr. Ashley Montague?" As soon as he said it, he wanted to kick himself. "Mr. Ashley Montague is busy," said the voice. "Do you gentlemen have business here, or shall I call for the police?" Dale's heart skipped a beat at the threat, but part of his mind noted, "Wherever this guy is, he can see all of us." No," said Dale, not knowing what he was saying no to. "I mean, we do have business with Mr. Ashley Montague." "Please state that business," said the black box. The black iron gate was so tall and wide that it seemed impossible that it could ever be opened. Dale looked into the car as if asking Harlan for help. Jim was sitting with the pistol in his hand, but below the level of the back of the seat, presumably out of sight of the camera or periscope or whatever the voice was using. Jesus, what if the cops do come? Congdon leaned out of the car and shouted toward the speaker box. "Hey, tell 'em that these motherfuckers are aiming a gun at my fucking car, hey? Tell 'em that." Dale stepped closer to the speaker, trying to put his body between Congdon and the microphone. He didn't know if the box had heard. The British voice did not come again. Everything, the gate, woods, hill, lawn, gunmetal sky, everything seemed to be waiting for Dale to speak. He wondered why in hell he hadn't rehearsed this during the crazy drive down here. Tell him that I'm here because of the Borgia Bell," said Dale. "Tell him it's very urgent that I speak to him." "Just a moment," said the voice. Dale blinked sweat out of his eyes and thought of the scene in the Wizard of Oz movie where the guy at the door to the Emerald City, the guy who was really the wizard unless they were just using the same actor to save money, where the guy made Dorothy and her friends wait after all their dangerous travels to get there. "Mr. Ashley Montague is busy," the voice said finally. "He does not wish to be disturbed. Good day." Dale rubbed his nose. No one had ever said good day to him before. It was a day of firsts. "Hey," he cried, banging on the speaker box to get its attention. "Tell him it's important. Tell him we've got to see him. Tell him we've come a long way and—" The box remained silent. The gate remained sealed. No one and nothing moved between the gate and the mansion. Dale stepped back and looked up and down the high brick wall that separated the estate grounds from Grandview Drive. It might be possible to get up and over it if Harlan gave him a lift, but Dale had images of fierce German shepherds and Doberman pinschers ranging the grounds, of men in the trees with shotguns, of the cops showing up and finding Harlan with the pistol. Jesus, Mom thinks I'm playing ball or at Mike's, and she'll get a call from the Peoria Police Department saying that I'm under arrest for breaking and entering, carrying a concealed weapon, and attempted kidnapping. No, he realized, Harlan would get the carrying a concealed weapon charge. Dale grabbed the speaker and put his face almost against the microphone grid, shouting, not even knowing if the thing had been switched off or if the listener at the other end had gone about his duties in the Emerald City. "Listen to me, goddammit," he shouted. "Tell Mr. Ashley Montague that I know all about the Borgia Bell, and about the colored guy they hung from it, and about the kids that got killed. Kids back then and kids right now. Tell him that my friend's dead because of his grandfather's fucking bell, and... oh, shit." Dale ran out of steam and sat down on the hot pavement. The box did not speak again, but there was an electrical humming, a mechanical click, and the wide gate began to open. It wasn't George Saunders who let Dale in. The silent and thin-faced little man looked more like Mr. Taylor, Digger's dad, Elm Haven's undertaker. Harlan stayed in the car. It was obvious that if both of the boys went in, Congdon'd be out of there like a rifle shot, probably taking the gate with him if he had to. The promise of the other $12.50 wasn't enough to keep him from leaving them, or from killing them if he got a chance. Only the literal presence of the .38 aimed at the figurative head of his '57 Chevy kept him in line, and that was getting shakier by the moment. "Go on in," said Harlan through thin lips, "but don't take high tea or settle in for supper. Find out what you need to know and get the fuck out." Dale had nodded and scrambled out of the car. Congdon was threatening to go in and call the police, but Harlan said, "Go right ahead. I've got 18 more cartridges in my pocket. We'll see how much we can make this heap look like a Swiss cheese before the cops get here. Then I'll tell 'em that you abducted us. Dale and me haven't been in county juvenile detention like somebody I can mention." Congdon had lit another cigarette, settled against the doorframe, and glared at Harlan as if he were imagining precisely what revenge he was going to take. "Move it," Harlan had added unnecessarily. Dale followed the guy he assumed was a butler through a bunch of rooms, each of which as large as the entire first floor of the Stewart house. Then the dark-suited guy opened a tall door and waved Dale into a room that had to be the mansion's library or study. Mahogany-paneled walls and endless built-in shelves rose 12 feet to a mezzanine catwalk, brass railings, then more mahogany and more shelves, with books rising to a ceiling lost in rough wood rafters. There were slidable ladders along the base of the lower bookcases and on the mezzanine itself. On the east side of the room, about 30 paces from where Dale had entered, there was a giant wall of windows, spilling sunlight over the big desk where Mr. Ashley Montague sat. The millionaire looked very little behind that desk, and the man's narrow shoulders, gray suit, glasses, and bow tie did nothing to make him seem bigger. He did not rise as Dale approached. "What do you want?" Dale took a breath. Now that he was here, inside, he felt no fear and very little nervousness. "I told you what I want. Something killed my friend, and I think it has to do with the bell your grandfather bought for the school." "That's nonsense," snapped Mr. Ashley Montague. "That bell was a mere curiosity, a piece of Italian junk that my grandfather was persuaded to believe had some historical significance. And, as I told one of your little friends, the bell was destroyed more than 40 years ago." Dale shook his head. "We know better," he said, although he knew nothing of the kind. "It's still there. It's still affecting people the way it did the Borgias. And that little friend you're talking about was Dwayne McBride, and he's dead. Just like the kids who got killed 60 years ago. Just like the Negro your grandfather helped hang there." Dale heard his own voice, strong, clipped, sure-sounding, and it was as distant as a movie soundtrack. Part of his mind was enjoying the view out the wide windows, the Illinois River gleaming wide and gray between tree-covered bluffs, a railroad line far below, a glimpse of Highway 29 winding south toward Peoria. "I know nothing about these things," said Dennis Ashley Montague, rearranging folders on his desk. "I'm sorry about your friend's accident. I read about it in the newspapers, of course." "It wasn't an accident," said Dale. "Some guys that have been around that bell too long killed him. And there are other things that come out at night." The thin man stood up behind his desk. His glasses were round, horn-rimmed, and they reminded Dale of some silent movie comedians. Some guy who was always hanging from buildings. "What things?" Mr. Ashley Montague's voice was almost a whisper. It seemed lost in the huge room. Dale shrugged. He knew that he shouldn't be revealing so much, but he didn't know any other way to show this guy that they really did know that something was going on. At that second, Dale imagined a secret panel in the book-lined wall opening, Van Syke and Dr. Roon sliding softly through the opening behind him, and behind them other things lurching forward in the shadows. Dale resisted the impulse to look over his shoulder. If he didn't come out, he wondered if Harlan would leave without him. I would. Things like a dead soldier showing up, said Dale. A guy named William Campbell Phillips, to be precise. A thing like a dead teacher coming back. And other things. Things in the ground. It sounded nuts even to Dale. He was glad he'd stopped before he started babbling about the shadow that had run from the closet to hide under his brother's bed. He had a sudden thought. I haven't seen these things. I'm taking Mike's and Harlan's word for this stuff. All I have seen is some holes in the ground. Jesus Christ, this guy's going to call the local asylum, and they're going to put me in a rubber room before Mom even knows I'm late for supper. That made sense, but Dale didn't believe it for a second. He believed Mike. He believed Duane's notebooks. He believed his friends. Mr. Ashley Montague seemed almost to collapse into his high-backed chair. My God, he whispered, and leaned forward as if he were going to bury his face in his hands. Instead, he removed his glasses and wiped them with a handkerchief from his suit pocket. What do you want? He asked. Dale resisted the impulse to let out a deep breath. I want to know what's going on, he said. I want the books that the county historian, Dr. Priestman, wrote. Anything that you can tell me about the bell or what it's doing. And most of all, Dale did let the breath out, most of all, I want to know how we can stop this thing. Chapter 28. The lattice work on the west side of the bandstand carved the afternoon light into a discreet set of diamonds that crept across the dark soil toward Mike and Mink Harper as the old man alternated between long swigs of the champagne, bouts of moody silence, and longer bouts of slurred narrative. It was a cold winter right after the New Year begun. New century begun, too, and I was just a little shaver, no older'n you are now. How old are you? 12? No, 11? Yeah, that's about how old I was when they hung the nigger. I wasn't in school no more. Most of us didn't stay in no longer than we had to. Learned to read as much as we needed, sign our names, be able to cipher a bit. That's all a man needed to know in them days. My daddy, he needed all us boys on the farm to work. So's I'd already left my schooling behind when they hung the nigger there. Kids was disappearing that year. The little Campbell girl got all the attention 'cause they found her body, and her family was rich and all. But there was 4 or 5 more who didn't come home from chores that winter. I remember me a little Polak kid named Strabonsky. His daddy'd worked on the railroad work gang had come through town and stayed. Stefan was his name. Well, Stefan and me'd been hanging around the saloon looking for our daddies a few weeks before Christmas, and I got mine and took him home in the back of the wagon my brother Ben and me drove in. But Stefan, he didn't get home. Nobody seen him after that. I remember the last time I seen him trudging across the drifts on Old Main Street in his patched knickers and hauling that bucket he used to carry his old lady's beer home in. Something got Stefan, just like it got the Myers twins. And what's his name? That little Spick kid who lived out where the dump is now. But it was the Campbell girl who got all the attention, her being the doctor's niece and all. So when the Campbell girl's cousin, little Billy Phillips, come into the saloon, not Carl's wasn't built yet, was that big building where the goddamn dry goods is now. Anyway, when that snot-nosed little Billy Phillips comes in out of the cold one evening, saying that there was a nigger down by the tracks who had his sister's petticoat in his duffel, well, hell, that place emptied out in about 30 seconds. Me too. I remember running to keep up with my old man's big strides. And there was Mr. Ashley sitting out in front in that fancy buggy of his, a shotgun across his lap. Same gun he used to kill hisself a few years later. Sitting there just like he was waiting for all of us. "Come on, boys," he yelled. "Justice got to be done." And that whole crowd of men sort of shouted and roared the way mobs do. Mobs don't got any more sense than a hound after a bitch in heat, boy. And then we was all off, our breaths puffing out in the late afternoon light that was all golden, sort of. Even the horse's breath, I remember that now. Mr. Ashley's team of black mares, and some of the men's teams, and slicker and snot-on grease we was out north of town, where the old railroad cut used to be, up beyond the Taller factory. And the nigger looked up once from where he was crouched over a fire cooking fatback, and then the men was all over him. A couple of his nigger friends was there. They never went nowhere alone in those days, and wasn't allowed in town after dark, of course. But his friends, they didn't put up no fight. They just slunk away like dogs that know there's a beatin' comin'. The nigger had this big old bedroll, and the men tore through it, and sure enough, there was that little Campbell girl's petticoat, all covered with dried blood and other stuff, boy. You'll know what I mean some day. So they dragged him down to the schoolhouse, that being sort of the center of everything in them days. We had our town meetin's in the schoolhouse, and the votin' come election time, and all sorts of bazaars and every sort of truck imaginable. So they dragged the nigger there. I remember standing outside while the bell was being rung to tell everybody to come quick, that something important was happening. And I remember standing out in the snow exchanging snowballs with Lester Collins and Meriwether Whittaker and Cooney Daysinger's daddy, whatever his name was, and a whole bunch of other boys who'd come on down with their daddies. But by and by it got dark for real, and cold. That winter was colder'n a crib full of witches' tits. The whole goddamn town was cut off, you know, sort of sealed off by the icy roads and drifts. Couldn't even got to Oak Hill that winter, damn roads was so bad. Train got through, but not every day. Not for weeks that time of year, what with the drifts north of town where the cut was, and the railroad having no snowplows up this way and all. So we was on our own. When we got cold, we went in, and the trial, they called it a trial, was almost over. Couldn't have took no more than an hour. There wasn't no real judge. Judge Ashley retired young and was a bit crazy, but they called it a trial anyhow. Mr. Ashley, he looked the part. I remember standing up there with the other boys on the mezzanine where the books used to be, looking down on the center hall where all the men was crowded in, and marveling at how Judge Ashley looked so handsome, what with his expensive gray suit and silk cravat and that silk top hat he wore everywhere. Of course, he didn't have the top hat on when he was judging. I remember seeing the lamplight sort of glowing on his white hair and wondering how a man that young could look so wise. Anyway, Billy Phillips was just finishing telling how he was walking home when the nigger tried to catch him. Said he run after him, saying he was going to kill him and eat him the way he done the girl. And Billy, God, that kid was the biggest liar I ever knowed. Little shit used to play hooky back when I was still in school, and then come creeping in and say he was helping his sick mama. Old Lady Phillips was always sick and dying of something. Said he was sick when we all knowed that he was out screwing around or fishing or something. Anyway, Billy says he got away from the nigger, but he went back and spied on the nigger's camp and saw him take out the little Campbell girl's petticoat. She was Billy's cousin, did I tell you that? Take out her petticoat and sort of touch it there, around that campfire. He says then he run into town and told the men at the saloon. Another guy, could have been Clement Daysinger, come to think of it. That was his name, Clement. He said that he seen the nigger hanging around Dr. Campbell's house before Christmas, About the time the little girl up and disappears. Said he hadn't remembered it before, but now it come back to him, and he was sure the nigger was hanging around real suspicious-like. After Clement, some of the other folks remember the nigger lurking around there, too. So Judge Ashley banged his big old Colt pistol like a gavel, and he says, "You got anything to say for your own self?" to the nigger. But the nigger just glares at everybody out of his yellowy eyes and didn't say nothing. Of course, his usual fat lips was all swole up fatter, 'cause some of the men had found cause to beat on him. But I think that nigger could have spoke if he'd wanted to. I guess he didn't want to. So Judge Ashley, we was all thinking of him as a real judge again by then. He pounds his Colt on the table they dragged out into the hall there, and he says, "You're guilty, by God, and I hereby sentence you to hang by the neck until you're dead, and may God have mercy on your soul." And then that mob of men just sort of stood there for a minute, until finally the judge shouted something, and old Carl Dubbett, he laid hands on the nigger, and pretty soon there were a couple dozen of the men dragging that nigger down past the little kids' classrooms, and then up the big stairway under the stained glass, and then up where us boys was watching. Dragged that nigger past me so close I could have reached out and touched those fat lips that were turning all purple. And then us kids followed as they dragged him up the stairs where the high school level was. That was where Carl or Clement or one of the men stuck the black hood on him, and then they drug him up those last steps, the ones that aren't out in the open anymore, where they put that wall in, you know, and they took him out on that little catwalk that ran around the inside of the belfry. You can't see it no more. I've helped Carl Van Syke and Miller before him clean that place for 40 years, so I know what I'm talking about. You can't see it no more, but it used to be that the belfry had that little catwalk around the inside, and you could see down all the way to the first floor, like 3 rings of balconies going right up to that big old bell that Mr. Ashley brung back from Europe. Anyway, we was all standing around these balconies, the first floor filled with men, and some women folk, too. I remember seeing Sally Moon's mommy, Emma, there, with her weak-kneed little husband, Oliver, both their faces just gleamin', they was so happy and excited. Everyone staring up at Judge Ashley and the few others standing around that nigger up there in the belfry. I remember thinking that they was going to scare the nigger real bad, put that rope around his scrawny black neck, and scare him so bad that he'd just have to start talking, start telling the truth. But that ain't what they did. No, sir. What they did was, Judge Ashley borrowed a knife from one of the men there, could have been Cecil Whitaker's, and he cut that damned bell rope that hung down all the way to the first floor. I remember leaning over that high school level balcony and staring down as that rope just sort of folded up and come crashing down, folks jostling to get out of its way, and then filling back in the space, their faces looking up past me at the nigger again. And then Judge Ashley did a strange thing. I should have figured it when he cut the rope, but I didn't. They was fiddling with that nigger's hood, and I figured, now they're going to take it off and scare him. Say they're going to throw him over to the crowd or something. But they didn't. What they done was take that short end of the bell rope and tie it around the nigger's neck, the hood still on him. And Judge Ashley nods to the men up there with him, and somehow they got that nigger up on that little railing that went around the inside of the belfry, and then, boy, there was this damn pause. I couldn't hear nothing of the crowd. Must have been 300 people there, but you couldn't hear nothing of the usual snuffling or scraping or mumbling or even breathing that you get from a crowd that size. Just silence. Every man, woman, and child, including me, staring up 3 floors at that nigger teetering there on the edge of that balcony, his face hid by that damn black hood, his hands tied behind his back, nothing holding him there except a couple men's hands on his arms. And then someone, I expect it was Judge Ashley, though I didn't see too clear, 'cause it was dark in that belfry and I was watching the nigger, just like everybody else. Then somebody shoved him off. Nigger kicked, of course. The fall wasn't far enough that it'd break his neck like a real hangin'. He kicked like a royal son of a bitch, swinging from one side of the open stairwell to t'other, kickin' his black ass off and makin' wild chokin' sounds under his hood. I could hear him real good. His feet was just a few feet from my head every time he swung over to our side of the high school balcony. I remember that nigger lost one shoe, and the other had a hole in it that his big toe was sticking out of, even as he was kickin'. I remember, too, that Cooney Daysinger reached out and sort of tried to touch the nigger while he was swingin' and kickin'. Not to stop him from swingin' or pull him in or anything like that. Just touch him, sort of like you would something at the sideshow if they'd let you. But just then we see the nigger piss his pants. Swear to God you could see his raggedy pants getting dark with the stain as it was running down his leg. And then the folks down on the first floor was making noise all right and shoving to get out of the way. And then the nigger quit kicking and just swung silent like. So Cooney, he pulled back his hand, and none of the rest of us tried it neither. You know the strange thing, boy? When that nigger went off the ledge, the big old bell started ringing, which makes sense, and it kept on ringing when the nigger was swinging and kicking and choking, which nobody took no notice of, 'cause all his bobbing up and down on the end of the rope would have made any bell ring like a sun-bitch. But you know the strange part, boy? Some of us hung around, so to speak, till after they cut that nigger down and took his body out to the dump or somewhere to get rid of. And that goddamn bell kept ringing. I think the fucking thing rang all that night and off and on the next day, like that nigger was still swinging from it. Somebody said that the hangin' must have messed up the bell's balance or something. But it was a strange sound. I swear to you, riding out of town that night with the old man, smelling the cold air and the snow and the old man's whiskey and the sound of the horses' hooves on the ice and frozen dirt underneath, Elm Haven nothing but dark trees and cold chimney smoke glowing in the moonlight behind us, and that damn bell still ringing its ass off. Say, you got another bottle of this fine champagne, boy? This one's one dead soldier. So, you see, Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague was saying, your so-called legend of the Borgia Bell is as fake as the so-called authenticity certificates which caused my grandfather to buy it in the first place. There is no legend, only an old, poorly cast bell sold to a gullible Illinois traveler. Uh-huh, said Dale. Mr. Ashley Montague had been talking for several minutes, the sunlight from the diamond-paned window behind him lying rich and heavy across the massive oak desk and creating a corona of light around his thinning hair. Well, I guess I don't believe you, said Dale. The millionaire scowled and folded his arms, obviously not used to being called a liar by an 11-year-old. One pale eyebrow arched. Oh? And what do you believe, young man? That this bell is causing all sorts of supernatural events? Aren't you a bit old for that? Dale ignored the question. He thought of Harlan out in the Chevy keeping a restless Congdon from driving off, and knew that he didn't have much time. You told Dwayne McBride that the bell was destroyed? Mr. Ashley Montague frowned. I have no recollection of such a discussion, but his voice was hollow-sounding to Dale, as if he knew that there might have been witnesses. Very well, he may have asked me. The bell was destroyed, melted down for scrap iron during the Great War. What about the Negro? Persisted Dale. The thin man smiled slightly. Dale knew the word condescending, and thought it applied well to that smile. What Negro is that, young man? The Negro that got hung in Old Central, said Dale. Hung from the bell. Mr. Ashley Montague shook his head slowly. There was an unfortunate incident early in the century involving a man of color, but I assure you that no one was hung, as you put it, and certainly not hanged, from the bell in Elm Haven School." "Okay," said Dale, sitting in the high-backed chair across the desk from the man, and folding his legs as if he had all the time in the world. "Tell me what did happen." Mr. Ashley Montague sighed, looked as if he were considering sitting down himself, and contented himself with pacing back and forth in front of the window as he spoke. Far behind him, Dale could see a long barge working its way up the Illinois River. "What I know is sketchy," said the man. "I was not born at the time. My father was in his late 20s, but had not yet married. The Ashley Montagues pride themselves in taking brides later in life. At any rate, what I know is just through family stories. My own father died in 1928, you know, shortly after I was born, so there is no way I can check on the accuracy of the details. Dr. Priestman did not mention this incident in his county histories. At any rate, I understand there was some unpleasantness in your part of the county around the turn of the century. 1 or 2 children disappeared, I believe, although it is quite possible that they were runaways. Life on the farms was very harsh in those days, and it was not uncommon for children to run away from home rather than continue a life of hard labor with one's own family. At any rate, there was one child, the daughter of a local doctor, if I'm not mistaken, who was found. It seems she had been, brutalized as well as murdered. Shortly thereafter, several of the more prominent townspeople, including my grandfather, who had the distinction of being a retired judge, you know, were presented with incontrovertible evidence that an itinerant Negro had carried out this crime." "What kind of evidence?" interrupted Dale. Mr. Ashley Montague paused in his pacing and frowned. "Incontrovertible. It is a big word, isn't it? It means—" "I know what incontrovertible means," said Dale, biting his lip, before adding the dipshit. He was beginning to think and talk like Harlan. "It means not capable of being denied. I mean, what kind of evidence?" The millionaire picked up a curved blade of a letter-opener and tapped it irritably on the oak desk. Dale wondered if the man was going to call his butler and have him thrown out. He didn't. "Does it matter what kind of evidence?" he said, and began pacing again, tapping the small knife on the desk after each circuit. "I seem to remember that it was some article of the child's clothing, and perhaps the murder weapon as well. Whatever it was incontestable." "And then they hanged him?" asked Dale, thinking of C.J. Congdon getting antsy outside. Mr. Ashley Montague glared at Dale, although the effect was ruined somewhat by the millionaire's thick glasses. "I told you, no one was hanged. It was a makeshift trial. Perhaps that was at the school, although it would have been most unusual. The townspeople present, all respected citizens, I might add, served as a sort of de facto grand jury. Do you also know what a grand jury is?" "Yeah," said Dale, although he couldn't have defined it. He was guessing at de facto from context. "Well, instead of the leader of this slavering lynch mob which you seem to want to portray, young man, my grandfather was the voice of law and moderation. Perhaps there were elements which wished to punish the Negro then and there. I don't know, my father never said, but my grandfather insisted that the man be taken to Oak Hill to be turned over to the law enforcement agency there, the sheriff's office, if you will." "And was he?" asked Dale. Mr. Ashley Montague quit pacing. "No, that was the tragedy, and it weighed heavily upon my grandfather's and father's consciences. It seems the Negro was being taken to Oak Hill by carriage when he ran, and although he was in manacles and leg chains, he managed to get into a swampy area just off the Oak Hill road near where the Whitaker farm is now. The men escorting him could not reach him in time, because the treacherous soil would not hold their weight either. He drowned. Asphyxiated, rather, for the swamp was essentially mud." "I thought it was winter when this happened," said Dale. "January." Mr. Ashley Montague shrugged. "A warm spell," he said. "Possibly, quite probably, the accused man broke through the surface of ice. Midwinter thaws are quite common around here." Dale had nothing to say about that. "Could we borrow the county history that Dr. Priestman wrote?" Mr. Ashley Montague showed what he thought of such a presumptuous request, but he folded his arms and said, "And then will you allow me to get back to work?" "Sure," said Dale. He wondered what Mike would say when he reported on such a fruitless conversation. "And now Congdon's going to kill me. For what?" "Wait here," said the millionaire, and went up the steep ladder to the library balcony. He peered through his thick glasses at the titles, moving slowly down the row. Dale wandered under the balcony overhang, looking at the row of books at eye level closest to the millionaire's desk. Dale liked to keep his favorite books in places where he could get to them easily. Maybe millionaires thought the same way. "Where are you?" called the voice from above. "Just looking out the window," replied Dale, while he was scanning the rows of ancient leather-bound volumes. Many of the titles were in Latin. Few of the English titles made any sense to him. The old book dust in the air here made him want to sneeze. "I'm not sure I have— here it is," said Mr. Ashley Montague on the balcony above. Dale heard the sound of a heavy volume being slid out. Dale's finger was tapping across the book spines. Otherwise he wouldn't have noticed that one small book was pulled out farther than the rest. He could not read the embossed symbols on the spine, but when he pulled it out there was an English subtitle under the same symbols on the cover, "The Book of the Law." Under the title in gold script were the words "Scire, Audere, Velle, Tacere." Dale knew that Dwayne McBride had been able to read Latin easily, and some Greek, and he wished that his friend were there. "Yes, this is it," came the voice from directly above Dale. Footsteps moved along the balcony toward the ladder. Dale pulled the book all the way out, saw several small white bookmarks among the pages, and in an instant of pure bravado stuck the small volume in the waistband of his jeans in back, tugging his T-shirt loose to hide it. "Young man," said Mr. Ashley Montague, his polished black shoes and gray trousers becoming visible on the ladder 3 feet from Dale's head. Dale quickly loosened the other volume so that the gap where the book had been did not seem so visible, took 3 quick steps toward the window, and half turned toward the descending man, keeping his back to the wall and staring out the wide window as if enraptured by the scenery. Mr. Ashley Montague was puffing slightly as he crossed the carpet and offered the historical volume. "Here, this book of notes and almost random photographs is the only thing Dr. Priestman had sent to me. I have no idea what you think you will find in it. There is nothing there about the bell or the sad incident of the accused Negro, but you're welcome to take it home and peruse it if you promise to return it through the post, in as good a condition as you find it here." "Sure," said Dale, accepting the heavy book, and feeling the smaller volume settle lower into the seat of his jeans. The outline of it must be visible now below the line of his T-shirt. "I'm sorry if I bothered you." Mr. Ashley Montague nodded curtly and returned to his desk as Dale circled slowly, trying to keep his front to the man while not making that too obvious. "You can find your way out, of course," said Mr. Ashley Montague, already going through the notes on his desk. "Well," said Dale, thinking of how he'd have to turn to leave the room, and Mr. A.M. would look up, and— was it grand larceny to steal an expensive book? He guessed it depended on the book. "Actually, no, sir," said Dale. There was a bell on the corner of the man's desk, and Dale was sure that he would ring it and the skinny butler would come in to show him out. And then both men would see the suddenly square, seat to his jeans. Maybe he could use the butler's entrance as a distraction to hitch up his pants without being seen, pull his shirt looser. "Come this way," said Mr. Ashley Montague in an exasperated voice. He led the way out of the study at a fast pace. Dale hurried to keep up, glancing at the huge rooms as they passed through them, hugging the Priestman volume to his chest and feeling the smaller book sink lower into the seat of his jeans. The top of it must be poking up at his shirt now, quite visible. They were almost to the foyer when the sound of a television set in a small room off the main hall made both Mr. A.M. and Dale turn. A crowd was roaring on the screen of the TV. Someone was giving a speech, and the echoes filled a huge hall. Mr. Ashley Montague paused to look for an instant, and Dale slipped by him, swiveling to keep his front toward the man, hanging on to the history volume with one hand while the other fumbled for the doorknob. The butler's footsteps echoed on a tile corridor. Dale could have slipped out then, but what he saw on television made him pause and stare with Mr. Ashley Montague. David Brinkley was saying, in his strange, clipped voice, "And so the Democrats have chosen to give us this year what must certainly be the strongest civil rights plank in the history of the Democratic Party. Wouldn't you say, Chet?" Chet Huntley's woeful visage filled the small black and white screen. "I'd say without a doubt, David, but the interesting thing in this floor fight is—" But what had compelled Dale's attention was not the newscasters speaking, nor the crowds the camera kept cutting to, but the man's picture on many of the hundreds of posters that were rising and bobbing above that red, white, and blue crowd like flotsam on a political sea. The words on the signs said, "All the way with JFK," and simply, "Kennedy in 60. The poster picture was of a handsome man with very white teeth and a full head of chestnut hair. Mr. Ashley Montague shook his head and made a snorting noise, as if witnessing something or someone beneath contempt. The butler had come up to stand beside his master as the millionaire returned his attention to the boy. "I hope you have no more questions," he said, as Dale backed out the door and stood on the broad stoop. Jim Harlan shouted something from the back seat of the car, 30 feet away on the wide driveway. "Just one," said Dale, almost falling down the stairs, squinting in the sunlight and using the conversation as a reason to keep backing away from the two men at the door. "What's on the free show this Saturday?" Mr. Ashley Montague rolled his eyes, but glanced at his butler. "A Vincent Price film, I believe, sir," said the man. "A motion picture called The House of Usher." "Great!" shouted Dale. He had backed almost to the black Chevy now. "Thanks again," he called, as Harlan opened the door behind him, and he jumped in. "Go," he said to Congdon. The teenager sneered, flicked a cigarette into the manicured grass, and floored the accelerator, half skidding around the long turn of drive. He was doing 50 miles an hour as they approached the heavy gates. The black iron opened in front of them. Mike did not want to stay down there any longer. The half-gloom under the bandstand, the smell of raw earth, and the heavier scent of Mink himself, even the progression of diamond-shaped nodes of light across the dark soil, all conspired to give Mike a terrible sense of claustrophobia and gloom, as if he and the old drunk were lying together in a roomy coffin, waiting for the men with spades to arrive. But Mink had not finished either an extra bottle he had found under his newspapers or his story. That would have been the end of it, Mink was saying, the hanging of the nigger and all, but it turned out that nothing was quite the way it seemed. He drank deeply from his wine bottle, coughed, wiped his chin, and stared at Mike with great intensity. His eyes were very red. That next summer, Some more kids up and disappeared. Mike sat up very straight. He could hear a truck passing on the hard road, little kids playing in the shade near the war monument at the front of the park, and farmers chatting across the street at the John Deere dealership. But all of his attention was on Mink Harper at that moment. Mink took a drink and smiled as if he were very aware of Mike's riveted attention. The smile was quick and furtive. Mink had about 3 teeth left, and none of them were worth exhibiting for any length of time. "Yep," he said. "That next summer of 1900, a couple more little kids got disappeared. One of them was Meriwether Whittaker, my old pal. The grown-ups, they said that no one never found him, but a couple years later I was out by Gypsy Lane. Must have been more'n a couple of years, 'cause I was out there with a girl, trying to get into her pants, if you know what I mean. In those days girls didn't wear no pants except their underwear, so the meanin' was clear, if you get my drift." Mink took another drink, wiped his dirty brow with a dirty hand, and frowned. "Where was I?" "You were out by Gypsy Lane," whispered Mike. He was thinking, it's weird that the kids then knew about Gypsy Lane. "Oh, yeah. Well, the young lady friend I was with didn't care none for what I had in mind. Goddamned if I know why she thought I'd got her out there. Sure as hell wasn't to smell the gladiolas, but she left in a huff to find her friend. We was supposed to be having a picnic, as I remember, and I was sort of pulling up grass and throwing sod at a tree. You know how it is when your John Henry's all worked up and don't have nothing to do with it. And I pulled this hunk of grass out of the ground, and there was a bone, goddamned white bone rather'n a root. Bunch of goddamn bones. Human bones, too, including a little skull about Meriwether's size. Damn thing had been caved in and sort of hollered out, like someone was scooping brains out of it for a dessert, sort of. Mink took a final drink and flung the bottle across the dark space. He rubbed his cheeks as if he'd lost track of his story again. When he spoke, it was in lower tones, in an almost confidential manner. "Sheriff told me it was cow bones." "Shit, as if I didn't know the difference between cow bones and human bones. He tried to pretend I hadn't seen me the skull and such my own self. But I did, and I know that old part of Gypsy Lane ran through the back of old man Lewis's spread. Wouldn't have been hard for someone to take Meriwether out there, do whatever they done to him, and then bury his bones in a shallow grave there. More'n that, more'n Meriwether's goddamn bones. A few years after that, I was drinking with Billy Phillips before he went off to the war." "William Campbell Phillips?" said Mike. Mink Harper blinked at him. "Sure, William Campbell Phillips. Who do you think Billy Phillips was? Cousin to the little Campbell girl who got herself killed. Billy was always a whining little toad, always mopping his runny nose and figuring out a way to get out of work or running to his mommy when he got in trouble. I can tell you I almost dropped my teeth when he up and enlisted during the war." "Where was I, boy?" "You were drinking with Billy Phillips." "Oh, yeah. Me and Billy was lifting a few right before he went overseas during the Great War. Normally, Billy wouldn't drink with us working types. He was a teacher, just taught those snot-nosed little kids down to the school. But to hear Billy tell, he was a Harvard professor. Anyway, him and me was in the Black Tree one night, him in his uniform and all, and after a few drinks, snotty Billy Phillips got almost human on me. Started talking about what a bitch his ma was, and how she'd kept him from having any fun, how she sent him away to college and all, rather than let him marry the woman he loved." Mike interrupted. "Did he say who that woman was?" Mink squinted and licked his lips. "Huh? No, I don't think. No, I'm sure he didn't name nobody. Probably one of them schoolmarm types he hung around with. One little old lady mongst a bunch of 'em's the way we thought about Billy Phillips. Where was I? having a drink with Billy. He got human. Okay, yeah. Me and Billy was hoisting a few on the night before he was to go over to France, where he got killed. Died of pneumonia or some damn thing. And after he got sort of loose, he says to me, Mink, they called me Mink way back then, Mink, you know that little girl and her petticoat and the alleged crime and all? Billy was always using 50-cent words like alleged, probably thinking that everybody in Elm Haven was too stupid to understand him. And what did he say about the petticoat? Prompted Mike. Huh? Oh, he says, Mink, it wasn't that nigger's petticoat at all. I never went nowhere near that nigger. It was Judge Ashley who paid me a silver dollar to hide that petticoat in the nigger's bedroll. You see, the way Billy'd figured it when he was just a little snot was that the judge knew who'd done it and needed Billy's help to get him, 'cause they just didn't have no evidence and all. But I guess when Billy got older, after going off to college to get smart and all, he must have figured what the dumbest Pollock in town could figure out, which is, namely, where in hell did the judge get that little girl's underclothes? Mike leaned closer. Did you ask him that? No, I don't think I did. Or if I did, I don't remember no answer. What I do remember is Billy saying something about getting out of town before the judge and the others knew he wasn't with 'em no more. With who? Whispered Mike. How the hell do I know, boy? Growled Mink Harper. He leaned closer, squinted, and breathed wine fumes on Mike. This was more'n 40 years ago, you know. What do you think I am, a damn memory machine? Mike looked over his shoulder at the entrance to the crawl space under the bandstand, a small rectangle of escape that seemed very far away. The sound of smaller kids playing in the park had long since faded. There was no traffic. Can you remember anything else about Old Central or the Bell? Asked Mike, not flinching away from Mink's inspection. Face inches from Mike's, Mink showed his 3 teeth again. Never seen or heard the Bell again. Not till last month, when it woke me up from a deep sleep here in my dry little home. But I know one thing. What's that? Mike found it very hard not to lean back out of the range of Mink's breath and stare. I know that when old man Ashley stuck his 2-barreled Boss shotgun in his mouth and pulled the trigger about a year after the war was over, the first war, I mean, that he'd done us all a favor. Burned down his goddamn house, too. His boy came home from Peoria, where the old man's new grandbaby was just born, and he found his pappy, the judge that was, lying dead with his brains blowed out. Everybody thinks it was either an accident or the old judge who burned the place. Wasn't. I happened to be out in the gardening shed with one of the servants when I seen the young Mr. Ashley's carriage comin'. He called himself Ashley Montague, after he married that fancy woman from Venice. Yeah, I was in the gardening shed when we heard the shot, and saw Mr. Ashley Montague go in, then come out bawling and shouting at the sky and spreading kerosene oil everywhere on the big house. One of the servants tried to stop him. There'd been more of 'em at the house, but they'd been laid off during that recession after the war. But there was no stopping him. He threw that oil everywhere and lit it up and stood back to watch it burn. They never come home after that, him and his bride and the baby. Just to show the goddamn free show, that's all. Mike nodded, thanked Mink, and scrambled for the opening, suddenly eager to get back out into the sunlight. At the exit, his body out into the fresh air, Mike asked one more question. Mink, what did he shout? What do you mean, boy? The old man seemed to have forgotten what they'd been talking about. The judge's son, when he burned the place down, what was he shouting? Mink's 3 teeth gleamed yellowly in the dimness. Oh, he was shouting that they wasn't going to get him. No, by God, they wasn't going to get him. Mike let out a breath. I don't suppose he said who they were. Mink frowned, pursed his lips in a parody of deep thought, and then grinned again. "Yeah, he did, now that I remember it. Called the guy by name." "Guy?" "Yeah. Cyrus. Only pronounced like that flat cloud. Cyrus. He kept saying, 'No, oh, Cyrus, you ain't gonna get me.' The way he said it, I thought maybe it was some Irishman's name, Cyrus." "Thanks, Mink." Mike stood up, feeling his shirt plastered to his body, wiping a bead of perspiration from his nose. His hair was wet, and his legs felt shaky for some reason. He found his bike, crossed the hard road, noticed how long the shadows were getting, and pedaled slowly up Broad under the canopy of arching branches. He was remembering Duane's notebooks and the slow translation he and Dale had done from the Gregg shorthand. The part where Duane had copied bits from his uncle's diary was especially tough. One word had sent them checking the squiggles and codes over and over again. Dale had recognized it from some book he'd read about Egypt. Osiris. Chapter 29. Dale, Lawrence, Kevin, and Harlan left on their camping trip after lunch the next day, Wednesday, the 13th of July. Only Harlan's mother had been slow to give permission for the trip, but she relented, as Harlan put it, when she realized she could go out on a date while I was gone. They had a ton of stuff to carry, and it was difficult piling it on their bikes and tying it down properly. Once secured, the heaps of sleeping bags, food, gear, and backpacks weighed down their already heavy bicycles, so they had to pedal standing up the entire way out to Uncle Henry's, leaning over the handlebars and grunting with exertion on the hard-packed ruts between the loose gravel on Jubilee College Road and County 6. There were patches of timber, of a sort, along the railroad tracks northwest of town, but those woods were small and too near the dump for real camping. The real woods were a mile and a half away, east of Uncle Henry's farm and north of the Billy Goat Mountains quarry behind the cemetery, near where Mink Harper had found the bones of Meriwether Whittaker along Gypsy Lane almost 50 years earlier. The boys had met in Mike's treehouse for almost 3 hours on Tuesday night, comparing notes from their trips and making plans, until the sound of Kev's mother's bellowing, "Kevin!" had echoed down Depot Street and effectively adjourned the meeting. The leather-bound book that Dale had stolen from Mr. Ashley Montague, an act that not even he fully believed after he had returned to Elmhaven, was a mass of foreign phrases, arcane rituals, complicated explanations of unpronounceable deities or anti-deities, and a mess of cabalistic, numerological double-talk. "Hardly worth getting your ass thrown in jail for," had been Jim Harlan's verdict. But somewhere in the tight print, Dale was sure there would be mention of Osiris, or the stele of revealing that Duane's notebooks had spoken of. Dale brought the book with him on the camping trip, just another bit of weight to lug over the hills. All 4 of the boys had been tense on the ride out, looking over their shoulders as every truck approached and every car passed. But the rendering truck did not appear, and the most aggressive act aimed at them during the slow ride out to Uncle Henry's was a little kid, possibly a boy, but it was hard to tell through the matted hair and dirty face, sticking his tongue out at them from the back seat of an overloaded 53 DeSoto. They rested on the shady back patio at Uncle Henry's while Aunt Lena made lemonade for them and sat in the Adirondack chair a while, discussing the best places to camp. She thought the empty pasture would be good. There was a nice view of the creek and surrounding hills from it, but the boys were insistent about camping in the woods. "Where is Michael O'Rourke?" she asked. "Oh, he had work to do in town, stuff at the church or something," lied Jim Harlan. "He'll come later." The 4 boys hiked east out through the barnyard at about 3 o'clock, leaving their bikes in the safe-keeping of Aunt Lena. Their backpacks were makeshift affairs. Lawrence's inexpensive Cub Scout pack made of nylon, Kev's canvas army pack that he borrowed from his dad, the whole thing smelling of mildew, Dale's long, clumsy duffel bag, more suited to a canoe trip than this long hike, and Harlan's bulky bedroll, little more than some blankets wrapped around his junk and secured with what looked to be about 100 yards of rope and twine. There were many halts for small adjustments and reshiftings of load. By 3:30 they had crossed the creek near the bootlegger's cave and had climbed the barbed wire fence on the south end of Uncle Henry's property. The heavy woods started almost immediately. It was cooler there, out of the direct sunlight, although the canopy of leaves was not so thick as to prevent dappled areas and even broad swatches of sun on the low grass. They slid and tumbled down the steeper part of the slope to the ravine north of the cemetery, Harlan's bedroll giving away completely during that maneuver, so that they spent another 10 minutes picking up his stuff, and then they crossed the Robin Hood log a few hundred yards from Camp 3 and headed east again, following cattle trails up the hillsides and staying within the edge of trees when there was a small glade. Occasionally they would stop, dump their stuff, and spread out the way Mike had taught them, moving into prearranged positions and waiting in the best silence they could manage for several long minutes. Except for one lone cow that wandered into their area of observation on the third try, and who seemed much more startled than they were when they jumped out to scare it away, there was no sign or sound of anyone except themselves. They shouldered packs, hitched up bags and bedrolls, and plodded off deeper into the woods. They made quite a deal about arguing over where to camp, but in truth the site had been decided on the evening before. They set up the 2 small pup tents, one belonging to Kevin's dad, the other a relic from Dale's father's past, on the edge of a small copse of trees in a glade about 500 yards north of the quarry and a quarter of a mile northeast of Calvary Cemetery. Gypsy Lane ran north to south about 500 feet west of them. The glade was on a gradual hillside, the grass in it a little lower than knee-high and already tanned to the color of wheat by the hot summer. Grasshoppers leaped aside as they moved purposely to set up the tents, hollow out the campfire site, and set stones in a fire ring. The heavier woods started about 60 feet to the west, a little less than 20 feet to the south and east. There was a tributary to the main creek just down the hill to the north. Normally they would have played Robin Hood or hide-and-seek to fill up the hours until dinner, but this day they just lolled around the camp or lay talking along the edge of trees behind the camp. They tried lying in the tents and talking, but the sun-heated canvas was too much for them, and the lumpy old sleeping bags were not as soft as the grass outside. Dale tried to read his stolen book. There was mention of Osiris, but although the text was in English, mostly, it might as well have been a foreign language for all Dale could understand. There was talk of the god commanding legions of the undead, of predictions and punishment, but none of it made real sense. The sky between the leaves stayed blue. No sudden storm came up to drive them back to Uncle Henry's. It was the one thing they had not had an answer to when they were planning the trip. Only retreat had seemed a sane thing to do. Visibility would be too poor in a storm, their hearing too compromised. They ate early, first devouring all the snacks that they'd packed, then getting the fire started and cooking the hot dogs they'd brought along. Finding the right sticks to hold the weenies took a while. Whittling their points to sharpened perfection took a while longer. Every time Lawrence said something about looking forward to weenies, Harlan giggled. "What is it?" asked Dale finally. "Share the joke." Harlan started to explain, said something about Cordy Cook, then shook his head. Forget it. It was still hot by 7 p.m., and Lawrence wanted to head over to the quarry and jump in. The others vetoed it, reminding him patiently of the plan. Harlan wanted to cook marshmallows over the fire by 7:30, but the others insisted that they wait until dark. It was proper protocol. Kevin was antsy, ready to get into their sleeping bags by 8 p.m., but the evening shadows had just covered the glade by then, and there was still ample light to see by, even in the woods. 20 minutes after that, however, the low areas north of them grew cool and dark. Shortly after that, fireflies appeared in the dark areas between the trees, winking like distant flashes of silent gunfire. The chorus of bullfrogs from the quarry and tree frogs from the marshy area down the hill started up about then, filling the encroaching twilight with sound. The crickets and cicadas in the woods behind the boys were very loud. By 8:45, the sky had paled, then darkened to the level that stars were visible, and at some point it was difficult to tell the masses of dark leaves from the darkening sky. The woods grew black. The last sounds of traffic from County 6, half a mile to the west, ceased as the last working men had passed north toward home, and the drinking men went past south on their way to the Black Tree or town. For a while, if they strained, the boys could hear the metallic flap of the lids on the automatic pig feeders at Uncle Henry's, but it was a small and distant sound which died away with the last of the light. Finally, it was dark. For all its summer gradualness, night seemed to have suddenly descended on and around them. Dale fed small limbs to the fire. Embers rose into the night, drifting up and out of the glade toward the stars. The boys grew closer together, their faces lighted from below. They tried to sing, but found they had no will to do so. Harlan suggested that they tell ghost stories, and the others scowled him into silence. The stream down the hill made soft, swallowing sounds. There was a sense of things awakening in the dark woods to hunt, the thought of many eyes opening out there, vertical irises widening to let in what little starlight there was in order to find prey. Beneath the insect chorus and distant rumble croak of 100 species of frogs, there came the imagined sound of predators moving on padded feet through the night, beginning their stalk for fresh meat. The boys tugged on sweatshirts and old sweaters, threw more wood on the fire, and sat closer until their shoulders almost touched. The fire crackled and spat, transforming their faces into demonic masks, until soon the orange glow was the only light in their world. Mike's main problem was staying awake. He'd been up much of the night before, sitting in the old chair in Memo's room with his bottle of holy water in one hand and the consecrated host wrapped in a handkerchief in his other hand. His mother came in to check on Memo around 3 a.m. and shooed him upstairs, clucking at him for his silliness. Mike had left the host on the window-sill. He'd checked on Father Kavanaugh after finishing his paper route. The priest was gone, and Mrs. McCafferty was beside herself with worry. The doctors had decided to move Father C. to St. Francis Hospital in Peoria, but when the ambulance arrived on Tuesday evening, the priest was gone. Mrs. McCafferty swore to them that she had been working in the kitchen downstairs the entire time and would have heard him if he had come down the stairs, besides which she swore he was too ill to come down the stairs. But the doctors had shaken their heads and said that obviously the sick man did not fly away. While Mike and the other boys had been comparing notes in his treehouse and trying to decipher some of the cryptic book Dale had stolen from Mr. Ashley Montague, there had been a search of the town by Mrs. Maxcy and several of the parishioners. No sign of Father Kavanaugh. "I would swear on my rosary that the poor father was too ill to lift his head, much less wander off," Mrs. McCafferty had said to Mike while dabbing at her eyes with her apron. "Maybe he went home," Mike had said, not believing it for a second. Home? To Chicago? The housekeeper chewed on her lower lip as she considered the idea. But how? The diocese car is still in the garage, and the Galesburg-Chicago bus won't come through until tomorrow. Mike had shrugged, promised to inform her and Dr. Staffney immediately if he heard of Father C.'s whereabouts, and then had gone into the sacristy to get ready to say Mass with the fill-in priest from Oak Hill. All through the service, said in a bored, droning voice by the visiting priest, and responded to absently by the distracted altar boy, Mike had thought of the brown slugs sliding in, writhing under Father C.'s flesh. What if he's one of them now? The thought made Mike feel sick. He had made his mother swear she would check in on Memo that night, and then had hedged his bets by sprinkling the floor and window with holy water and placing bits of the broken Eucharist in the corners of the screen and at the foot of Memo's bed. Leaving Memo alone this night was the one part of the plan he hated. Then Mike had packed his drugstore backpack and left before the other boys had started out. The tension of the ride out to County 6 had cleared his head somewhat, but the nights without sleep still weighed on him and filled his ears with a soft buzz. Mike hadn't gone all the way to Uncle Henry's farm, but had opened the stock gate just beyond Calvary Cemetery and had ridden in along the fence on the overgrown ruts there, hiding his bike in a patch of fir trees just above the ravine, and then doubling back, waiting for Dale and the others to come by. They had, almost 90 minutes later, and Mike had let out a soft grunt of relief. The chance of the rendering truck intercepting them had been something they couldn't plan for, except to arrange a noon rendezvous back by the water tower. Mike stayed in the woods during the boys' visit to Uncle Henry's farm, watching through the binoculars he'd borrowed from his father. The left lens of the glasses that his dad used to take out to the Chicago horse track didn't work too well. It was slightly clouded, but it worked well enough that Mike could see his friends sitting and slurping lemonade with Aunt Lena, while he sat sweltering and itchy in the bushes. Later he followed them deeper into the woods, staying at least 50 feet away, moving parallel to their path. It helped that he knew exactly where they were headed, and trying not to be seen or heard. He'd worn a green polo shirt and old cotton slacks so as to provide some camouflage, with a change of dark clothing for the night, but he wished he had some real camouflage combat clothes. Mike shook his head again. The difficult part was staying awake. He had staked out an observation post at the top of the ravine, less than 20 yards from where Dale and the others were camping, and it was a perfect spot. 2 rocks shielded him from view, but allowed him a vertical viewing slit to the campsite and glade beyond. 3 trees grew thickly behind him, allowing no approach from his blind spot. He had taken a fallen limb and excavated a low trench so that he and his stuff were completely out of sight below the level of the rocks and shrubs, but still he had camouflaged the site further with broken branches and a fallen log pulled closer to his left. Mike laid out his stuff, a bottle of drinking water and a bottle of holy water, marked with crayon on masking tape so as not to get them confused, his sandwiches and snacks, the binoculars, the largest section of the host wrapped and secured in the breast pocket of his polo shirt, and finally, removed from the pack with great care, Memo's squirrel gun. He realized now why the thing must be illegal. 18 inches of shotgun barrel and the walnut pistol grip. It looked like something a Chicago mobster would use back in the 30s to blast a rival mobster. Mike opened the breech with a soft click of the securing level on top, smelling oil as he held the barrel up to catch the last light of evening down the smooth bore. There had been shells in the box with Memo's gun, but they looked very old, so Mike had worked up his nerve and gone down to Myers' Hardware to buy a new box of 410 longs. Mr. Myers had raised one eyebrow and said, "I didn't know your daddy went hunting, Michael." "He doesn't," Mike had said truthfully. "He's just real tired of the crows getting into the garden." Now, as the last vestiges of twilight faded, Mike set the new box of shells in front of him, inserted one into the breech, clicked the squirrel gun shut, and stared down the long barrel at the boys around their campfire 50 feet away. It was too far away for the short-barreled shotgun. Mike knew that. Even Dale's over and under couldn't hit much at this range, and the sawed-off thing Mike was aiming was useless beyond a few yards. But within that closer radius, he knew the pattern of shot would be a terrible thing. Mike had bought No. 6 shot, suitable for quail or larger things. The thicket to the south of where Dale, Kev, Lawrence, and Harlan had set up camp would make silent approach impossible, and any approach almost impossible. Mike was perched on the edge of the ravine to the north. It would be very difficult for anyone to cross the stream and climb that bluff without making a lot of noise. That left an approach through the thinning woods to the east or across the glade to the west. Mike could see both approaches clearly from his vantage point, although the fading light made it difficult to see much detail now. The voices of his friends chatting around the fire seemed soft and muted as the sound drifted across the cooling air to him. The squirrel gun had a notched rear sight and a small bead sight on the end of the barrel, although both were more for ornamentation than use. One pointed the thing and pulled the trigger, allowing the widening cloud of birdshot to do the aiming. As darkness fell, Mike realized that his hand was slippery on the walnut pistol grip. He fumbled in the box of shells, set 2 extra cartridges in his shirt pocket, several more in his pockets, and then put the box back in his pack. He clicked on the safety and set the weapon on pine needles beside the rock, forcing his breathing into a more steady rhythm, and chewing on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich he'd packed in a hurry that morning. The smell of hot dogs across the glade had got his appetite going. His friends turned in shortly after dark. Mike had tugged on his black sweater and changed into a dark pair of pants, and now sat forward expectantly, peering into the dimness, trying to ignore the background insect and frog sounds, to pick out any noise, to look past the shifting leaf shadows and firefly blinks to find any hint of movement. There was none. He watched as Dale and Lawrence settled into the open pup tent nearest the fire, their feet visible as lumps in 2 sleeping bags illuminated by the flickering light. Kevin and Harlan crawled into Kev's tent a few yards to the left and farther from the fire. Mike could see where Kev's ball cap was just visible at the opening of his sleeping bag. Harlan had obviously settled in the opposite direction, and the soles of his sneakers stuck out of his bedroll. Mike rubbed his eyes, stared harder into the gloom while trying not to look directly at the fire, and hoped that they had all listened carefully to him. "Who made me boss and king?" He shook his head tiredly. Staying awake was the hard part. Several times Mike started to drift off, only to snap awake when his chin touched his chest. He rearranged himself so that he was leaning uncomfortably into the crack between the rocks, his arm beneath him, so that if he drifted off, the weight of his body would come down heavily on his arm and wake him. Despite the awkwardness of the position, he was half dozing when he realized that someone was coming across the glade. 2 forms were moving slowly from the west, from the direction of County 6, moving with the deliberation of hunters with branches underfoot. They were tall forms, clearly adults. They took a step, paused, took another step. They set their feet deliberately, their motion a ballet of silent stalking. Mike felt his heart begin to pound so wildly that it hurt his chest and made him dizzy. He gripped the squirrel gun in both hands in front of him, remembered the safety, and clicked it off. His fingers were sweaty and felt oddly numb. The two tall figures were 20 feet from the boys' camp now, and pausing, almost invisible in the blackness. Only starlight on their eyes and hands gave them away when they were not moving. Mike leaned forward, straining to see. The men were carrying something. Walking sticks? Then Mike caught the glint of starlight on steel and realized that both men carried axes. Mike's breathing hitched, stopped, then staggered on. He forced himself not to fixate on the two men. They were clearly men, tall, long-legged, wearing dark clothes, but to extend his senses around him. All this secrecy and planning and waiting would be for nothing if someone were sneaking up behind Mike. There wasn't anyone behind him, at least not as far as he could tell, but there was movement in the trees behind the tents. Mike could see motion there now. At least one more man, approaching as slowly as the two in the glade, but not as silently. This one was shorter and was less successful in avoiding dry sticks underfoot. Still, if Mike had not known which way they had to come from, he would not have seen or heard them. A wind came up, stirring leaves overhead. The two figures in the glade took advantage of the covering sound to move 5 steps closer to the camp. The axes were raised across their chests in a port-arms position. Mike tried to swallow, found his mouth dry, and forced spit into it. Mike shook his head violently, trying to separate this reality from his dreamscape. He was so tired. The 3 men had converged on the camp now. They stood just beyond the glow of the fire, long-legged shadows within shadows. Mike saw starlight gleam and realized that the 3rd figure, the one farthest away from him, was also carrying an axe, or something long and metallic. Mike literally prayed that it was not a rifle or a shotgun. It won't be. They don't want the noise. Mike's hand was shaking as he extended both arms across the top of the flat rock, aiming the shotgun at the 2 figures, but keeping the sights high enough that the buckshot wouldn't rip into the low pup tents. Fire. Fire now. No, he had to be sure. That was the whole idea, to be sure. What if these guys are farmers, out clearing some timber? At midnight? Mike didn't believe it for a second. But he did not fire. The idea of firing a weapon at a human being made his arms shake all the more wildly. He braced them against the top of the rock and gritted his teeth. The 2 men on this side of the fire moved silently around the dying campfire now. The embers illuminated only dark clothing, high boots. The men's faces were hidden under caps pulled low. There was no sound or motion from the pup tents. Mike could still see the bulges where Dale and Lawrence's feet would be in the sleeping bags, Kev's ball cap, Harlan's sneakers. The man on the far side of the campsite moved in amongst the trees there, stepped closer to Kevin's tent. Mike had the urge to scream a warning, to rise up and shout, to fire the squirrel gun in the air. He did nothing. He had to know. He wished he'd chosen an observation post closer to the campsite. He wished he had a rifle or pistol with greater range. Everything seemed wrong, miscalculated. Mike forced himself to concentrate. The three men were standing there, two near Dale and Lawrence's tent, one near Kev and Harlan's. They did not speak. It seemed as if they were waiting for the boys inside the tents to awaken and join them. Mike had a dizzying instant where he imagined that this tableau would remain the same all night. The silent figures, the silent tents, the fire growing dimmer and dimmer until he could see nothing at all. Suddenly the two closer men stepped forward and swung their axes in a silent blur, slamming through the tent canvas, ripping into the sleeping bags beneath. A split second later, the third man swung his axe into Kevin's cap. The ferocity of the attack was so sudden, so unannounced, that Mike was taken totally by surprise. He gasped aloud as the wind was knocked out of him by the reality of events. The two closer men raised their axes again, slammed them down again. Mike heard the blades cutting through collapsed canvas, through the sleeping bags and the contents of the bags, and chunking into the soil beneath. They raised the axes a third time. Behind them, the shorter man was swinging wildly, grunting loudly as he did so. Mike watched as one of Harlan's sneakers flew free, landing near the fire. A shredded bit of red sock, or something else red, still clung to it. The men were gasping and panting now, grunting at each other in nonsense syllables, making animal noises. The axes rose again. Mike pulled the hammer back, cocked it, squeezed the trigger. The flare of the shotgun blast blinded him. The recoil threw his locked hands and arms back high, made him almost drop the gun. He gasped for breath, saw both men still standing but turning now, eyes gleaming in the last light. And then Mike was fumbling for another shell. They were in his breast pocket, under the black sweater he'd tugged on. Mike got to his knees, feeling in his jeans pocket for a shell. He opened the breech, tried to shake the spent cartridge out. It stuck. His fingernails found purchase on the brass rim. It burned his fingers as he tugged it out, slammed home a second shell, clicked the breech shut. One of the men had jumped the fire and was moving in his direction. The second had frozen, axe still high. The third grunted something and continued to hack away at what was left of Kevin and Harlan's collapsed tent, slashed bags. The first man landed on this side of the fire and rushed toward Mike with a great pounding of boots. Mike raised the squirrel gun, thumbed the hammer back, and fired. The blast was tremendous. He ducked down, flung out the empty cartridge, loaded another. When he rolled back up, the man was gone, down in the weeds or gone. The other two seemed frozen in firelight. Then the noise and madness began. Flames erupted from the thick timber less than 10 yards south of the campsite. Another shotgun roared. The third man seemed yanked backward by invisible wires, axe flying and turning in the air to land directly in the flames, the man himself rolling into the high weeds of the glade. A pistol fired. Mike could tell it was a .45 caliber semi-automatic by the rapid, heavy coughs. 3 shots. Pause. 3 more shots. Another pistol joined the mad moment, firing as rapidly as the unseen shooter could pull the trigger. There was a high slap of a .22 being fired. Then a shotgun again. The third man ran, right toward Mike. Mike stood up, waited until the pounding figure was 20 feet from him, and fired Memo's squirrel gun at the gleam of the man's eyes. The man's cap, or part of his skull, flew high behind him. The figure threw the axe in Mike's direction, and went down, scrabbling and moaning through high weeds, sliding down the ravine to the northeast with a crashing of vines and saplings. Some large insect buzzed right past Mike's ear, and he ducked down just as the axe struck the rock with a shower of sparks and spanged away to his left. Mike reloaded, raised the squirrel gun, swiveling with both hands on the pistol grip, arms straight, breathing through his mouth, and had the hammer cocked and pressure on the trigger before he realized that the glade and campsite area was empty, except for the slashed and silent tents and the dying fire. He remembered the plan. "Go!" he shouted, and ducked down, sweeping up his pack and running northwest between the glade and the edge of the ravine. He felt branches snapping off as he smashed them with his shoulders and head, felt something gouge a long scratch along one cheek, and then he was at the first checkpoint, the fallen log where the cow path ran along the steepest part of the ravine. He dropped behind it, raised the weapon. Footsteps pounded from his right. Mike squinted, whistled once. The running figure whistled twice in return and ran past without slowing. Mike tapped him on the shoulder. Two more forms, two return whistles. Backpack snaps jingled as they hurried past. Mike tapped them on the shoulder. Another form approached in the darkness. Mike whistled, heard no response, aimed Memo's squirrel gun at the midsection of the hurtling figure. "It's me," gasped Jim Harlan. Mike felt the sling under his hand as he tapped Harlan on the shoulder as the smaller boy hustled past. Keds pounding on the bare dirt path under the low trees. Mike crouched behind the wide log and waited another minute, counting seconds by Boy Scouts, squirrel gun raised. It was a very long minute. Then he was moving along the trail, hunkered low, backpack over his left shoulder and the gun in his right hand, head always moving, trusting his peripheral vision. He felt like he'd been running for miles, but realized that it had been only a few hundred yards. There was a low whistle ahead of him and to his left. He returned 3 whistles. A hand tapped his shoulder as he moved past, and Mike caught a glimpse of Kevin's dad's .45 automatic. Then Mike found the cutoff, the slight bend in the trail, and he rolled into the high weeds there, feeling brambles but ignoring them, whistling once, letting Kevin move past and covering the trail both north and south for another 45 Boy Scouts before he allowed himself to slide down the hillside himself, trying to keep as silent as possible on the soft loam and thick carpet of old leaves. For a second, Mike couldn't find the opening in the solid mass of brambles and bushes, but then his hand found the secret entrance, and he was squirming in on his belly, sliding into the solid circle of Camp 3. A penlight winked in his face, went out. The other 4 were whispering urgently, their voices high on adrenaline and euphoria and terror. "Shut up," hissed Mike. He took the penlight from Kevin's hand and went around the circle of faces, almost whispering in each boy's ear. "All right? You okay?" Everyone was all right. All 5 of them, including Mike, were present and accounted for. There were no extra bodies. "Fan out," whispered Mike, and they moved to the edge of the circle, listening, Kevin to the left of the only entrance with his automatic reloaded and ready. Mike sprinkled holy water on the ground and branches. He hadn't seen the things that left the holes, but the night was far from over. They listened. Somewhere an owl called. The chorus of crickets and frogs, stilled for a while by the explosions of gunfire, had started up again, but was slightly muffled here halfway down the hillside. Far away, a car or small truck passed over the hills on County 6. After 30 minutes of silent listening, the boys huddled together near the entrance. The urge to babble had passed, but they took turns whispering, their heads almost together, so the sound couldn't be heard outside of Camp 3. "I couldn't believe they really did it," Lawrence was gasping. "Did you see my fucking sneaker?" Harlan kept hissing at them. "Chopped it right off the edge of the sweatshirt I'd stuffed in 'em." "All our stuff's chopped to bits," whispered Kev. "My hat, all the stuff I'd put in the sleeping bag." Gradually, Mike got them off their soft exclamations and wild-eyed descriptions and had them report. They'd done what the plan had called for. Dale thought the waiting for dark was the hardest, cooking hot dogs and roasting marshmallows as if they were just camping. Then they'd settled into their tents, stuffing their bedrolls and bags, slipping out, one by one, to the prearranged positions in the deadfall behind the campsite. "I was layin' on a fucking anthill," whispered Harlan, and the others stifled laughter until Mike ordered them to shut up. Mike had set out the ambush positions so that they wouldn't be firing across the campsite at each other. They'd all be firing northeast or northwest. But Kevin confessed that in his excitement, after the men had chopped up the tent, he'd fired toward Mike's position. Mike shrugged, although now he seemed to remember something humming past his ear just after the second man had thrown the axe at him. "Okay," he whispered, drawing the others closer with an arm across their backs. "So now we know. But it's not over. We can't leave until morning. That's hours away. They could be getting reinforcements, and not all the reinforcements are human." He let that sink in. He didn't want to scare them to the point they couldn't function, just keep them alert. "But I don't think that'll be the way it happens," he whispered, his head touching Kevin's and Dale's. They were like a football team in the huddle. "I think we heard 'em. I think they're gone for the night. In the morning, we'll check the campsite, get whatever stuff we can, and get the hell out of here." "Who brought some blankets?" They'd planned on keeping 5 for Camp 3, but somehow they'd only hung on to 3. Mike pulled out an extra jacket, assigned 2 people to watch for the first hour. Kev had a glow-in-the-dark wristwatch dial, assigned himself first watch with Dale, and told the others to turn in. No more whispering. But he and Dale whispered a bit as they crouched by the opening in the solid wall of high bushes. "They really did it," Dale whispered, echoing his little brother's statement 20 minutes earlier. "They really tried to kill us." Mike nodded, not sure if the other boy could see him even from 2 feet away. "Yeah, now we know they're trying to do to us what they did to Duane." "Because they figure that we know?" "Maybe not," Mike whispered back. "Maybe they're just going to get all of us on general principles. But now we know, and we can go ahead." "But what if they use the other things?" whispered Dale. Harlan or somebody was snoring very softly, his white socks glowing from where they stuck out from under the blanket. Mike still clutched the bottle of holy water. The squirrel gun was in his other hand, loaded, needing only the click of the safety and the pull of a hammer. "Then we get them too," he said. He wasn't as confident as he sounded. "God," whispered Dale. It sounded more like a prayer than a curse. Mike nodded, huddled closer, and waited for dawn. Chapter 30. Just after first light, they went back to search for bodies. It was one of the longest nights Dale Stewart could ever remember. At first there was the terror, excitement, and adrenaline rush to ride on. But after the first watch with Mike, when it was Dale's turn to sleep with several hours left until dawn, there remained only the terror. It was a deep, sick-making terror, a fear of the dark combined with the startle-awake sound of someone breathing under your bed. It was the terror of embalming tools and the blade at the eye, the terror of the cold hand on the back of your neck in a dark room. Dale had known fear before, the fear of the coal bin in the basement, the fear of the all-enveloping black circle of C.J. Congdon's rifle aimed at him, the testicle-raising fear of the corpse in the water in his basement. But this terror went beyond fear. Dale felt as if nothing was to be trusted. The ground might open and swallow him up, literally. There were things under the soil, other things of the night just beyond the flimsy circle of branches that was their only protection. The men with axes might be waiting just beyond the leaves and branches, their eyes dead but bright, with no breath rising and falling in their chests, but with a rattle of anticipation in their throats. It was a long night. Everybody was awake at the first hint of gray through the thick branches overhead. By 5:30 a.m., according to Kevin's watch, they were packed up and moving back along the trail, Mike 30 paces in the lead, calling the others forward with hand signals, freezing them into immobility with emotion. 100 yards from the campsite they fanned out, moving apart and abreast, each keeping 2 others in sight while they slowly advanced from tree to tree, shrub to shrub, staying low in the high grass there. Finally, they could see the tents, still collapsed. Dale had half expected to find everything unharmed, the violence of the night before only a shared nightmare. But even from a distance they could see the smashed tents, hacked canvas and scattered clothing. An axe lay blackened and half-buried in the ashes of the fire. Harlan's left sneaker lay near it. They advanced slowly, allowing Mike on the north wing and Dale on the south wing to almost encircle the campsite. Dale was sure that he would see the bodies first, one in the glade where Mike had shot the first man, another on the edge of the ravine. But they found no bodies. Their first temptation was to paw through the wreckage of their camp, making jokes and laughing with the release of tension, but Mike made them fan out again, sweeping southeast all the way to the quarry, north to the fence bordering Uncle Henry's property, east back almost to the road. There were no bodies, but they found blood, spatters of blood in the glade about where the man Mike shot at would have gone down. Blood on rocks and shrubs in the ravine. More blood on the opposite side of the little valley near the fence. "Got one of the bastards," said Harlan, but his bravado sounded hollow in the sunlight, with the blood already drying to brown patches on weeds and fallen logs. There were great amounts of the stuff. The thought that they had actually shot someone, a human being, made Dale's knees go weak. Then he remembered the axes rising and falling on the tent where he would have been sleeping. They returned to the camp, eager to salvage what they could and be gone. A single axe lay charred and blackened in the campfire ashes. "My dad will be upset," said Kev, folding the remains of his tent. "My old lady'll shit bricks and kittens," said Harlan, holding up the remains of his blanket and peering through one of the rents in it. He looked at Kevin through the hole. "You can say the tent blew over into a barbed wire fence, but what can I say about my best blanket? That I was having a wild, wet dream and humped it to death?" "What's a wet dream?" began Lawrence. "Never mind," Dale said quickly. "Let's get this stuff loaded. bury what we don't want to haul back, and then get out of here." They carried their shotguns and pistols and squirrel guns openly until they crossed the fence and were almost in sight of Uncle Henry's. Then they broke them down or put them in packs and duffel bags. Dale had let Lawrence carry the savage over and under once they were out of the woods, literally, but he'd kept the 410 and 22 shells in his pocket. The gun seemed heavy after an hour of toting it, but it was shorter and lighter than most shotguns. The night before, during the shooting, Dale had wished that he'd brought his dad's pump shotgun, despite its weight and size. Firing one shell from each barrel of the over and under and then opening the breech to reload had been maddening. Dale remembered glancing past the rock where Lawrence had been crouching, staring with wide eyes at Kevin and Harlan on their knees in the thicket, firing their pistols, the heavy cough of Kevin's .45, and the impressive flash and blare of Jim's snub-nosed .38, making Dale want to cover his ears. Did we really do that? They had. They'd just spent 30 minutes picking up all the spent brass and hunting for all the discarded shotgun shells, burying them 50 feet from their former campsite, with the blankets, sleeping bags, and tents too torn to carry home. Mike had retrieved his bike. Aunt Lena offered them breakfast, but the boys didn't have time for it. Uncle Henry was going into town, and they scrambled to throw their bikes in the back of his pickup and clamber in themselves. The long ride home was the part of this that Dale and the others had been dreading. Now the long bike ride became a few minutes of clatter and dust, gravel flying behind the truck as they roared down the steep hill past the cemetery into the shadow of the glen. There was still dew on the corn and weeds by the road. "Look," Lawrence said as they passed the black tree. They looked. The place was closed and dark under the big trees at the edge of the ravine, even the owner's car gone. The horizontal light lay low and heavy across the gravel driveway. But something sat far back in the low trees at the west side of the lot. A truck. Dale caught a glimpse of scabrous red paint, foliage reflected on a windshield half hidden by branches, the sense of a high-sided truck bed deeper in the shadows. "The rendering truck?" called Kevin over the noise in the back of the pickup. They were already to the junction of Jubilee College Road, and the truck had not emerged from the parking area. Mike shrugged. "Could be." Dale felt himself beginning to shake, and he gripped the side of the pickup to stop it. His forearms strained with the effort. He imagined them coming up that long grade, panting and bent over their handlebars, tired from the long night and the hill, and suddenly that red nightmare coming to life with a roar of its V8 engine, squeaking and weaving and throwing gravel behind it as it leaped out of hiding, sweeping across the driveway in 2 seconds, the stench of decomposing livestock corpses coming in front of it like a shock wave. The ditch was deep on the west side of the road there, the fence between them and the woods high. Could they have gotten off their bikes and into the trees in time? And what if Van Syke had had a gun? Or what if he had wanted them to flee east into the woods toward Gypsy Lane? At that second, with the rows of corn tall on either side, the sun already high in the sky, and the water tower approaching, and the cloud of dust broiling behind the pickup, Dale was totally and absolutely certain that something had been waiting in those woods for them. They still would be there. Only Uncle Henry's offhand offer to drive them into town had turned their plan from a total nightmare into the limited success it was. Dale looked across the truck bed at Mike, his friend's gray eyes clouded with fatigue, and knew that Mike knew. Dale wanted to touch him on the shoulder, tell him that it was all right, that he couldn't have planned for everything, but his arms were shaking too badly to let go of the side of the truck just yet. And more than that, Dale knew at that second that it wasn't all right, that Mike's miscalculation could have cost them their lives on this beautiful July morning. What was waiting in the darkness of the woods back there? Dale closed his eyes and thought of Mrs. Duggan, 8 months dead, of Tubby Cook the way Dale had seen him, white and bloated, the skin beginning to come off like white rubber that's rotted from the inside out, of long, moist things tunneling underfoot, jaws waiting under the thin blanket of loam and leaves, of the soldier the way Mike had described it, face rippling and flowing into a lamprey's funnel ringed with teeth. They rode into town without speaking, waving tiredly as Uncle Henry dropped each of them off. Evening fell a bit earlier this night than the last, almost imperceptibly so, but enough to remind the careful observer that the solstice had passed, and that the days were getting shorter rather than longer. The sunset was that long, achingly beautiful balance of stillness in which the sun seemed to hover like a red balloon above the western horizon, the entire sky catching fire from the death of day. A sunset unique to the American Midwest and ignored by most of its inhabitants. The twilight brought the promise of coolness and the certain threat of night. Mike had meant to nap during the day. He was so tired that his eyelids felt gritty and his throat was sore from fatigue, but there was too much to do. Vandals had torn the screen off Memo's window during the night. Mike's mother had heard the noise and gone rushing in to see the breeze blowing papers and old sepia photographs off Memo's table, the curtains billowing out wildly into the yard as if someone had just passed through them. Memo was all right, although agitated to the point that her blinking made no sense, and she would not wait for questions to answer. Mike's mother was upset at the vandalism, at the fact of her son's obsession coming true. She had called her husband at work and then called Barney, who had come over in the middle of the night, scratched his head, and said that vandals had been a problem that summer, and asked Mrs. O'Rourke if Michael or any of the girls had had a run-in with C.J. Congdon or Archie Creck. Mike's mom had said that her girls were not allowed to talk to trash like Congdon or Creck, and that Mike didn't have anything to do with them. Then she asked if this vandalism and the peeping Tom Mike had seen might be related to the killing of Mrs. Moon's cats, a crime the entire town was talking about. Barney had scratched his head again, promised that he'd patrol by their house more often, and gone about his business. Mike's dad had called back from the brewery and said that he'd been able to change shifts with someone, and that after Saturday night he'd be off nights for the entire summer rather than just 3 weeks. Mike had repaired the screen. His mom had retrieved it and locked it in place, but the latch had been torn out of the sill, and the frame had been broken in 2 places. And while doing so, he noticed the slime. It was dried to the color and texture of old mucus, and wasn't immediately visible because of the torn filaments of the screen itself. But it was there. Mike had touched it and shuddered. Once, a couple of years earlier, when Mike was 8 or 9, he and his dad had gone fishing on some dark tributary of the Spoon, when Mike had hooked an eel. Freshwater eels were rare, even on the broader Illinois River, and Mike had never seen one before. As soon as the long, yellow-green, snake-like body broke the surface, Mike had thought, water moccasin, and turned to run, forgetting for a second that he was in a rowboat. His dad caught him by a belt loop just as Mike was leaving the boat at high speed, and, intrigued by the writhing thing on the end of the boy's line, had reeled in first his son and then the eel, ordering Mike to use the net on it. Mike remembered his revulsion and fascination at the thing. The eel's body was thicker than that of a snake, more reptilian and ancient somehow, and it rippled and flowed like something not spawned on this world. The body was coated with a layer of ooze, as if the thing secreted mucus. The long jaws were lined with needle-sharp teeth. Mike's dad had tied off the net and lashed it to the side of the boat to keep the thing alive in the water until they returned to the bridge where they'd parked, and they slowly trolled back that way, Mike aware of the writhing thing just below the waterline. But when they beached the small boat, the eel was gone. It had somehow slithered through a gap in the net 1/5 the diameter of its body. All that was left was a coating of slime, as if the thing's skin and flesh had been mostly liquid and not too important to leave behind. Just like the goop on the screen. Mike cleaned the remaining window screen with kerosene as if to kill any germs left behind, re-glued and stapled the frame as best he could, replaced the broken part of the screen and set it back in place, adding 2 more latches, one on the lower sill and one on the upper. He found the bit of consecrated host in the dirt below the window. He imagined the soldier sliding upward to that window in the dead of night, its fingers flowing between the grill of the screen, its long snout questing toward Memo like a lamprey closing on a particularly juicy fish. Had the host and the holy water stopped it, or was it the soldier at all? Possibly some other thing had come for his grandmother last night. Mike felt like crying. His clever scheme had ended in confusion and near disaster. Mike had seen the rendering truck set back in the trees behind the black tree. He had smelled it, and that stench of death could have been from the rotting bodies of his friends if they had chosen to ride home on their bikes the way he had planned. Mike knew that they were in a war, as certainly as his father had known during World War II. Only there were no fronts or places of safety in this war, and the enemy owned the night. He pedaled over to St. Malachi's after lunch, but there was no word on Father Kavanaugh. The Highway Patrol and the Oak Hill Police had been notified by the Archdiocese of the priest's disappearance, but Mrs. McCafferty told him that everyone seemed to believe that Father C. had been discouraged by his illness and had gone home to Chicago. The thought of the young priest on the road somewhere, sick and feverish in a bus station, made her start crying again. Mike reassured her that Father Kavanaugh hadn't gone home. He dropped by Harlan's long enough to borrow a bottle of wine. Harlan said his mother would never miss it. It was Ripple, some moose piss that a cousin had given her, and Mike put it in a brown bag and rode his bike down to Bandstand Park. He didn't really think that he'd get any more useful information from Mink, but he felt like he still owed him something. Plus, it reassured him that someone had actually seen some of the events that were clouding Mike's life these days. Mink was gone. His bottles and newspapers and even the rags of his flappy coat, the coat he wore summer and winter, were strewn about the dirt-floored crawl space as if a localized hurricane had struck. There were 5 holes, each red-rimmed and perfectly round, each about 18 inches across, riddling the dirt floor as if someone had been drilling for oil. "You're imagining the worst," Mike told himself. "Mink's probably off doing an odd job somewhere, having a drink with his buddies somewhere." Except that Mike was sure he wasn't. He imagined those mad moments during the night, with Mink awakening from his wino dreams to the buckling of earth, the smell of decay, and something worse rising into his hideout of almost 7 decades. Mike imagined the old man hopping around that dark space as something large and white and terrible crashed up through the earth the way Mike's eel had broken the surface of the water, long jaws snapping, blind eyes searching. The last hole was less than 3 feet from the crawl space exit. Mike could see the cartilage and tendon gut-red walls of the thing. The space under the bandstand still smelled somewhat of mink, but more of the charnel house stench of the holes. Mike tossed the bottle in. It landed upright, near the rags of Mink's coat, like some diminutive headstone, and then he left, pedaling wildly across Main, close enough to a semi that the driver blasted his air horn at him, skidding around 2nd Avenue, past the bushes of Dr. Visca's house, then up toward Old Central and home. He wasn't going to Michelle Staffney's birthday party. The idea seemed absurd to him after the past few days, but Dale came by and suggested that it would be a good idea for them to stick together that night. "The party's over by 10 when they shoot off the fireworks," said Dale. "We can get home earlier if you want to." Mike nodded. His mother and sisters would be up until at least 10. Peg had the duty of watching over Memo tonight, and Mike didn't think that anything would happen that close to sunset. So far, nothing had. Whether it was the soldier or something else out there, it liked the late hours of the night. "Why don't you come?" said Dale. "There'll be lots of light and people. We need the fun." "What about Lawrence?" asked Mike. "He doesn't want to go to some girl's stupid party. Plus, he wasn't invited. But Mom's going to let him stay up and play Monopoly with her until I get home." "We won't be able to take our guns to the party," said Mike, realizing even through the fog of fatigue how weird that sounded. Dale smiled. "Harlan's going to have his. We'll borrow it if we need it. We've got to do something other than wait between now and Sunday morning." Mike grunted. "So you're coming?" said Dale. "We'll see." Michelle Staffney's party started at 7 p.m., but parents were still dropping kids off from station wagons and pickup trucks at dusk 90 minutes later. As always, the big old home and yard on Broad Avenue had been transformed into a multicolored fairyland, part carnival, part used car lot, and part pure chaos. Colored electric lights and Japanese lanterns were strung from the long front porch to the trees, through the trees to poles above the tables bedecked with food and punch, from the poles to the trees at the rear of the house, and from there to the huge barn at the back of the property. Kids ran to and fro, despite the best efforts of several adults to corral them, and there were clusters of shouting children in the backyard playing jarts, a lawn game with steel-tipped darts heavy enough and sharp enough to split the skull of a water buffalo, much less a kid. Other kids gathered in the side yard, where the Staffneys had dug out a dozen hula hoops of various colors, reviving, if only for this night, the hysteria that had claimed the town and nation 2 years earlier. Still more groups gravitated to critical mass near the barbecue pit, where Dr. Staffney and 2 male helpers cooked and handed out hot dogs and hamburgers to a seemingly inexhaustible supply of hands and mouths, where tables with red-checked vinyl tablecloths held chips and dips and drinks and pre-dessert desserts, and from where some of the chubbier and/or hungrier kids never strayed. A record player was working on the front porch, and many of the girls clustered there, rocking on the porch swing, dangling legs from the porch railing, and generally giggling their way through the evening. Boys played tag and chased each other through the crowds, occasionally being shouted at by Dr. or Mrs. Staffney or one of the helpers, more frequently growing tired of tag and distilling the game down to its essence of seek out and shove. The first dozen or so children to arrive had dutifully shown their invitations, but after 50 or 60 kids had shown up, Michelle's party had turned into a sort of kids-only, county-wide party that was drawing siblings of Michelle's classmates, farm kids she had never spoken to, and a few older, junior high-age boys who had to be shooed away by adults to the chorus of moans from the girls on the porch. Even C.J. Congdon and Archie Creck cruised by, the '57 Chevy's engine growling and rumbling, but they didn't stop. 2 years earlier, Dr. Staffney had called the highway patrol to evict C.J. and his friends. By nightfall, the party was really getting going, with the girls dancing, trying to do the jitterbug steps their older siblings and parents had shown them, some gyrating to rock and roll, a few imitating Elvis until the adults ordered them to stop, and even a few of the bolder boys had joined the porch group, laughing at the girls, shoving, poking, and generally getting their hands on the opposite sex as much as possible without actually dancing with them. Dale and Mike had come together, had been early in line to grab their hot dogs, Dale eating one while twirling a yellow hula hoop, and now they were wandering through the yard, blinking at the laughter and motion. Both were tired. Mike's eyes looked bruised and hollowed out. Harlan and Kevin came over to join them. Kev had to shout to be heard over the screams of the Jarts crowd, where someone had just accidentally speared a chunk of watermelon. "I just saw something we should have had last night," he called. Mike and Dale bent closer. "What's that?" They'd warned each other not to talk about things where others could hear, but with the current commotion they could barely hear themselves. "Come on," said Kev, beckoning them toward the side yard. Chuck Sperling and Digger Taylor were putting on a demonstration of walkie-talkies to two small but rapt crowds of younger children. The little kids clamored for the privilege of speaking to one another across 60 feet of lawn and noise. "Are they real?" asked Mike. "What?" Mike leaned closer to Kevin's large left ear. "Are they real?" Kevin nodded while slurping Coke through a straw. His parents never allowed him to have soft drinks at home. "Yeah, they're real. Chuck's dad got them wholesale." "What's their range?" asked Dale. He had to repeat the question. "About a mile, according to Digger," said Kevin. "They're short range enough that they don't need an FCC license or anything. Strong enough to be real walkie-talkies." "Yeah," Mike said, "we could have used that. And we still could. I wonder if we could get 2 of those before Sunday." Harlan stepped forward. He was grinning lopsidedly and looked strange. It took Mike a minute before he realized that Jim Harlan was wearing his finest clothes. Wool pants, much too warm for such a night, a blue shirt and bow tie, a fresh sling. "Hey," grinned Harlan, "you want 'em? I'll get 'em for you." Mike leaned closer, sniffed. "Jesus, Jim, you been drinking whiskey or something?" Harlan pulled himself upright, looking affronted, but still grinning. "Just a little pick-me-up," he said, speaking slowly and distinctly. "You gave me the idea, Mike, old pal, what with borrowing the Ripple and all." Mike shook his head. "Did you bring the other thing?" Harlan looked puzzled. Other thing? What other thing? You mean flowers for our hostess? My pack of little rubber things? Those things? For my meeting with Miss S. later? Dale reached past Mike and tapped Harlan's sling and cast hard enough to hear the rap on plaster. That thing, dipstick. The smaller boy looked wide-eyed and innocent. Oh, this thing? He started to pull the .38 caliber pistol into the light. Mike shoved it back between cast and sling. You're drunk. Show that thing around, and Dr. S. will throw your ass out of this party before you see your heart's delight. Harlan bowed and made a graceful salaam. As you wish, mon capitaine. He stood too suddenly and had to brace his feet apart to stabilize himself. Well, do you want 'em or not? Want what? Mike had his arms folded and was looking toward the street. The radios, said Harlan, exasperated. You want 'em? I'll have 'em for you by tomorrow. Just say the word. Word, said Mike. Harlan bent low, salaamed again, and backed into the crowd, almost knocking over a 7-year-old preparing to launch a jart. It was late, after 9, and Mike was ready to head home by himself, if Dale and Kev weren't ready to leave, when Michelle Staffney came up to him while he was finishing his 3rd hot dog. Hi, Mike. Mike said something with his mouth full, pushed the last of the bun in, and tried again. It wasn't much more successful the second time. I haven't seen you much lately, said the redhead. You know, since we changed grades and all. You mean since I flunked, managed Mike. He'd gotten most of the mouthful down without choking, but he wasn't going to smile for fear of stray bits of bun flying out. Well, yes, Michelle said demurely. I guess I miss our talks. Yeah, said Mike, not having the faintest idea what talks she was talking about. They'd been in the same class from 1st grade through 4th. Mike's folks had kept him out of kindergarten, but he didn't remember talking to Michelle Staffney more than once or twice in all those years, and those talks were on the order of a shouted, "Hey, Michelle, throw the ball back, would you?" on the playground. Yeah, he said again. You know, she said, leaning closer and almost whispering, those talks we used to have about religion. Oh, yeah, said Mike, getting the last of the hot dog down and wishing desperately for a soft drink, a glass of water, anything liquid. He did remember talking to Michelle once in 2nd grade. They'd been waiting for a turn on adjacent teeter-totters, and saying something about how weird it was being Catholic when most of the kids weren't. Yeah, he said a 4th time, realizing that this particular bit of repartee might be getting a bit worn. Michelle looked beautiful tonight, although ravishing was the word that came to Mike's mind. She was wearing a green chiffon dress, sort of pooched out like a ballerina's whatchamacallit, although not as short, and her long red hair was held back by a green hairband and one green ribbon. Her eyes were green. Her legs were very long. Mike noticed that she'd, changed in the past few months, possibly during the 6 weeks since school let out. The upper part of her dress was, fuller, and her legs were different, and her hips were different, and when she lifted her bare arm to adjust the headband just so, Mike noticed the tenderest stipple in the gentle curve of her armpit. Does she shave there, like Pagan Mary? Does she shave her legs? Mike realized that Michelle had said something to him. I'm sorry, what? I said I'd like to talk to you a little later. Talk to you about something important. Sure, said Mike. When? He figured perhaps August. How about in 30 minutes? In the barn? Michelle gestured toward the large structure with a graceful sweep of her hand. Mike turned, stared, blinked, and nodded as if he had never noticed the huge barn before. "Yeah," he said, mystified, but Michelle was already gone, moving gracefully away to mix with more of her guests. Maybe she's inviting everybody to the barn. Somehow, Mike didn't think so. He wandered back toward the barbecue pit. All thoughts of leaving early vanished from his mind. His mom and the girls were up tonight taking care of Memo. He wished Harlan had brought his bottle of whiskey or wine or whatever to the party rather than his dumb gun. How about in 30 minutes? In the barn? Echoed through his skull as he tasted and tested the precise intonation, connected it with the exact motions. Like most of the boys in Elm Haven, Mike had had a crush on Michelle Staffney for, well, forever. But unlike most of the other boys, possibly because he'd flunked out of her grade, and therefore in his mind out of her thoughts, he hadn't been fixated on the crush. It was easier ignoring Michelle when you only saw her on the playground, or once in a while in church or at school when she was eating a bologna sandwich for lunch. Mike doubted if he would ignore her again soon. Poor Harlan, he thought, with a pang of sympathy for his friend and his bow tie. Then he thought, screw Harlan. Mike had no watch, so he stayed near Kevin for the next 30 minutes, sometimes lifting his friend's wrist to check the time without asking. Once Mike noticed Donna Lou Perry and her friend Sandy in one of the clusters of kids on the front lawn, and he had the impulse to go over and talk to her, give her the apology for the skins and shirts thing on the ball diamond last month. But Donna Lou was laughing and talking with her friends, and Mike had only 8 minutes left. The barn was beyond the limits of the party, and although the wide main doors were padlocked, there was a smaller door in the shadows under the large oak that towered over the driveway. Mike clicked open the latch and stepped in. Michelle? The place smelled of old wood and straw that had been heated by the warm day. Mike was about to call again when he realized that he was being teased. Michelle had no thought of talking to him in private. It was just another put-on, like the way she must have tantalized poor dumb Harlan. And now poor dumb Mike, thought Mike, turning back to the door. "Up here," came Michelle Staffney's soft voice. At first Mike couldn't locate the source of that voice, but then the light from the strung bulbs outside, diffused as it was through dusty panes, illuminated a ladder rising between empty stalls to what must be a loft. The roof of the barn was lost in shadows 30 feet above. "Come on up, silly," called Michelle. Mike climbed, feeling the small vial of holy water in his pocket, a last-minute attempt to prepare for all eventualities before leaving home. "Hi, is that a vial of holy water in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" The loft was a dark litter of straw, but a soft light shone through a door in the north wall that partitioned the old barn from the newer addition of garage. Mike realized that the Staffneys had added a little room over the garage. Michelle leaned on the doorframe, smiling at him. The colored light through 2 little windows on the east and west side of the little room backlighted her and created a corona around her red hair. "Come on in," she said shyly, stepping back to let him through. "This is my secret place." Said Mike, stepping past her and feeling more aware of her warm presence there than of the little room under the eaves with its desk, dark lamp, and assortment of undersized chairs. An old sofa ran close under the bare boards of the eaves. "Sort of like a clubhouse, huh?" he said, and mentally kicked himself. Idiot. Michelle smiled. She stepped close to him. "Do you know why this month is special, Mikey?" Mikey? Because it's your birthday? Well, yes, said Michelle, taking another step closer. Mike could smell the soap and shampoo cleanness of her. The pale skin of her arms looked slightly rose-colored from the glow of colored bulbs in the high branches outside. A girl's 12th birthday is important, she said, almost whispering, but there are things that happen to a girl that are more important, if you know what I mean. Sure, said Mike, almost whispering because she was so close. He had not the foggiest idea in the world what she was talking about. Michelle stepped back and put one finger to her lips, smiling slightly, as if debating whether to tell him a secret. Do you know that I've always liked you, Mikey? No, Mike said truthfully. It's true. Ever since we used to play together in first grade. Remember when we used to play house out on the playground? You'd be the daddy and I'd be the mommy. Mike vaguely remembered playing girls' games during part of first grade. He'd soon learned to stick on the boys' side of the playground. Sure, he said, with much more enthusiasm than he felt. Michelle half turned, pirouetting like a ballerina or something. Do you like me, Mikey? Sure. What was he supposed to say? You look like a toad. And truth be told, he liked her very much at that moment. He liked the way she looked and smelled and the soft sound of her voice, and he liked the warm tension of being with her. So different than the cold, stomach-tensing nervousness of the rest of this mad summer. Yeah, he said, I like you. Michelle nodded as if he had said some magic word. She took 2 steps back, stopping near the window, and said, Close your eyes. Mike hesitated only a second. With his eyes closed, he could smell the straw from the loft next door, a soft mixture of oil and concrete and fresh-cut pine from the garage below, and still, elusive but present, the scent of her shampoo and warm flesh. There was a soft rustling, and Michelle whispered, All right. Mike opened his eyes and felt as if someone had hit him solidly in the solar plexus. Michelle Staffney had slipped out of her party dress and stood before him only in a small white brassiere and simple white underpants. Mike felt as if he had never seen anything so clearly. Her pale white shoulders with gold freckles on her arms and upper chest, the white curve of her small breasts above the line of elastic of her bra, her long hair flowing behind her, a corona of red light with the light flowing through it, the soft black curve of her eyelashes on her cheek as she blinked. Mike tried not to let his jaw drop as he took in the curve of her hip and the fullness of white thigh, the slender ankles with her short white socks still on. Michelle stepped closer, and he could see the blush on her cheeks now and the flush of red on her neck. Her whisper was barely audible. Mikey, I thought we could just, look at each other. She moved closer, so close that he could have put his arms around her if his arms had been able to function. She touched his warm cheek with a cool hand. The warmth of her face came closer, and Mike realized that she had whispered something to him. What? His voice was too loud. I just said, she whispered, that if you take off your shirt, I'll take off something else. Mike felt as if he were somewhere else, watching himself on television or on a movie screen, as he tugged his shirt over his head, dropped it on the couch behind him. His arms did go around Michelle now, as they turned slightly so that the light was behind him, the panes of the rear window 6 feet from his face. People were singing out on the lawn. My turn, whispered Michelle. He was sure that she would take off her socks, but instead She put one hand behind her back, and in a motion that took Mike's breath away with its feminine alienness, somehow unhooked the brassiere. It fell to the floor between them. Mike could not stop himself from looking down, noticing as he did so that Michelle's eyes were either closed or almost so, the long coppery lashes fluttering against her cheek. Her breasts were pale, soft, the nipples not yet risen from the pink areolae that tipped them. Michelle put one forearm across her small breasts, as if suddenly shy, and leaned closer, raising her face to Mike's. With a rush of feeling so strong that Mike felt dizzy, he realized that she was going to kiss him, that he must kiss her back, and that his mouth and lips had gone as dry as sticks. She touched her lips to his, pulled her face back slightly, as if to look at him quizzically, and kissed him again, sharing her moisture. Mike put his arms around her, felt his excitement growing, knew that she must feel it too, but did not move back. He thought of confession, of the darkness of the confessional, with the priest's soft, interrogative voice. It was the same excitement he had known on his own, known as a solitary sin, but it was not the same at all, this warmth between them as they held each other, the kiss going on and on and on, the excitement he felt, his erection chafing against his jockey shorts and jeans, the excitement Michelle returned to him through the softest motion of her hips and lower body. All this belonged in a different universe from the solitary imaginings and sins that Mike had confessed in the darkness. This was a new world of experience, and part of Mike's consciousness realized it, even as that consciousness was submerged in sensation, even as they broke from the kiss for a second, to gasp unromantically for air, then pressed their lips together again. Michelle's right hand on his chest now, palm sliding across him, and Mike's fingers pressing on the perfect curve of the small of her back, moving to feel her tiny shoulder blades. They dropped to their knees, somehow moved to their right to lie upon the sofa cushions, never breaking contact for a moment. When the kiss ended for a second, Mike felt Michelle's soft gasps in his right ear, and he marveled at how perfectly the curve of her cheek fit into the line between his jaw and neck. He could feel her pressing against him, and he realized that nothing in his life had prepared him for the swirling thrill of that second. Mike tasted her hair on his lips, moved it aside with a gentle hand, and opened his eyes for a second. Less than 6 feet in front of him, staring in through the small paned windows set in the wall, a sheer 20 feet above the alley behind the garage, Father Kavanaugh stared in with dead white eyes. Mike gasped and pulled back, striking the arm of the sofa. Father Kavanaugh's pale face and black shoulders seemed to float outside the window. His mouth was open wide, hanging slack like a corpse's jaw, which no one has thought to shut. Gibbets of brown drool trailed from his lips and chins. The priest's cheeks and forehead were pitted with what Mike first thought were scars or scabs, but then realized were perfectly round holes in the flesh, each at least an inch wide. The apparition's hair seemed to float around it in an electrified tangle. Black lips were pulled back from long teeth. Father Kavanaugh's eyes were open but blind, milky white, the eyelids fluttering as if in an epileptic fit. For a second Mike was sure that he was looking at the priest's corpse, that someone had tugged it into the trees with a wire around the neck. But then the jaw moved up and down. There came a sound like stones clacking in a small container, and then curled fingers clawed at the window pane. Michelle heard the sound and pulled away, her arms going across her chest even as she looked over her shoulder. She must have caught a glimpse of something even as the dead face and black shoulders whisked out of sight as if being lowered on a hydraulic lift. Mike clamped his hand over the girl's mouth as she started to scream. "What?" she managed when he released the pressure on her. "Get dressed," whispered Mike, feeling a pulse pounding against his side, but not knowing if it was hers or his. "Hurry!" There was a second scraping against the rear window 30 seconds later, but they were both scrambling down the ladder from the loft, Mike going first into the darkness below, feeling the surge of sexual excitement fading even as the chemicals of terror replaced whatever hormones had controlled him a moment earlier. "What?" whispered Michelle as they paused by the door. She was straightening the straps of her party dress and crying softly. "Somebody was spying on us," whispered Mike. He looked around the barn walls for a weapon, a pitchfork, a shovel, anything, but the walls were bare except for some rotting leather tack. Impulsively, Mike leaned forward, kissed Michelle Staffney quickly but firmly, and then opened the door. No one noticed them returning from the shadows under the oak. Chapter 31. Dale was growing tired of the party and was about ready to leave on his own when he saw Mike and Michelle Staffney coming around the side of the house. Michelle's dad had been moving through the crowd for several minutes, asking kids if they'd seen his daughter. The doctor had a new Polaroid camera and wanted to take some pictures before the fireworks began. At one point, Dale had gone through the kitchen and down the hall to use the bathroom, the one part of the interior of the house open to kids on this night of nights, and he passed a book-lined little room where a television set was flickering unattended. The TV set showed a mob of people under red, white, and blue banners. Dale had paid just enough attention to world events since visiting Ashley Montague's place on Tuesday to know that tonight was the next-to-last night of the Democratic Convention. Dale stepped into the room long enough to get the gist of what Huntley and Brinkley were saying. Senator Kennedy was on the verge of being nominated as the Democrats' candidate for president. As Dale watched, a sweating man in a crowd shouted into the microphone, "Wyoming casts all 15 votes for the next president of the United States." The camera showed the number 763 superimposed. The crowd went insane. David Brinkley said, "Wyoming's put him over the top." Dale had just gone back outside when Mike and Michelle came out of the shadows of the backyard, Michelle picking up a flotilla of her girlfriends and running into the house, Mike looking around wildly. Dale went over to him. "Hey, you okay?" Mike didn't look okay. He was pale, even his lips were white, and there was a film of sweat on his brow and upper lip. His right hand was clenched in a fist and was shaking slightly. "Where's Harlan?" was all that Mike replied. Dale pointed to the cluster of kids where Harlan was holding forth on his terrible accident, telling all about how he'd been climbing an old Central's roof on a dare when a gust of wind had sent him on a 50-foot fall. Mike strode over and roughly pulled Harlan from the group. "Hey, what the shit? Give it to me," snapped Mike, using a tone that Dale had never heard from his friend before. He snapped his fingers in front of Harlan. "Hurry." "Give what?" began Jim, obviously ready to argue. Mike slapped Harlan's sling hard enough to make the smaller boy wince. He snapped his fingers again. Give it to me, now." Neither Dale nor anyone Dale knew, much less Jim Harlan, would have disobeyed Mike O'Rourke at that moment. Dale imagined an adult giving Mike whatever he wanted right then. Harlan glanced around, slipped the small .38 revolver out of his sling, and handed it to Mike. Mike glanced at it once to make sure that it was loaded, then he held it down at his side, almost casually, Dale thought, so that no one would look twice at his right hand and the pistol in it unless you knew that it was there. Then he left, moving toward the barn with long, quick strides. Dale glanced at Harlan, who raised one eyebrow. Then both boys hurried to catch up, moving through the throngs of kids running toward the front yard, where Dr. Staffney was taking pictures with his magic camera, while some friends were setting up the aerial display rockets. Mike moved around the south side of the barn into the shadows there. He stayed close to the wall, his right hand raised now, the short barrel catching the last bit of light from the overhead bulbs. He whirled when Dale and Harlan stepped into the shadows, then waved them back against the wall. Mike reached the end of the barn, stepped around some bushes there, crouching to look under them, then spun around, raising the pistol toward the black alley. Dale glanced at Harlan, remembered Jim's story about fleeing down this very alley from the rendering truck. What had Mike seen? They came around the back of the barn. A single pole light, half a block away down the alley, only seemed to accentuate the darkness here. The black masses of foliage, the black against black outlines of other sheds, garages, and outbuildings. Mike had the pistol raised, his body sideways, as if ready to aim north down the alley, but his head was turned, and he was looking at the wood on the back of the Staffneys' garage. Dale and Harlan moved closer to look with him. It took a minute for Dale to see the irregular rows of splinters going to the small window 20-some feet above. It looked as if a telephone lineman had used his spiked climbing boots to gouge footholds on the vertical wooden wall. Dale looked back at Mike. "Did you see someth—" "Shh!" Mike waved him into silence and moved across the alley, closing on a tall raspberry bush on the opposite side. Dale could smell raspberries in the darkness as the fruit was crushed underfoot. Suddenly he smelled something else, a rank animal smell. Mike waved them back again and then raised the pistol, the muzzle aimed head high at the dark bush, his right arm straight and steady now. Dale clearly heard the click as the hammer was pulled back. There was a hint of white there, a pale sketch of a face between black branches, then a low growling, a rumbling deep in some large creature's chest. "Jesus!" Harlan whispered frantically. "Shoot! Shoot!" Mike held the aim, thumb still on the hammer, arm never wavering, as the white face in a dark mass, too large and too strangely shaped to be a human being, separated itself from the raspberry bush and moved toward him. Dale backed against the barnwood, his heart filling his throat, feeling Harlan scrabbling to run. Mike still did not shoot. The growling rose to a crescendo. There was a dark scrabbling of claws on the cinders and gravel of the alley. Teeth glinted in what faint light there was. Mike planted his feet wide and waited while the thing advanced. "Down, goddamn you dogs," came a whiny voice from that pale circle of a face. The last word had been pronounced, dogs. "Cordy," said Mike. He lowered the weapon. Dale could see now that the teeth and dark bodies on either side of Cordy belonged to two very large dogs. One a Doberman Pinscher, the other some sort of variation on a German Shepherd. Cordy held them on short leashes that looked like rawhide thongs. "What are you doing here?" asked Mike, still looking up and down the alley rather than at her. "Could ask you the same thing," snapped Cordy Cook. Dale heard the last word as thang. Mike ignored the question, if it was a question. "You see somebody back here? Somebody strange?" Cordy snorted what might have been a laugh, and the two dogs looked up at her quickly, licking their chops, waiting to know if they should be happy with her. "Lots of strange somebodies around here at night these days. Got anybody in particular in mind?" Mike turned so he was speaking to Dale and Harlan as much as to the girl. "I was upstairs there." He gestured with the pistol toward the window above them. "I saw something outside the window. Somebody very strange." Dale looked up at the black glass and thought, with Michelle? He knew the priority of that thought was stupid, but it hurt him somehow to think it just the same. Harlan just frowned at the window and then back at Mike, not comprehending. Dale realized that Harlan hadn't seen Mike and Michelle come out of the shadows together. "I just got here," said Cordy. "Me and Beelzebub and Lucifer come down to see who's at the Snots party this year." Harlan moved closer and stared at the dogs. "Beelzebub and Lucifer?" They growled him back several hasty steps. "I thought you'd moved away," said Dale. "Thought your family'd moved." He'd almost said up and moved. Listening to Cordy talk was contagious. The shapeless gunny sack of a dress moved up and down, with what might have been a shrug. The huge dogs returned their attention from Jim back to their master. Mistress, whatever. "Pa's run off," she said tonelessly. "Couldn't stand the damn night things. He always was no good in a pinch. Ma and the twins and my sister Maureen and that no-good boyfriend of hers, Burke, all took off for Cousin Sook's up at Oak Hill." "Where are you staying?" asked Mike. Cordy stared at him as if in wonderment that anyone could think she was stupid enough to answer that question. "Somewhere's safe," she said shortly. "Why was you aimin' little Jimmy's pop-shooter at me? You think I was one of the night things?" "Night things," repeated Mike. "You've seen them?" Cordy snorted again. "Why the hell you think Pa'd run off and Ma and the others had to give up the house, huh? Goddamn things was comin' around most nights and sometimes in the day." "Tubby?" said Dale, his insides tense. The pale mass under black water, the eyes clicking open like a doll's. "Tubby and that soldier fellow and the dead old woman and some others. Kids to look at 'em, only not much left but bones and rags." Dale shook his head. There was something about Cordy's matter-of-fact acceptance of the insane curve of events that made him want to laugh and giggle and keep on giggling. Mike lifted his left hand, slowed it as the dogs growled, and touched her shoulder. Cordy seemed to jump at the touch. "I'm sorry we haven't been out to see you," he said. "We've been trying to figure out what's going on ourselves, spending our time running or fighting. We should have thought of you." Cordy cocked her head in an almost canine motion. "Thought of me?" Her voice was strange. "What the hell you talking about, O'Rourke?" "Where's your shotgun?" asked Harlan. Cordy snorted again. "The dogs is better'n that old gun. I got it, but I turn the dogs loose on 'em if those things make for me again." Again. Mike had been walking north down the alley, and now the others followed. Their shoes and the dogs' claws made soft sounds on cinders. There was a cheer from the Staffney front yard, but the noise seemed very distant. "So they've tried to get you, too, huh?" said Mike. Cordy spat into the dark weeds. "2 nights ago. Beelzebub pulled most of the left hand off the thing that used to be Tubby. It was clawing to get in at me. "In where?" asked Harlan. He was looking over his shoulder at the dark shrubs and shadowy lawns on either side, his head moving like a metronome. Cordy didn't answer. "You boys want to see something that's stranger than your guy at the window?" she asked. Dale could hear the words his mind framed. "Not really, thanks anyway." But he said nothing. Harlan was too busy glancing at shadows to speak. Mike said, "Where?" "It ain't far. Of course, if you got to get back to Miss Silky Pants' party, I understand." Dale thought, what if it's not Cordy? What if they got her? But it looked like Cordy, spoke like Cordy, smelled like Cordy. "How far?" persisted Mike. He'd stopped walking. They were about 30 yards away from the Daphne's barn, not quite to the single pole light along the entire stretch of alley. Dogs were barking in many of the yards, but Beelzebub and Lucifer ignored them with almost princely disdain. "The old grain co-op," Cordy said after a silence. Dale winced. The abandoned grain elevators were less than a quarter of a mile from where they were, up the alley to Catton Road and then west across the tracks, down the old overgrown lane that used to connect the town with the road to the dump. The elevators had been abandoned since the Monon Railroad discontinued service to Elmhaven in the early 1950s. "I'm not going there," said Harlan. "Forget it. No way." He looked over his shoulder toward a sudden sound as some dog the size of Beelzebub's head strained at his rope to get free in one of the backyards. "What's there?" said Mike. He put the pistol in the waistband of his jeans. Cordy started to speak, but stopped. She took a breath. "You gotta see it," she said at last. "I don't understand what it means, but I know you ain't gonna believe me unless you see it." Mike looked back toward the noise of the Daphne party. "We'll need a light." Cordy pulled a heavy metal 4-cell flashlight from some deep pocket of her shapeless dress. She clicked it on, and a powerful beam illuminated branches 40 feet above them. She turned it off. "Let's go," said Mike. Dale followed them through the pool of yellow glow from the pole light, but Harlan held back. "I'm not going out there," he said. Mike shrugged. "Okay, go on back. I'll get your pistol back to you later." He walked on with Dale, Cordy, and the 2 dogs. Harlan scurried to catch up. "Fuck that. I want that back tonight." Dale guessed that he didn't want to walk the half-block back to the party by himself. There were no streetlights on Catton Road as they reached the end of the alley and stepped out onto the gravel there. Cornfields to the north rustled in a faint breeze which carried the night scent of growing to them. The stars were very bright. With Cordy and the dogs leading the way, they turned west toward the railroad tracks and the dark line of trees ahead. The dead bodies were hanging from hooks. From the outside, the door of the old grain elevator storehouse had looked secure, with a heavy padlock and chain in place, but Cordy had shown them that the metal bar holding the lock could be pulled out of the rotten wooden frame with little effort. The dogs would not go in. They whined, pulled at the rawhide thongs, and showed the whites of their eyes. "They'll go after the movin' dead ones, all right," said Cordy, tying them to a stanchion just outside the door. "It's what's in here they don't like. Don't like the smell." Dale didn't like the smell either. The main warehouse space was 25 or 30 yards long and 3 stories high, the ceiling crisscrossed with wooden and iron cross braces. It was from a row of those beams that the carcasses hung. Cordy played her flashlight beam across the flayed things hanging there, while the boys pulled their shirts over their noses and mouths and advanced slowly, blinking at the stench. The air was filled with the swarm sound of flies. When Dale first saw the carcasses, the ragged flesh and raw bone of them, he'd thought they were human. Then he recognized a sheep, then a calf, strung by the hind legs and hanging head down, the neck impossibly arched and gaping in an obscene smile. Then another sheep, then a large dog, a larger calf. There were at least 20 carcasses hanging over the long trough made of split 50-gallon oil drums. Cordy stepped close to the calf, set her hand on the nearly severed neck. "See what they done? I think they hung 'em up here before they cut their throats." She pointed. "Blood goes downhill here through that pipe, out through that gutter over there, so they can load up without having to carry buckets of the stuff outside." "Load up?" said Dale, then realized what she meant. Someone had used the trough to transport the blood outside to the loading dock. To what? Where did they take it? Suddenly the stench of decomposing flesh, the overpowering smell of blood, and the high hum of a million flies made Dale dizzy and sick. He staggered to a window, forced the old latch, lifted a movable pane there, and gasped in fresh air. The trees closed in darkly outside. Starlight reflected on rusted rails. "You've known about this place?" Mike said to Cordy. There was an odd, flat note in his voice. The girl shrugged, moved the light along the beams. "A few days. One of the things got one of my dogs t'other night. Followed the blood here." Harlan was trying to use the top of his sling as a mask. His face above the black silk was very pale. "You've known about this and haven't told anyone?" Cordy turned the flashlight on Harlan. "Who's I supposed to tell?" she said flatly. "Our old school principal, maybe? That dipshit Barney? Maybe our justice of the peace, huh?" Harlan turned his face away from the light. "That'd be better than telling nobody, for Christ's sakes." Cordy began walking down the row of carcasses, shining the powerful flashlight first on ribs and flesh, then on the rusted and blood-coated trough beneath. The blood looked black and thick as molasses in the flashlight beam. The trough was so coated with flies that it looked as if the metal were moving. "I told you, didn't I?" said Cordy. "It's what I found here today made up my mind to tell somebody." She had come to the end of the line of carcasses, far in the rear of the warehouse space. She moved the flashlight up. "Jesus fuck," said Harlan, jumping back. Mike had been carrying the pistol at his side since coming through the door. Now he lifted it and moved forward. The man hanging there had been strung up like the animals, legs tied together by a wire looped over an old iron hook, and at first glance his body was very similar to the sheep and calves, naked, ribs outlined against white flesh, throat cut so thoroughly that the head had come close to being severed. Dale thought that the neck looked like the mouth of some great white shark, with ragged bits of flesh and cartilage in place of teeth. The underside of the man's chin was so streaked that it looked like someone had upended bucket after bucket of thick red paint on him. Cordy walked up to the trough and, while still keeping the light steady on the corpse, grabbed it by the hair and pulled the dangling head forward. "Jesus!" gasped Dale. He felt his right leg begin to vibrate of its own accord, and he set a hand on his thigh to steady it. "J.P. Congdon," whispered Mike. "I see why you couldn't tell the justice of the peace." Cordy grunted and let the head hang free again. "He's new," she said. "Wasn't here yesterday. Come here and look at something, though." The boys shuffled forward, Harlan holding the sling to his face, Mike still keeping the gun high, and Dale feeling as if his legs were going to fold under him. They lined up along the trough like thirsty men at a bar. "See here," said Cordy, grabbing J.P. Congdon by the hair again and pulling forward until the corpse was leaning out into the light and the wire creaked above them. "See?" The man's mouth was open wide, as if frozen in a shout. One eye stared blindly at them, but the other was almost closed. The face was streaked with caked blood from the throat wound, but there was something else. It took Dale a minute to see it. The former justice of the peace's temples were flecked with wounds, and his scalp was half dangling, as if Indians had started to scalp him and then thought better of it. "Shoulders, too," said Cordy, still speaking in flat but vaguely interested tones, sort of the way Dale imagined Digger's dad or a pathologist talking during an autopsy or embalming. "See on the shoulders there?" Dale saw. Holes. Cuts. It looked like someone had poked him a few dozen times with a sharp, perfectly round blade. Certainly not enough to kill him, but terrible all the same. Mike understood first. "A shotgun," he said, looking at the other two boys. He just caught the edge of the pattern. It took Dale a minute. Then he remembered. One of the men running from the campsite directly at the spot where Mike had been hidden. Then the blast of Mike's squirrel gun. The man's cap flying off, and him going down in the grass. Dale felt sick again, and walked back to the window, hanging on to the dusty sill to steady himself. Flies whizzed by, more on their way inside. Cordy let the corpse hang free again. I just wondered if his own people done that, or if someone else is fighting these things. "Let's go outside," said Mike, his voice suddenly shaky. "We'll talk." Dale had been staring outside at the dark trees, taking long, deep breaths and letting his eyes adapt to the darkness there, when suddenly the night exploded with light and noise. He threw himself away from the window, landing on the rough boards and rolling. Mike grabbed the flashlight from Cordy, killed the light, and dropped to one knee, pistol raised. Harlan started to run, hit the trough and almost fell into it, his good arm going deep into the caked blood. A million flies took wing. The room was suddenly illuminated by the flare-bright bursts of light from outside. First phosphorus white, then bright red, then a green that made the dangling carcasses look covered with a brilliant mold. The burst of light would come through the dusty panes, and then the sound of the aerial explosion, forcing its way through the pane Dale had opened. Only Cordy Cook remained precisely where she had been, her round face scrunched up as she squinted at the light. Outside, her dogs were going crazy. "Aw, shit," breathed Harlan, rubbing his hand on his jeans. The blood came off in brown smears. The explosions outside redoubled in number and intensity. "It's only Michelle Staffney's goddamn fireworks." There was a general sighing and slumping. Dale got to all fours, turning to look into the shadows and watch the carcasses as they came into existence and then disappeared with the vagaries of light from the skyrockets. Green and red, pure red, the naked flesh and protruding ribs and slit throats. Blue, blue and red, white, red, red, red. Dale knew that he was seeing something that he would never forget as long as he lived, and something that he would want to forget as long as he lived. Saying nothing to each other, resetting the metal bar and padlock behind them, they went back out into the night and took the road back to town. Chapter 32. Friday, the 15th of July, had no dawn. The overcast was low and heavy, and the cloudy sky merely paled to a lighter shade of gray as night turned to morning. While the clouds stayed low and threatening all day, the promised storm did not arrive. The moist heat lay over everything. By 10 a.m., all the boys were congregated on the low slope of Kevin Grumbacher's front lawn, staring at Old Central through Mike's binoculars and talking in low tones. "I'd like to see it myself," Kevin was saying. His expression was dubious. "Go ahead," said Jim Harlan. "I'm not going. There may be more corpses there by now. Maybe yours'll be added to the lineup." "No one's going," Mike said softly. He was staring at the boarded windows and doors of the old school. "I wonder what they use the blood for," said Lawrence. He lay on his stomach, head down the slope. He was chewing on a piece of clover. No one ventured a guess. "It doesn't matter what they use it for," said Mike. "We know that thing in there, the thing disguised as a bell, needs sacrifice. It feeds on pain and fear. Read them that part in the book you got from Ashley Montague, Dale." Harlan snorted. "Stole from Ashley Montague is more like it." "Read it, Dale." Mike did not lower the binoculars. Dale thumbed through the book. "Death is the crown of all," read Dale. "So saith the book of the law. Agape equals 93. 718 equals Stele 666, saith the Apocalypse of the Kabbalah." "Read the other stuff," said Mike. He lowered the glasses. His eyes were very tired. "The stuff about the Stele of Revealing." "It's sort of a poem," said Dale. He tugged his baseball cap lower to shade his eyes. Mike nodded. "Read it." Dale read, his voice falling into a faint sing-song rhythm. "The Stele is the mother and father of the Magus. The Stele is the mouth and anus of the abyss. The Stele is the heart and liver of Osiris. At the final equinox, the throne of Osiris in the east shall look to the throne of Horus in the west, and the days shall be so numbered. The Stele shall demand the sacrifice of cakes, perfumes, beetles, and blood of the innocent. The Stele shall render unto those who serve it. And in the awakening of the final days, the Stele shall be created of two of the elementals, earth and air, and may be destroyed only by the final two. For the Stele is the mother and father of the Magus. For the Stele is the mouth and anus of the abyss." The kids sat in a circle. Finally Lawrence said, "What's an anus?" "You are," said Harlan. "It's a planet," said Dale. "You know, like Uranus." Lawrence nodded his understanding. "What are the other two whatchamacallums?" said Harlan. "The other two elementals, the ones that could destroy the Stele." Kevin folded his arms. "Earth, air, fire, and water," said Kevin. "The Greeks and the guys before them thought that these were the basis of everything. Earth and air creates the thing, fire and water could destroy it." Mike took the book and held it in his hand as if trying to pull something else from it. "As far as Dale and I can tell, that's the only mention of the Stele of Revealing in this book. And we only have Dwayne's notes to suggest the Stele has anything to do with anything," said Harlan. Mike set the book down. "Dwayne and his Uncle Art, and both of them are dead." Kevin glanced at his watch. "Okay, so what good does this do us?" Mike sat back. "Tell us about your dad's milk truck again." Kevin's voice took on some of the same lilt of litany that Dale's had held. "It's a 2,000-gallon bulk tanker," he said. The shiny tank is all stainless steel. My father takes the truck out every morning except Sunday and picks up the milk at the bulk tanks on the dairy farms. He leaves early, usually about 4:30 in the morning, and has 2 routes. He does one every other day. Besides transferring the milk to the plant, he samples it, weighs it, does a quality check, and actually handles the pumping. Our truck's got a centrifugal pump that works at 1800 RPM. It's a lot faster than a positive feed pump that uses an electric motor. They only get about 400 RPM. Dad can transfer about 75 gallons a minute from the bulk tank on the dairy farm to his tanker. He needs a 230-volt outlet to do it, but all the dairy farms have one. He's got a sample tray and liquid coolant in the compartment at the rear of the truck. That's where the pump is, too. The hose fits on those red compartments on the side, the ones that look sort of like the side of a fire truck. Sometimes I ride with him, but he usually doesn't get home until about 2 in the afternoon, and I have chores to do, so I get my allowance by scrubbing out the tank, cleaning the truck, and gassing it up. Kevin paused for breath. "Show us the gas pump again," said Mike. The 5 boys walked to the north end of the house. Mr. Grumbacher had built a large tin shed there to house the truck, and between the huge double doors in the house were the gravel turnaround and the gas pump. Dale had always thought it sort of neat that his neighbor had his own gas pump. "The milk plant helped pay to put it in," said Kevin. "Ernie's Texaco isn't open earlier on weekends, and they didn't want Dad going all the way to Oak Hill to gas up." "Tell us again," said Mike. "How much does the underground tank hold?" 1,200 gallons, said Kev. Mike rubbed his lower lip. "Less than the tanker." "Yeah." "There's a lock on the pump," said Mike. Kevin tapped it. "Yeah, but Dad keeps the key in the right-hand drawer of his desk. The drawer's not locked." Mike nodded, waited. "The filler cap's set in the ground there," said Kevin, pointing. "It's got a lock, too, but the key's on the same ring as the pump key." The boys were silent for a moment. Mike paced back and forth, his sneakers making soft noises on the gravel drive. "I guess we're set, then." He did not sound convinced. "Why Sunday morning?" asked Dale. "Why not tomorrow? Saturday morning? Or today?" Mike rubbed his hand through his hair. "Sunday's the only day that Kevin's dad stays home. It's too busy around here in the afternoons. We need it to be early. Just after sunrise is best, unless some of you want to do this at night." Dale, Kev, Lawrence, and Harlan looked at each other and said nothing. "Besides," continued Mike, "Sunday seems, well, right." He glanced around, a sergeant assembling his troops. "In the meantime, we get ready." Harlan snapped his fingers. "That reminds me, I've got a surprise for you guys." He led them around front to where his bike was sprawled on the lawn. There was a shopping bag hanging from the handlebars. Harlan removed 2 walkie-talkies from it. "You said this might come in handy," he said to Mike. "Wow," said Mike, taking one of them. He touched a button and static rasped. "How'd you get them away from Sperling?" Harlan shrugged. "I went back to the party for a minute last night. Everyone was out back eating cake. Sperling had left these sitting on one of the tables. I figured that anybody who doesn't watch after his stuff better than that doesn't really want to keep it. Besides, it's just on loan." Said Mike. He opened a panel and checked the batteries. "I put new ones in this morning," said Harlan. "These things work pretty well up to a mile. I tested it out with my mom this morning." Kevin cocked an eyebrow. "Where did she think you got these?" Harlan smiled. "Door prize at the Staffney party. You know, rich folks, big parties, big prizes." "Let's try it out," said Lawrence, taking one of the walkie-talkies and jumping on his bike. A minute later he was out of sight down 2nd Avenue. The boys lay on the grass. "Home base to Red Rover," Mike said into the radio. "Where are you? Over." Lawrence's voice was tinny and static-lashed, but quite audible. "I'm just going past the A&P. I can see your mom working in there, Mike." Harlan grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Say, over. Over." "Over, over?" came Lawrence's voice. "No," growled Harlan. "Just over." "Why?" "Just say it when you're finished talking so we know you're finished." "Over." "Over," said Lawrence between gasps. He was obviously pedaling hard. "No, you dope," said Harlan. "Say something else and then say over." "Hey, drop dead, Harlan." "Over." Mike took the radio back. "Where are you?" Lawrence's voice was getting fainter. "Just gone past the park, going south down Broad." After a moment's silence, "Over." "That's almost a mile," said Mike. "Pretty good. You can come on home now, Red Rover." He looked at Harlan. 10-4. "God damn it," came the boy's small voice. Dale grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Don't you swear, damn it. What's wrong?" Lawrence's voice was very tiny, more like he was whispering than the signal was being affected by distance. "Hey, I just found out where the rendering truck is." It took less than 30 minutes to finish filling the Coke bottles with gasoline. Dale had brought the rags. "What about the gauge on the pump?" said Mike. "Doesn't your dad keep track of the gallons used?" Kevin nodded. "But since I do most of the fueling for him, I keep the log. He won't notice these few gallons." Kevin did not look happy at the deception. "All right," said Mike. He crouched to draw in the dirt behind the Grumbacher shed as Dale and Lawrence carefully set the Coke bottles in a partitioned milk crate Kev had provided. "Here's the deal," said Mike. He drew Main Street, then Broad, going south past the park. He used the twig he was holding to sketch in the circular drive of the old Ashley Montague place. "You're sure the truck was back there?" he asked Lawrence. "And that it was the rendering truck?" Lawrence looked indignant. "Sure, I'm sure." "It's in the trees there? The old orchard behind the ruins?" "Yeah, and it's all covered over with twigs and a net and junk, like the whatchamacallit the soldiers use." "Camouflage," supplied Dale. Lawrence nodded vigorously. "Okay," said Mike. "Now we know where it's been. It makes sense, too, in a weird sort of way. The question is, are we all agreed that we do something about it today?" "We already voted," snapped Harlan. "Yes," said Mike, "but you know how risky it is." Kevin squatted and picked up a handful of gravel and dirt, letting the dust filter through his fingers. "I think it'd be riskier to leave the truck alone until Sunday. If we go ahead with our plans, the truck can always intervene." "So can the underground things," said Mike. "Whatever they are." Kevin looked thoughtful. "Yeah, but we can't do anything about them. If the truck's gone, that's an important variable eliminated." "Besides," whispered Dale, his voice as flat as flint on steel, "Van Syke in that goddamn truck tried to kill Duane. It probably was there when he died." Mike used the drawing twig to scratch his forehead. "All right, we voted. We agreed. Now we do it. The question is, where and who? Where the rest of us wait, and who are the decoys?" The four boys leaned closer to look at the crude map of the town that Mike had drawn. Harlan's good hand came down on the spot representing the Ashley Montague mansion. "What about just getting it where it is? The house there's already burned to shit." Mike used the twig to deepen the hole in the dust. "Yeah, that's okay if the truck's empty. What about if it does what we think it might?" We can take it there, said Harlan. Can we? Mike's gray eyes locked with his friend's. There are trees in the front and the orchard in back, but could we get set in time? How do we get in? Down the tracks? We've got a lot of junk to carry. Plus, the ruins are right on the edge of town, just a block or so from the firehouse. There are always a couple of volunteers out front chewing the fat. Well, then, where? Said Dale. We've got to think of the decoys. Mike chewed on his thumbnail a moment. Yeah, it's got to be a private enough place that Van Syke will make his move, but close enough to town that we can get back easy if things go wrong. The black tree? Said Kevin. Dale and Mike emphatically shook their heads at the same second. Too far, said Mike. The memory of the previous morning's close call was obviously still sharp and clear to him. Lawrence used his finger to extend the line of First Avenue north. He sketched in a lump on the west side of the street, just where Jubilee County Road came in. What about the water tower? He said. We could go out across the ball field and move up through this line of trees here. It'd be easy to get back. Mike nodded, thought a minute, then shook his head. Not enough cover, he said. We'd have to cross the open playing field to get back, and the truck could cross it easily, and a lot faster. The boys frowned and studied the squiggles in the dirt. The clouds were low above them, the humidity worse than ever. What about out west of town? Said Harlan. Toward the Grange Hall. Said Mike. The decoys would have to go out the hard road to get there, and it doesn't have a shoulder or anything. The truck could get them for sure. Plus, we couldn't get back on our bikes. We'd have to cut across fields behind the Protestant cemetery. I don't want to have anything to do with cemeteries, said Dale. Harlan sighed and mopped his face. Well, hell, that leaves my idea of doing it right at the mansion. It seems to be the only place. Wait, said Mike. He drew Broad Avenue north all the way to Catton Road, then sketched that road west 2 blocks, did some cross-hatching to show the railroad tracks. What about the grain elevator? It's out of sight, but close enough that the decoys might make it. It's theirs, said Dale, horrified at the thought of going back there. Mike nodded. His gray eyes were almost luminous now, the way they often looked when he had an idea he liked. Yeah, but that'll just help them be more confident about going for us, going for the decoys. Plus, we've got a couple of ways to retreat. He sketched quickly with the short stick. The dirt road along the east side of the tracks here, Catton Road here, the old dump road here, even the woods or the railroad tracks if we have to leave the bikes. The truck can come down the railroad line, Kevin said flatly. Its wheels are far enough apart that it can straddle the rails. The ties would make that a bumpy ride, said Harlan. Kevin shrugged. It chased Duane right through a fence and into a cornfield. Mike stared at the map as if sheer intensity could force a better plan. Anybody got any better ideas? Nobody did. Mike brushed out the map. Okay. 4 of us get set there, while 1 person is the decoy. That's me. Lawrence shook his head. The 8-year-old said defiantly. I found 'em. I get to be decoy. Don't be stupid, snapped Mike. You've got that little 17-inch bike. You couldn't outrun a guy in a wheelchair. Lawrence balled his hands into fists. I could outrun that old rusty junker of yours any day of the week, O'Rourke. I can do wheelies. Mike sighed and shook his head. He's right, Dale said, amazing himself even as he spoke. Your bike's not fast enough, Mike. Only it shouldn't be him. He poked his brother with a finger. It should be me. My bike's the newest, plus we need you to be waiting there. Your throwing arm's 1,000 times better than mine. Mike thought a long moment. All right, he said at last, but if there's nobody there when you get to the mansion, just tell us over the walkie-talkie, and we come there. Got it? We'll do it there and not worry about the fire department being so close. Harlan held up his hand as if he were in class. I think I should do it. His voice was almost but not quite steady, his lips pale. You guys have 2 arms to throw. Decoying may be what I could do best here. Kevin made a derisive noise. Whoever's decoy needs 2 hands, he said. You're better off waiting with the rest of us. Mike looked amused. Don't you want to volunteer to be the hero, Kev? Kevin Grumbacher shook his head without smiling. I'll be doing enough on Sunday. If we ever get to Sunday, muttered Dale. Wait, said Harlan. Do we bring the guns? Mike thought. Yes, but we don't use them unless we have to. The elevator's not that far from town. Somebody might hear and call Barney. People along 5th or Catton Road would just think it was somebody shooting rats at the dump, suggested Dale. Which is about right, said Mike. He looked around at them. Shall we do it? It was Lawrence who spoke. Yeah, but I am going to be decoy. Dale can come along if he wants, but I found it and I'm going to check it out. No argument. Harlan sneered. What are you going to do, half-pint? Tell your mommy if we don't let you do it? Hold your breath until you turn blue? Lawrence crossed his arms over his chest, squinted at all of them, and smiled a slow and lazy smile. Chapter 33. Dale and Lawrence pedaled across Main and skidded to a stop in the gravel of the parking strip along the west side of the park. Dale pulled the walkie-talkie strap over his head and keyed the transmit button. They'd given Mike and Kev and Harlan 15 minutes to get in position. Red Rover to Dresden base. We're at the park. Over. It had been Kev's idea to name the other team Dresden base. Kev's dad had served as a navigator in the Army Air Forces in World War II. Roger, Red Rover. Mike's voice was faint and static-lashed. We're all set here. Lawrence was all ready to go, leaning over his handlebars and grinning like a dope, but Dale didn't want to move just yet. Mike, he said, already abandoning the radio codes. They're going to see the radio. Yeah, but we can't do anything about that. Just don't let Chuck Sperling or Digger see it. Dale looked over his shoulder before he realized that Mike was making a joke. Ha ha. Red Rover? Yeah? Try to talk into the radio when you're out of sight of the truck. The rest of the time, keep it strung over your back. They probably won't notice it. Roger, said Dale. He wished he had one of the pistols. They'd decided to leave Dale's Savage over and under behind, but Dresden base had brought Harlan's .38, Kev's dad's big .45, and Mike's grandmother's squirrel gun with them in a canvas duffel bag. Dale and Lawrence had the radio and their bikes. Moving out, said Dale. He reslung the radio and pedaled south down Broad, Lawrence right at his side on the smaller bike. Approaching the intersection with the street where Sperling lived, Dale looked at Lawrence. Would you really have told Mom? Lawrence grinned. Sure. I found it. It's my truck in a way. No way I was going to be left behind. You're going to end up in the back of the rendering truck with all the other carcasses if you don't do exactly as I say. Got it? His brother shrugged. They paused at the entrance to the circular drive at the old Ashley place. You can't see it from here, whispered Lawrence. You've got to get around by the house. Just a second. Dale pulled the walkie-talkie around. His bladder was sending urgent signals, and he wished he'd gone into the house before leaving. Dresden base, come in, over. 3 calls, and Mike responded. We're heading down the drive. They pedaled slowly, moving in the center of the driveway to keep the branches and brambles off them. Suddenly Dale stopped and pulled behind a tree, Lawrence following. Dresden base, Red Rover here. Go ahead, Red Rover. I see it. It's right where Punko said it'd be. Lawrence bashed his older brother on the upper arm. Leave the transmit button open, said Mike. Let the thing dangle. Let me see if I can hear you. Dale let the radio hang. Testing, he said, feeling how dry his mouth was and how full his bladder felt. 1, 2, 3. He lifted the gray plastic case. Yeah, Red Rover, I can hear you. Just talk loud when you want us to hear. We're ready here, Dale. You guys set? Yeah. Dale felt the tension in his body as he straddled the center bar of the bike, left hand clenching and unclenching on the handlebar. Remember, came Mike's raspy voice, no chances. I don't think they'll do anything in town in broad daylight. He cuts you off, just go into a store or something. Got it? Yeah. Don't go right up to the truck, even if it doesn't respond, said Mike. They'd gone over all this already. We'll meet at the park. Don't hang around there. Roger, said Dale. He lowered the radio. We're going, he said loudly. Lawrence was slightly ahead as they pedaled up the last part of the drive to the house, took the narrower lane along the north side of the ruins. The rendering truck was almost invisible, covered as it was with what looked like an old net and cut branches. It was tucked in behind a long, rusted shed and the greenhouse with its broken panes and rusted metal lattice. A casual passerby would think the truck was just another abandoned relic of the Ashley estate. Dale sincerely hoped it was. They stopped just beyond the carbon-smirched tower of bricks that had been the fireplace. The mansion itself was almost lost to weeds and brambles, charred rafters poking from the dark space of the basement. An ornate pump stood on what had once been a back patio. Local kid myth had it that people drowned dogs in the well here. The rendering truck looked hot and dead in the flat gray glare of day. The windows reflected gray sky. Lawrence dismounted, stood by his bike, and looked at his brother. Dale glanced over his shoulder, made sure the way down the driveway was clear, and said, "Do it." There were plenty of loose rocks here. The lane had once been paved with cobblestones. Lawrence's first throw was accurate enough to bounce a fist-sized rock off the hood of the truck 40 feet away. The second throw caught a fender. "Nothing yet," Dale said loudly enough for the radio to hear. His first throw missed. The second rock landed on the camouflage net and branches. The smell of decomposing animals was very strong now. Lawrence's third throw hit the metal strip between the panes of windshield glass. His fourth was flat and hard and broke the right headlight. The truck was silent, and nothing around it stirred. Dale was winding up, and Lawrence was saying, "I don't think there's anyone," when the rendering truck's starter ground. The engine roared, a differential whined, and the whole thing came rattling and bouncing out of the space between buildings, the net and branches flying aside as the boards of the trailer section tore through the flimsy camouflage. "Go!" screamed Dale, dropping his rock and leaping onto his bike. His left foot missed the pedal, and he almost fell onto the crossbar, the type of ball-breaking drop that made you just want to curl up on the grass for an hour. But he caught himself, almost tipped the bike over, got his head down and his ass high, and was pedaling furiously. Lawrence 3 yards ahead and not looking back, both boys barreling down the long drive between the arching brambles, and the rendering truck less than 50 feet behind them, its roar and its stench curling like a tidal wave at their heels. "Give me the lighters," Mike said to Harlan. They were lying prone behind the faded co-op sign on the tin roof of the grain elevator, about 15 feet above the loading dock. Kevin was across the narrow drive, lying flat on the warehouse roof. It had been Harlan's job to bring the cigarette lighters, and he had checked his pocket and said he had them before they rendezvoused on Catton Road. Now Harlan patted his pockets and looked wide-eyed. "I guess I forgot them." Mike grabbed Harlan's shirt and half lifted him from the hot tin roof. "Don't fuck around, Jim." Harlan produced 5 lighters, all topped off with fluid. Harlan's dad had collected the things, and they'd been lying in the bottom of a drawer for 3 years. Mike tossed 2 across to Kevin, put 1 in his pocket, and dropped back down behind the sign. Suddenly the radio squawked, and Dale's voice shouted, "It's coming after us!" The rendering truck was faster than they thought it would be, grinding gears as it roared out of the driveway after them. Even with their half-block lead, the thing was going to catch them before they got to Main Street. Wide yards led to nothing but the railroad embankment and cornfields on their left. The street to Sperling's house on their right was a cul-de-sac. Dale caught up to Lawrence, got a bit ahead, glanced back and saw the red cab and rusted grill of the rendering truck closing the gap, and then leaned right, cutting across Bandstand Park, the rear fender of his bike clattering. The 2 boys went on either side of the war memorial, cut between the park benches and the Parkside Cafe, and skidded out on the sidewalk in front of the cafe and Carl's Tavern. Dale frowned, head low over the handlebars, elbows high. This wasn't going as planned. They had to get the truck up Broad, heading north. Now the thing had squealed to a halt to let a semi go past heading east, and pulled onto Main, chasing them east. "Come on," Dale called to Lawrence, and launched his bike out over the 18-inch curb. Lawrence jumped his at the same instant. A westbound station wagon blared its horn at them as they cut in front of it, and then they were on the north side of the street, still headed east, but closing on the intersection with 3rd Avenue. The rendering truck was half a block behind them and cruising at 30 miles per hour. Dale saw a hint of movement through the windshield glare, and the truck swerved to straddle the center line. Van Syke, or whoever's driving, doesn't give a damn who's watching, thought Dale. He's going to run us down right here. Dale shouted something at his brother, and they leaned left, their left arms brushing across the top of the low hedge in front of Dr. Viscus's house, their bike tires laying down rubber on the uneven sidewalk pavement. There was a drainage ditch between the sidewalk and 3rd Avenue here, and if either one of them skidded into it, the rendering truck would be on them. They didn't. Dale let Lawrence pull past as they flashed up the sidewalk on the west side of 3rd, heading north now. An old man with a cane, Cyrus Whitaker, Dale thought, shouted at them as they whizzed by on the sidewalk. The rendering truck turned north on 3rd. Another block, and they'd be passing the house where Dr. Roon rented a room, then coming into view of Old Central. Dale didn't want to see either one of those places, as much as he was tempted to reach the schoolyard and just cut across it to Depot Street and home. His mother would see the madman chasing them in the truck and call Barney or the sheriff. Dale shouted at Lawrence, and his brother cut left on Church Street, heading back toward Broad. The truck came to the intersection 60 feet back, slowing to let a pickup go past. Dale took the lead again and skidded onto the sidewalk, heading north along Broad, past the library and the boarded-up stucco building that had been Ewalt's recreation palace. They were almost to Mrs. Dubbett's house when Dale glanced over his shoulder and realized that the truck was no longer following. He hadn't seen it turn west on Church Street after them. "Shit!" yelled Dale, pulling out onto Broad and skidding almost completely around. Lawrence slid to a stop next to him, and they looked south along the wide avenue, waiting for the scabrous red cab of the truck to appear on Church. The rendering truck pulled out of the alley, 25 feet behind them. sliding from behind the forsythia bushes along the north side of old Doublebutt's property as stealthily as a cat. Lawrence got moving first, leaping his little bike onto the curb on the west side of the street and careening down the alley north of the post office. Dale was right on his tail, shouting their location at the walkie-talkie dangling from its strap. If Mike or anyone said anything back, Dale didn't hear it. The rendering truck crossed Broad and accelerated down the alley after them, its bumper less than 30 feet behind Dale's back tire. Lawrence's bike was wobbling far right as the boy's body leaned left, then rocked left as Lawrence came down on the right pedal. He whooped and cut left across Mrs. Andill's backyard, ducking under a clothesline, leaving tire tracks in the corner of her vegetable garden, and throwing cinders into the air as he led the way down her drive toward Church Street. "We'll lose the truck," thought Dale, "but we're going south again, the wrong way." They didn't lose the truck. It swung left after them, the double rear tires throwing great divots from Mrs. Andill's lawn and garden. The cab of the truck ripped 4 clotheslines right out of their uprights and came down the drive, dragging sheets and print dresses. Dale and Lawrence went west on Church Street, standing to pedal, their rumps higher than their heads. The rendering truck gunned its engine and came up the street after them. Dale looked back and saw that one headlight was burning. Just before they reached St. Malachi's, Dale led the way left, and they cut between a house and a garage, separated by less than 4 feet, roared past a lady and her infant sitting in a wading pool, and actually rode across a Doberman's chain before the dog realized that trespassers were in the yard. He and Lawrence came out into the alley and turned east again, Dale catching a glimpse of the truck barreling down the narrow street that ran along the railroad embankment half a block to the west. The 2 boys headed up 5th toward Depot Street, both of them panting hard now, Dale feeling the fading of energy that the first rush of terror had given him. His legs felt very tired. "We're less than halfway there." The rendering truck almost beat them to the intersection at Depot Street and 5th. Dale saw the red cab screeching around the corner near the depot, and then he cut right across the street and into the alley that ran north and south behind the Staffney's place, where Mike saw his priest friend Thursday night. "What if that guy steps out in front of us, grabs our handlebars?" Dale fought down the sudden weakness and turned to check on Lawrence. His brother's face was beet red, his crew cut as wet as if he had been swimming, but he looked up and grinned at Dale. The rendering truck pulled into the alley behind them and shifted up through gears, the sides of the high-sided bed behind the cab shearing off branches and bushes as it came. The dogs along the alley went nuts. Dale shouted their position at the walkie-talkie as they cut across the backyard of the last house before Catton Road. It was going to be close. They went across the railroad crossing at 30 miles per hour, their bikes flying 15 feet until the rear tires crashed down on hard-packed dirt on the narrow lane beyond. The rendering truck came on as if emboldened by the trees and isolation here. Dale had a sudden image of the soldier, or one of the other things, stepping out of the trees onto the narrow lane ahead of them, of the thing's mouth pulsating and extending the way Mike had described it. He pedaled harder, shouting at Lawrence to move, 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 move. They circled around south to the clearing where the abandoned grain elevator and warehouse rose from the weeds. Dale glanced back just as the rendering truck stopped at the entrance to the drive. Dale imagined that it looked like a huge, wild, red dog at that moment, sniffing, knowing that its prey was cornered, but cautious just the same. Lawrence rode ahead, just as they planned, barreling between the elevator proper with its faded sign on the roof and the long warehouse extension. It was a narrow lane where the trucks had pulled in to be weighed and to load or unload their grain, but it was wide enough for the rendering truck. Barely. But the truck did not come on. Dale had skidded to a halt just at the opening of the weighing lane, and now he stood on one leg, the other bent over the bike's crossbar, gasping and staring at the truck 20 yards away. What if Van Syke has a gun? The engine roared. Dale could smell the cargo and see the stiffened legs of what looked like a couple of cows and a horse sticking up above the off-white boards siding the truck bed, could even make out the reddened and hairy arm of the driver of the truck. But it did not come on. Waiting for reinforcements? Does that goddamn thing have a radio? Can Van Syke call Roone and the others? Dale dismounted and stood holding his bike. He could feel rather than hear the silent shouts of his friends behind him. If they're there, maybe something's already got them. Got Lawrence when he went through, and has me trapped. He stood there facing the truck, seeing it rock as if the driver were popping the clutch in with the brakes still engaged. Dale lifted his right arm and gave the unseen driver the finger. The rendering truck came on, gravel flying and dust rising in a cloud. Dale didn't have time to get back on his bike. He shoved it aside and turned and ran, cutting between the elevator and the warehouse, his keds pounding on the rotted boards of the truck scales. He hadn't reached the end of the building when the rendering truck roared in behind him. The lighter flared on the first try, the soaked rags ignited, and Mike stood to toss the 12-ounce Coke bottle of Shell Premium onto the roof of the truck cab. What he saw as the truck roared by underneath made him pause for the split second it took to miss the cab and hit the truck bed. The rear of the rendering truck held not only dead livestock, but other things, human things, that looked as if they had just been disinterred from old graves. Brown soil, brown rags, brown flesh, and the bright white of bone. Mike threw. Harlan tossed a second later, and both of them watched Kevin stand and fling his bottle from the warehouse rooftop. Mike's Molotov cocktail exploded in the rear of the truck, igniting the bloated corpse of a cow, the dried flesh of a horse, and the rags of several of the human corpses. Harlan's bottle struck the back of the cab and splattered it with gasoline, somehow without igniting. Kev's struck the left front fender of the cab and exploded in a ball of flame. Dale leaped to the left as he came around the building, almost colliding with Lawrence on his bike. His brother looked as if he were ready to drive back out through the narrow drive just as the rendering truck exploded through the gap, its cargo bed on fire and its left front wheel throwing gibbets of flame and melted rubber at them. Mike and Harlan grabbed the next bottle from the duffel bag and ran to the edge of the tin rooftop, not worrying about being seen now, holding the lighter next to the rags. The rendering truck skidded in the gravel and dirt of the co-op's back drive, turning in a frenzied circle. It was trapped. To the west lay a 7-foot-high barrier of abandoned railroad ties and iron rails, stacked for 50 feet along the edge of a small creek. Straight ahead to the south, the woods closed in like a solid wall. To the east, running tight against the warehouse, was a 6-foot-deep concrete drainage ditch, separating the compound yard from the railroad embankment. For a second, Mike thought that the truck was going to try to jump that paved moat, but at the last second, the driver slammed on the brakes and swung the vehicle left, completing his turn. The two right rear wheels spun out over nothing for a moment, and then the truck was screaming back toward Dale and Lawrence. "Get out of there! Move!" Mike and Harlan and Kevin were screaming, but the boys below did not need the advice. Lawrence's bike rattled up a ramp onto the loading dock of the warehouse, and Dale came pounding along a second later. They disappeared under the roof where Kevin stood, bottle and lighter still in hand, and then the truck was back, the flames diminishing on the fender and wheel. Mike saw what Van Syke was going to do a second before the still smoldering left front fender smashed into the first column supporting the roof where he and Harlan stood. The loading dock on the other side was too high for the truck to mount it, but this roof was held up just by the 3 columns running parallel to the truck scales. Harlan screamed something. He and Mike lit their rags and threw, and then the roof was going down with them on it, the sign ripping free and falling onto the scales, Mike's duffel bag and the radio going flying as the south end of the roof folded first, dumping the boys and everything else in a cloud of dust. Harlan's Molotov cocktail exploded on the hood of the truck. A second later, Kevin's second throw struck the back of the cab and ignited the spilled gasoline already there. Kevin ran to the front of the warehouse porch, readying a third bottle. The rendering truck revved its engine and charged back through the narrow drive, seemingly intent on running down Harlan and Mike, both of whom lay stunned in the dust and rubble and tin of the collapsed roof. The truck rammed tin and wood, folded great sections of the shattered roof in front of it. Mike stared dully at it and thought of a bulldozer pushing its way toward them. But several of the broken support posts were set deep in cement and hindered the truck's advance. The rubble of the roof was blocking the drive. Mike staggered to his feet, lifted Harlan under one arm and the duffel bag with the other, and stumbled toward the loading dock as the truck backed off into the front driveway. The left section of the truck's windshield had shattered, and Mike caught a glimpse of the gun rack and muscled arm reaching just as Dale and Lawrence came into sight at the front of the warehouse dock. "Get down!" screamed Mike. Dale pulled his brother off the bike and leaped behind a pile of wooden skids just as the rifle fired twice. A third time. A dusty window pane above the skids shattered and dropped glass on the crouching boys. Mike had dropped the lighter, but he pulled the spare from his pocket, ignited the soaked rags, and threw the Coke bottle at the grill of the truck 30 feet away. It dropped early, rolled under the cab, and exploded, sending flame blossoming up around the engine and both front wheels. He pulled Harlan out of sight just as the rifle came through the broken windshield and fired twice. Wood splintered from the corner molding of the warehouse. Kevin dropped another bottle on the right running board, still another into the mass of burning bodies behind the cab. The rendering truck backed up, turned around, and roared down the drive, trailing flames, turning left rather than right toward town. "We got it! We got it!" Harlan was screaming as he jumped up and down. "Not yet," said Mike, carrying the heavy duffel and running for his bike where it was hidden behind the grain elevator. For the first time, he realized that the truck had ignited the wooden side of the elevator and bits of the collapsed roof. The fire was already spreading to the warehouse wall, where 100 years of sawdust and old wood was catching faster than the gasoline that had started it. Dale ran out into the front drive and retrieved his bike, which the rendering truck miraculously had missed each time it had backed past it, straightened its handlebars, and leaped on while running. Lawrence sped past, in hot pursuit of the truck, despite the fact that the boy had no weapon. Mike and Harlan got on their bikes and pedaled out past an elevator, already burning to the second story. "Cut through the woods!" shouted Mike, bouncing left between the trees, taking a shortcut to the overgrown lane that ran from the grain elevator to the dump road. He assumed that the truck would turn left on the dump road, heading back along the railroad tracks toward the depot and town, But when they came crashing out of the weeds and undergrowth onto the narrow gravel drive, the truck was visible 100 yards ahead, going north toward the dump. Flame and black smoke still rose from the jouncing vehicle. The boys put their heads down and concentrated on riding faster than they ever had before, their bikes jostling and bouncing over ruts and stones in the twin lanes. Mike was out in front, and he caught up to the rendering truck just as they reached the widened area where the Cooks and another poor family had lived. Both shacks looked abandoned. Somehow Mike managed to get a bottle out, hold it in his left hand against the handlebar, and fumble out his lighter as he pulled alongside the truck. The rifle barrel came out the driver's window. Mike braked, skidded, pumped hard to get behind the truck, and pulled up on the right side as they both entered the last 100 yards of road to the dump. Dale, Lawrence, Kevin, and Harlan pumped along in single file behind. Mike caught a second's glimpse of Carl Van Syke's long face. He was grinning maniacally through the flames and smoke curling back from the hood. Then the rifle came up again, and Mike lobbed the already flaming Coke bottle through the passenger side window. The explosion blew out the remaining windshield glass. The heat forced Mike to drop back behind the truck, and what he saw there almost made him dump his Schwinn into the ditch alongside the road. The carcass of the cow, or the horse, or both, bloated with methane and the other gases of decomposition, exploded, showering flames and bits of flaming, decayed flesh into the woods on either side. But that wasn't what made Mike's jaw sag open. The brown, rotting, once human things seemed to be writhing and tugging at one another as the flames enclosed them, the denizens of some evacuated cemetery trying to pull themselves to their knees, to their feet, but finding no muscles or tendons or bone with which to do so. The brown things struggled and writhed, falling back into each other's embrace as the entire heap of carcasses began to burn. The flaming truck did not slow for the wooden gates at the dump entrance. Boards splintered with a sound like more rifle shots, and then the large truck was through, bouncing across the ruts and heaps of landfill, with 5 bicycles in pursuit. The rendering truck got as far into the mounds of refuse, old tires, sprung sofas, rusted Model Ts, and moldering organic garbage as it could, before it slewed left and slid to a stop on the edge of a 40-foot drop into the part of the ravine here that had not been filled. The boys slid to a stop 30 feet back, waiting for the truck to turn on them. It did not. The flames had enveloped cab and truck bed now. The wooden slats at the rear were parallel strips of fire. "Nothing could live through that," whispered Kevin, his mouth open as he stared. As if the driver had heard, the flaming door on this side slammed open, and Carl Van Syke slid out, his one-piece jumpsuit charred and smoking, his face streaked with soot and sweat, arms reddened. He was grinning almost from ear to ear. A scoped rifle was in his huge hands. All the boys looked around and raised their feet to the bike pedals, but it was 60 or 70 feet to the nearest cover, a cornfield to their left. It was almost 100 yards to the dump entrance and the line of woods behind them. "Get down!" shouted Mike, dropping his bike in front of him and scrabbling at the heaped landfill to find cover. The other 4 boys threw themselves flat, inching toward any rotted tire or rusted drum that might offer cover. Harlan had his .38 in his hand, but did not fire. It was too much distance for the short-barreled gun. Van Syke took 2 steps from the flaming vehicle and raised the rifle, taking careful aim at Mike O'Rourke's face. During the turmoil, a small figure with 2 dogs had come over the top of the highest heap of garbage. Now she released the thongs and said, "Get him," in a surprisingly soft voice. Van Syke looked to his left just as the first dog, the Doberman named Beelzebub, covered the last 20 feet of ground. He swiveled his rifle and fired, but the huge brown animal had already leaped, striking his chest and driving both of them back into the flaming cab of the truck. The big dog named Lucifer was next, growling and leaping at Van Syke's kicking legs. Mike dug Memo's squirrel gun out of the duffel, saw Kevin pull his dad's .45 from his belt, and all 5 boys rushed forward, even as Cordy slid her way down the garbage slope. One of Van Syke's flailing legs caught in the half-open window of the door and swung it shut on him and the dog. Cordy and Mike rushed forward, but at that second the gas tank beneath the truck ignited, sending a perfect mushroom of flame 80 feet into the air. Mike and the girl were both lifted off their feet and thrown across the rough ground. The German shepherd mix named Lucifer landing scorched and howling at their feet. Beelzebub was still in the cab. Dale and Lawrence grabbed Mike and Cordy and dragged them back, watching the 2 dark shapes still struggling in the curling vortex of orange flame. Then the motion stopped and the truck burned, filling the world with a stench of melting rubber and something far worse. The 6 kids stood there, almost 100 feet away now, driven back by the terrible heat, shielding their watering eyes and staring. A siren sounded back through the woods, somewhere around the grain elevator. Another siren whooped along the dump road. Cordy was weeping and cradling her other dog. The shepherd mix had lost most of his hair. "Found my hideout, didn't you?" said Cordy between sobs. "Couldn't leave me alone, could you?" Harlan started to protest that they hadn't known she was living in the goddamn dump, for Christ's sakes, but Mike hushed him with a hand on his chest and said, "Is there another way out of here? We've got to get going before the fire trucks arrive." Cordy gestured toward the corn. "They'd see you if you took the railroad tracks back, but cut across the Meehan's field there for about half a mile, and you'll get to Oak Hill Road about a quarter of a mile above the Grange Hall. You can take it to the hard road." Mike nodded, seeing the map in his mind. They rushed to the barbed wire fence, tossed their bikes across, and started to climb. "Aren't you coming with us?" Dale called to Cordy. The sirens were closer now. The girl, in her dumpy, soiled dress, had climbed the hill of garbage, still carrying the large dog. Y'all go on." She turned and spat in the direction of the huge pyre that had been the rendering truck. "At least that fuck's dead." She disappeared over the mound of refuse and old tires. The boys pulled their bikes into the corn just as the first fire truck and its retinue of rushing pickups came through the shattered gate. It wasn't easy pushing their bikes through half a mile of soft soil between 7-foot-high rows of corn only 9 inches apart, but they did it. When they reached Oak Hill Road and turned south, pedaling past the old Grange Hall, where Mike and Dale had gone to Boy Scout meetings in another lifetime, the cloud of black smoke was still rising, thick and heavy, from the dump far to the northeast. Chapter 34. It was just after sunset on Friday evening, and Mike was half dozing in the chair in Memo's room when his sister Margaret came in to tell him that Father Kavanaugh was at the door. The boys had spent the better part of an hour taking the long way home from the dump. They'd stopped at Harlan's to wet each other down with a garden hose, soaking their clothes to get the stench of burned rubber and flesh off them. Mike's eyebrows had been all but burned off by the last explosion, and he'd shrugged and said he couldn't do anything about that, but Harlan had taken him in the empty house and drawn eyebrows back on with his mother's eyebrow pencil. Kevin had tried making a joke about Jim's skill with the makeup, but none of them were in the mood to laugh. After the first few minutes of euphoria over their triumph at the dump, the reality of the morning's events had hit the boys hard. All of them had had the shakes, even Lawrence, and Kevin had walked into the weeds to vomit twice on the way into town. The cars and trucks still rushing out toward the grain co-op and the dump did nothing to relieve their tension, but mostly it was the shock of the images that continued to shake them up through the long afternoon. The man and dog still wrestling, still moving in the flaming pyre that was the cab of the truck. The sounds of man and animal screaming in pain, their cries intermingled and indistinguishable, the smell of burning flesh. "Let's not wait," said Harlan, his lips pale. "Let's burn the fucking school this afternoon." "We can't," said Kevin. His freckles were very clear against the sudden pallor of his face. "Dad's got the milk truck at the bulk plant until after 6 on Fridays. They do inventory." "Burn it this evening, then," insisted Harlan. Mike was looking into the mirror above the sink in Jim's kitchen, trying to wiggle his painted-on eyebrows. "You guys really want to do this when it's getting dark?" he said. The thought silenced them. "Tomorrow, then," said Harlan, "during the day." Kevin had his father's .45 service automatic spread out on the kitchen table as he cleaned and oiled it. Now he looked up, holding the empty magazine clip in one hand and a small spring in the other. "Dad will be out on his route until about 4, but I have to wash it and gas it afterwards." Harlan had pounded the table. "Fuck the milk truck, then. Let's use these whatchamacallem cocktails." "Molotov cocktails," Mike said from the sink. He turned back toward the others. "You guys know how thick those stone walls of Old Central are?" "At least a foot," said Dale. He sat limply at the table, too tired to raise his glass of squirt. His wet sneakers made squeegee sounds as he wiggled his toes. "Try 2 feet thick," said Mike. "The damned place is like a fort, more brick and stone than wood. With the windows boarded, we'd have to go inside to throw the Molotov cocktails. You want to do that? Go inside, even in the daytime?" No one said anything. "We do it Sunday morning," said Mike, sitting on the edge of Harlan's counter. "After first light, but before people start coming into town for church. We use the tanker and the hoses just as we planned." "That's 2 nights away," Lawrence had whispered, speaking to himself, but speaking for all of them. The gray day had faded to a pale twilight, the air thick with humidity unleavened by breezes, when Mike had dozed off in Memo's room. His father was working his last night on the graveyard shift, and his mother was in bed with one of her migraines. Kathleen and Bonnie had bathed in the copper tub in the kitchen and were upstairs getting ready for bed. Mary had gone out on a date, and Peggy was in the front room reading a magazine when the knock on the door made Mike stir in his sleep. Peg leaned on the doorframe, frowning. "Mike? Father Kavanaugh's here. He said that he had to talk to you. That it's important." Mike lurched awake, grabbing the sides of the armchair to keep from falling. Memo's eyes were closed. He could barely make out the soft pulse at the base of her throat. "Father Kavanaugh?" For a second he was so disoriented that he was ready to believe that everything had been a dream. "Father C?" he repeated, coming awake now with a shock. Did he talk to you?" Peg made a face. "I told you what he said." Mike looked around in a sudden panic. The The squirrel gun was in the duffel bag at his feet, along with a water pistol, 2 of the remaining Molotov cocktails, and pieces of the host carefully wrapped in clean linen. A vial of holy water sat on the window-sill next to one of Memo's small jewel cases, which held another segment of the Eucharist. "You didn't invite him in," began Mike. "He said he'd wait on the porch," said his sister. "What's wrong with you?" "Father C's been sick," said Mike, glancing out at the yard and field across the road. It was dark, the last of the twilight having bled away while he slept. "And you're afraid of catching it?" Peg's voice sounded scornful. "How'd he look?" asked Mike, moving to the doorway of the bedroom. He could see the living room from here, one lamp burning there, but not the front porch screen door. No one came to the front door except salesmen. "Look?" Peggy chewed a nail. "Sort of pale, I guess. The porch light's out, and it was sort of dark. Look, shall I go tell him that Mother has one of her headaches?" "No," said Mike, pulling her into Memo's room with a rough jerk. "Stay here. Watch Memo. Don't come out no matter what you hear." "Michael," began his sister, voice rising. "I mean it," said Mike, in tones that even an older sister could not argue with. He pushed her into the chair. "Don't leave until I come back. Got it?" Peg was rubbing her arm. Her voice was shaky. "Yeah, but—" But Mike had scooped up the squirt gun, tucked it into his waistband under his shirt, set the linen-wrapped host on Memo's bed, and was out the door. "Hello, Michael," said Father Kavanaugh. He was sitting on the wicker chair at the end of the porch. He extended an arm toward the porch swing. "Come, be seated." Mike let the screen door close behind him, but he did not move to the swing. That would put Father Kavanaugh between him and the house. It's not Father Kavanaugh. It looked like Father C. He was wearing his black coat and Roman collar. The only light out here was the lamplight coming through curtains, but while Father C.'s face was pale, almost haggard, there was no sign of the scars Mike had seen the night before. He was hanging outside Michelle's garage window. Hanging by what? "I thought you were sick," Mike said. His voice was very tight. "No longer, Michael," said the priest, smiling slightly. "I have never been so well." Mike felt the hair rising on the back of his neck, and he realized that it was the priest's voice. It sounded something like the real Father C. But at the same time, the voice was wrong, as if someone had buried a tape recording of the priest's voice in the man's stomach and was playing it through a speaker deep in his throat. "Go away," whispered Mike. He wished by all the saints and the Virgin that he hadn't told Dale to take the second walkie-talkie when Harlan wanted the other one. It had made sense at the time. Father Kavanaugh shook his head. "No, not until we talk, Michael. Come to some agreement." Mike set his lips and said nothing. He glanced over his shoulder at the front lawn near Memo's window. The rectangle of yellow light fell on an empty lawn there. Father Kavanaugh sighed and moved to the porch swing, patting the now empty wicker chair. "Come, sit down, Michael, my lad. We must talk." "Talk," said Mike, moving so that his back was against the wall of the house near the lighted window. The cornfield was like a black wall across the road. A few fireflies were visible in the garden behind the porch swing and trellis. Father C., it isn't Father C., made a gesture with pale hands. Mike had never noticed how long the priest's fingers were. "Very well, Michael. I come to offer you and your little friends, what shall we call it? A truce." "What kind of truce?" said Mike. He felt as if his tongue had been given a shot of Novocaine. It was dark enough now that the priest's black garb blended with the night, allowing only his hands, face, and the white circle of his collar to reflect the light. "A truce that will allow you to live," he said flatly. "Perhaps." Mike made a noise that he'd meant as a laugh. "Why should we make a truce? You saw what happened to your buddy Van Syke today." The face above the swing opened its mouth, and laughter emerged. If one could call a sound like the rattling of stones in an old gourd laughter. Michael, he said softly, your actions today had no significance whatsoever. Our buddy, as you call him, was scheduled to be, retired tonight anyway." Mike's fists clenched. "Like you retired C.J. Congdon's old man?" "Precisely," came the voice from deep inside the thing in priest's garb. His usefulness was effectively at an end. He had other, services to offer. Mike leaned forward. "Who in hell are you?" Again the rattle of stones. Michael, all the explanations in the world could not begin to make you understand the complexity of the situation you have stumbled into. Trying to explain would be like teaching catechism to a cat or dog. "Go ahead," whispered Mike. "Try me." "No," snapped the white face. There was no illusion of small talk in the dead voice now. "Suffice it to say that if you and your friends accept our offer of a truce, you may live to see the autumn." Mike felt his heart lurch in his chest. His legs were suddenly weak as he leaned against the wall in what he thought was a relaxed, almost casual manner. Once, during a high mass with Father Harrison years before, just after he'd become an altar boy, Mike had fainted after 25 minutes of kneeling. He felt a similar rushing in his ears now. No, hold on. Pay attention. "Who's this 'we' you keep talking about?" said Mike, amazed to hear his own voice sounding so strong. "A bunch of corpses and a bell?" The white face moved back and forth. Michael. The priest stood, took a step toward him. Mike glanced furtively to his left, saw something the size of the soldier step out of the field across the road and begin gliding toward the lawn near Memo's window. "Call him off!" cried Mike. He pulled out the water pistol. The face of Father Kavanaugh smiled. He snapped his fingers, and the soldier glided to a stop under the linden tree 30 feet away. Father C's smile continued to broaden, pulling back to show his back teeth, broadening further until it seemed the man's face would snap in half as if on a hinge. That impossible mouth opened wide, and Mike saw more teeth, rows and rows of teeth, endless lines of white that seemed to recede down the thing's gullet. The Kavanaugh thing made no pretense of moving its mouth or jaw as the voice came up from its belly. "You surrender now, you mother-fucking little worm, or we shall rip your fucking heart from your chest. We shall chew your balls off and serve them to our minions, tear your fucking eyes out of their sockets the way we did that putrid friends of yours." "Duane," whispered Mike, feeling his breathing stop, lurch, and start again, although reluctantly. His neck and belly ached from tension. In the shadows of the lawn, the soldier began gliding toward Memo's window once again. "Ah, yes," hissed Father Kavanaugh, taking another step toward Mike. His long fingers were rising. His face was melting, it looked to Mike. Flesh flowing under skin, cartilage and bone rearranging itself, the long nose and chin moving together to form the snout that Mike had seen on the soldier in the cemetery when they killed Father C. He could not see the slugs yet, but the priest's face was becoming more of a funnel than a face. The thing took another step closer, hands coming up. "Fuck you!" shouted Mike, pulling the squirt gun from his waistband and squeezing the trigger. The Father Kavanaugh thing seemed startled a second, then stepped back, then laughed, making a sound like teeth biting into slate. Behind Mike, the soldier glided out of sight beyond the edge of the house. Mike raised the squirt gun with a steady arm and fired another stream of holy water into the thing's face. It doesn't work. He doesn't believe. Once their fifth-grade teacher, Mrs. Shrives, had meant to do an experiment where she took a few drops of hydrochloric acid from a beaker and used an eyedropper to drip it onto a fresh orange. Instead, the old lady had accidentally overturned the beaker, drenching the orange and the thick felt cloth the beaker had been on. That same sizzling, hissing noise now emanated from Father Kavanaugh's face and clothing. Mike saw the white flesh of the snout shrivel and curl, as if the skin itself were being eaten away by the holy water. The man's left eyelid hissed and was gone, the eyeball sizzling as it stared at Mike through raised fingers. Great holes were appearing in the black coat and Roman collar, allowing a stench of dead flesh to escape from the interior. Father Kavanaugh screamed like Cordy's dog had several hours earlier, lowered its misshapen head, and rushed the boy. Mike jumped aside, squirting more holy water on the thing and seeing fumes rise thicker from its hissing, burning back. Peg, Bonnie, and Kathleen were shouting from inside the house. His mother's voice came weakly from her back bedroom. "Stay in your rooms!" he screamed, and jumped onto the lawn. The soldier had wrestled the screen out of its frame and was leaning into the lighted window, his fingers scrabbling on wood. Mike ran forward and squirted the last of the holy water onto the back of its neck. The thing did not scream. A smell worse than the burning rendering truck rose from it, and it flung itself into the loose soil of the flower bed under the window, scrabbling and kicking its way through the shrubbery into the darkness. Mike turned just as the Father Kavanaugh figure leaped from the porch and reached for him. Mike ducked under the long arms, dropped the empty squirt gun into the bushes, and reached for Memo's small jewel case on the sill. Peg was visible through the billowing curtains, standing by the doorway of Memo's room, hands to her mouth. "Mike, what?" Father Kavanaugh's long fingers closed on Mike's shoulders and jerked him back out of the light into the darkness under the linden tree. The tall priest form hugged Mike closer. Mike smelled the stench in his face, saw the face cracked now with acid-chewed scars, sensed things writhing under that flesh and in the long tunnel of the proboscis. And then Father C. leaned forward, the cartilage of its snout pulsating above Mike's face. He had no time to look. Mike opened the case, lifted the large piece of consecrated host out, and thrust it against the obscene opening in the thing's face, just as the pressure of the slugs inside it threatened to burst forth. Mike had watched once as C.J. Congdon had fired a 12-gauge shotgun at a full watermelon on a post only 8 feet away. This was worse. The Father Kavanaugh thing's snout and face seemed to explode sideways, with chunks of pasty white flesh bouncing off the house and pattering on the linden leaves. There was a scream, audibly from the figure's belly this time, and Mike dropped the host as the thing staggered backward, fingers to what was left of its face now. Mike jumped back as he saw 6-inch brown slugs curling and writhing in the grass as the host seemed to glow from some blue-green radiance of its own. Fragments of Father Cavanaugh's flesh hissed and deliquesced like snails caught out of their shells in a rain of salt. Peg was screaming from the bedroom. Mike staggered to the porch, saw his mother come to the door, her eyes racked with the pain of the migraine and the washcloth still raised to her temples, and both of them watched as the shadow of Father Cavanaugh staggered onto First Avenue, hands still over its ruined face, a terrible noise like a boiler rushing toward explosion rising out of it. "Mike, what?" his mother said through her pain, blinking to see clearly, just as the headlights caught the figure staggering out from under the linden tree. The cars barely slowed when they came into town on First Avenue, despite the sign 100 feet up the road that posted the speed limit at 35. Most of the cars continued at 45 or 50 miles per hour until they reached the hard road 3 blocks south. This pickup must have been doing 60, perhaps more. Father C. staggered directly into its path, the tall figure bent almost double in pain, hands over its face. It removed its hands in the last second of squealing brakes. The grill of the pickup caught the priest full in the face. The body disappeared under the truck, but was dragged another 130 feet. Peg screamed from inside the house, and Mike's mother put her arms around her son as if protecting him from the sight. By the time he and his mother walked out to see what had happened, the Somersets and Millers and Myerses had already come out of their homes. Barney's rarely used siren was screaming a block or two away and rapidly approaching, and the driver of the pickup was on his knees on the pavement, covering his own face with his hands as he stared under the truck at what was left of the priest, and muttering over and over, "I didn't see him. He just rushed out." Through the cloud of shock and terror that had dulled Mike's senses, he slowly recognized the driver. It was Mr. McBride, Dwayne's dad. The man was sobbing and leaning on the running board of his pickup. Mike turned away from the murmuring crowd, walking back toward the house as he bit hard on the fleshy part of his hand below the thumb. He was afraid that if he let up on the pressure, he would start to laugh or cry, and he was not sure if he would be able to stop. Chapter 35. Saturday, the 16th of July, was as dark a day as there can be in Illinois in midsummer. In Oak Hill, where the streetlights were controlled by photoelectric sensors, the lights went off at 5:30 a.m. and flickered back on at 7:15 a.m. The dark clouds seemed to move in above the treetops and hang there. In Elm Haven, the few streetlights were switched on and off by an old electrical timer in the annex next to the bank, and no one thought to turn them back on when the day grew darker rather than lighter. Mr. Myers opened his dry goods store on Main Street at precisely 9 a.m. and was surprised to find 4 boys, the Stewart kids, Ken Grumbacher's boy Kevin, and another boy in a sling, waiting to buy squirt guns, 3 apiece. The boys deliberated for several minutes, taking care to choose the most reliable guns and the ones with the largest water reservoirs. Mr. Myers thought it odd, but he thought most things in this brave new world of 1960 odd. Things made more sense when he had opened the store back in the 20s, when trains came through every day and people knew how to behave like civilized human beings. The boys were gone by 9:30, keeping their newly purchased squirt guns in sacks and riding off with not a word of goodbye. Mr. Myers shouted at them not to park their bikes on the sidewalk, that it was a hazard to pedestrians, and against the city ordinances to boot, but the boys were gone, out of sight up Broad Avenue. Mr. Myers went back to taking inventory of dusty things on the high old shelves, occasionally looking out across the street and above the park to frown at the dark clouds. When he took his coffee break at the parkside an hour later, old-timers in the back booth were talking about tornadoes. Mike was questioned several times on Saturday, by Barney, by the county sheriff, and even by the highway patrol, who sent 2 troopers in a long brown car. The 6th grader tried to imagine the puzzle that the sheriff and Barney were trying to assemble. Duane McBride and his uncle dying under mysterious circumstances. Mrs. Moon dying of natural causes, but her precious cats being slaughtered. The body of the justice of the peace being found, charred almost, but not quite, beyond recognition in the grain elevator, his throat cut according to the county coroner, while the body of Congdon's friend, Carl Van Syke, charred beyond immediate recognition, but identified by his front gold tooth, was pulled out of the cab of the scorched rendering truck owned by Van Syke and Congdon. The body of an unidentified dog was also discovered in the truck. Town gossips were already piecing together motives for the murder. Congdon and Van Syke sharing ill-gained profits from the justice of the peace's various scams, a falling out between partners in crime, a brutal murder, then an accident with the gasoline that Van Syke had obviously used to douse the elevator before torching it, the fleeing man too frightened to abandon his burning truck for fear of being caught at the scene, the exploding gas tank. By noon on Saturday, the locals had explained everything but the dead dog. Van Syke hated dogs, and no one had ever seen him allow one near him, much less in his truck. Then Mrs. Whitaker, at Betty's beauty salon on Church Street, came up with the obvious deduction. J.P. Congdon's large watchdog had disappeared some weeks earlier. Obviously, that no-good Carl Van Syke had stolen it or dog-napped it, and the ownership of the dog was part of the dispute that led to the grisly murder. Elm Haven had not had a real murder for decades. The townsfolk were shocked and delighted, especially delighted now that the obvious culprit behind the slaughter of Mrs. Moon's cats had been found. How Father Kavanaugh's accidental death figured into this was not quite as certain. Mrs. McCafferty told Mrs. Somerset, who called Mrs. Spurling, with the information that the priest always had been a bit unstable, making fun of his own vocation, even calling the diocese vehicle on loan from Oak Hill Lincoln Mercury the Pope-mobile, according to Mrs. Meehan, who helped with all the church functions. Mrs. Mayer, at the Lutheran Ladies' Auxiliary, told Mrs. Meehan at the Methodist Bazaar that Father Kavanaugh had a history of insanity in his family. He was Scotch-Irish, and everyone knew what that meant, and it had been common knowledge that the young priest had been transferred from a large diocese in Chicago as punishment for some bizarre act there. Now, everyone knew what the bizarre acts included: being a peeping Tom, trying to break into people's houses, and probably killing cats as some sort of dark Catholic ritual. Mrs. Whitaker told Mrs. Staffney, who confirmed it with Mrs. Taylor, that Catholics used dead cats in certain secret rituals. Mrs. Taylor said that her husband had told her that the young priest's face had been crushed and peeled, his words, by the sharp grill of Mr. McBride's pickup truck. Mr. Taylor had pronounced Father Kavanaugh as perhaps the deadest on arrival, dead on arrival, that he had had the solemn duty to prepare. The archdiocese bishop called early Saturday morning from St. Mary's in Peoria and told Mr. Taylor not to prepare the body for anything except shipment on Monday to Chicago, where the family would claim it. Mr. Taylor agreed, but added cosmetology to his bill at any rate, since the family can't see him like this. It's as if something had exploded outward from his face. Again, Mr. Taylor's words, to quote Mrs. Taylor to Mrs. Whittaker. One way or the other, however, the people were sure that the mystery had been solved. Mr. Van Syke, whom it turned out no one in town had trusted very much, murdering poor old Justice of the Peace Congdon over money or a dog. Poor Father Kavanaugh, whom it turned out all of the Protestants and not a few of the older Catholics had never considered that stable, had gone out of his mind with a congenital fever, and had tried to attack his altar boy, Michael O'Rourke, before running in front of a truck. The townspeople clucked and the phone lines hummed. Jenny at the county switchboard hadn't counted so many calls coming out of Elmhaven since the flood in '49, and everyone had a good time solving things, while they kept one eye on the dark clouds that continued to build over the cornfields to the south and west. The sheriff wasn't so easily convinced that things were solved. After lunch he came back for the third interview with Mike since the night before. "And Father Kavanaugh spoke to your sister?" "Yes, sir. She told me that Father C. wanted to talk to me, that it was important." Mike knew that the tall sheriff had spoken to Peg twice before also. "Did he tell her what he wanted to speak to you about?" "No, sir, I don't think so. You'll have to ask her." Said the sheriff, looking at a small spiral notebook that made Mike think of Duane's notebooks. "Tell me again what he did talk to you about." "Well, sir, as I said before, I couldn't really understand him. It was like when a person's talking in a fever. There were words and phrases that seemed to make sense, but it didn't all go together." "Tell me some of the words, son." Mike chewed his lip. Duane McBride had once told him and Dale that most criminals screw up their lies and alibis because they talk too much, feel too much need to embroider facts. Innocent people, said Duane, are usually a lot less articulate. Mike had had to go home and look up the word articulate after that conversation. "Well, sir," said Mike slowly, "I know he used the word sin several times. He said we'd all sinned and had to be punished, but I had the feeling he wasn't really talking about us. Just people in general." The sheriff nodded and made a note. "And that's when he started shouting?" "Yes, sir, about then." "But your sister says that she heard both of your voices. If you didn't understand what the father was saying, why were you talking?" Mike resisted the impulse to rub sweat off his upper lip. "I guess I was asking him if he was okay. I mean, the last time I saw Father C. was when Mrs. McCafferty let me in to see him on Tuesday. He was really sick then." "And did he say he was all right?" "No, sir. He just started shouting that the judgment day was nigh. That was his word, sir. Nigh. And then he ran off the porch and started attacking your grandmother's window," said the sheriff, checking his notes. "Is that right?" "Yes, sir." The sheriff scratched his cheek slowly, obviously not satisfied with something. "And what about his face, son?" "His face, sir?" This was a new question. "Yes, was it strange? Lacerated or distorted in any way?" "Not if you don't call turning itself into a sort of lamprey snout distorted," thought Mike. He said, "No, sir, I don't think so. He was pale, but it was pretty dark." "But you didn't see any scars or lesions?" "What are lesions, sir? Like deep scratches or open sores?" "No, sir." The sheriff sighed and reached into a small gym bag. Is this yours, son?" He held the water pistol. Mike's first inclination was to deny it. "Yes, sir," he said. The sheriff nodded. "Your sister said it was. Aren't you a little old to be playing with squirt guns?" Mike shrugged and allowed himself to look embarrassed. "Did you have this out on the porch last night, when Father Kavanaugh was visiting?" "No," said Mike. "You're sure?" "Yes, sir." "We found it below the window," said the sheriff. He pushed his hat back on his head and smiled for the first time during the interview. "It shows how paranoid I'm getting in my old age. I had the police lab up at Oak Hill actually analyze the contents. Water. Just water." Mike returned the big man's smile. "Here, son, here's your toy back. Is there anything else you can tell me that could help? Where this came from, for instance?" He held up the soldier's campaign hat. "No, sir. Maybe it was in the bushes. Father C. had it on when he pulled the screen off." "And it's the same hat you saw when you reported a soldier as a peeping Tom a few weeks ago?" "I guess so, sir. I don't know. But it's the same style of hat?" "Yes, sir." "But you didn't recognize this soldier as your priest the other times you saw him out on the lawn?" The sheriff watched Mike very carefully. Mike thought a minute, just as he had the last couple of times he'd been asked this. "No, sir," he said at last. "Before, I would have said it wasn't Father Kavanaugh. He seemed smaller the first time I saw him, but it was dark and I was looking through the curtains." Mike made a confused gesture with his hands. "Sorry, sir." The tall man unlimbered from where he sat on the couch, touched Mike's shoulder with one large hand, and said, "That's all right, son. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry you had to see that last night. We may never know what was wrong with that gentleman. Your Father Kavanaugh, I mean. But I doubt that he meant to do what he did. Whether it was the fever his doctors were talking about or whatever, I don't think the gentleman was in his right mind." "I don't either, sir," said Mike, walking the sheriff to the door. Mike's father and mother were waiting on the porch. All three of them waved as the sheriff's car moved away slowly down First. "Let's do it this afternoon," Harlan said in the treehouse an hour later. All of them were there, all except Cordy Cook. Harlan and Dale had gone out to the dump just after breakfast to find her, but there was no sign except for some ratty blankets in a shattered lean-to near the railroad embankment. Mike sighed, too tired to argue. Dale said, "We've been over this, Jim." Kevin was thumbing through a Scrooge McDuck comic, something about finding Viking gold to judge from the cover, but he put it down to say, "We're waiting till morning. I'm not going to steal Dad's truck right in front of him. We have to convince him that somebody else took it and sprayed Old Central with gas." Harlan snorted. "Who?" "All the suspects are ending up dead. This'll be the goddamnedest week in the history of Elmhaven, and somebody's going to figure out that we had something to do with it sooner or later." "Not if you keep your big trap shut," said Dale. "Who's going to make me, Stuart?" sneered Harlan. The two boys leaned toward each other until Mike pushed them apart. "Cool it." His voice was very tired. "One thing's for sure, we're not going to sleep apart tonight and let those things pick us off one by one." "Right," said Harlan, settling back against a huge limb. "Let's all get together so they can pick us off in one big gulp." Mike shook his head. "Two teams. My folks have already said I could stay with Dale and Lawrence tonight. They think I just wanted to get out of the house because of last night." The boys said nothing. "Harlan, you got it cleared to spend the night at Kev's?" "Yeah." "Good. That way we can keep in touch all night with the walkie-talkies." Dale tore a leaf from a branch and began stripping it into smaller and smaller pieces. Sounds good. Then we load the tanker with gas in the morning and spray the school, just after first light, right? Right, said Mike. He turned toward Kevin. Grumbacher, you sure you can drive it? Kev raised an eyebrow. I told you I could, didn't I? Yeah, but we don't want any surprises come tomorrow morning. No surprises, said Kevin. My father lets me drive it on back roads every once in a while. I can do the gears, I can reach the pedals. I can get it to the schoolyard. Coast it out quietly, said Dale. We don't want your folks waking up. Kevin moved his chin up and down slowly. Their bedroom's in the basement, and they've got the air conditioning going. That'll help. Lawrence had been silent, but now he leaned into the group. You guys really think that whatever's in that school's just going to sit and wait for us to do something? That it's not going to fight back? Mike snapped a twig. It's been fighting back. I think it's running out of allies to fight with. Nobody can find Dr. Roon, said Harlan. He scratched at his cast. It was scheduled to come off in a few days, and the itching was driving him nuts. The lady that rents his room says he's on vacation in Minnesota, said Kevin. Uh-huh, said the other four in sarcastic unison. And the soldier's still out there somewhere, said Mike. No one made a joke this time. And old Doublebutt and her partner, said Harlan. And the burrowing things. And Tubby. Minus his hand, said Dale. He can't give us the finger. No one laughed. That's 7 of 'em, right there, said Lawrence, who'd been counting on his fingers. There's only 5 of us. Plus Cordy, said Dale. Sometimes. Lawrence made a face. I don't count girls. 7 of them, not counting the bell thing itself, and only 5 of us. Yeah, said Mike, but we've got a secret weapon. He took his squirt gun out of his belt and shot Lawrence in the face. The 8-year-old spluttered. Dale shouted, Hey, don't waste it. Don't worry, said Mike, setting it back in his belt. That's not holy water. I'm saving it for later. Did you get the other thing, said Harlan. The bread stuff? The Eucharist, said Mike. He chewed his lip. I wasn't able to. Father Dinman came over from Oak Hill this morning to say Mass, but he locked the church afterward. I can't get in. I was lucky to grab the last of the holy water after the service. You've got that half you kept with your grandmother, Dale reminded him. Mike's head moved slowly back and forth. Nope. That stays with Memo. Dad's home tonight, but I'm not taking any chances. Dale started to say something, but at that minute they heard the cry. Kevin! Echoing down Depot Street. They all scrambled down out of the oak. See you after dinner, Dale called to Mike as he and his brother ran for home. Mike nodded and walked back to the house, pausing by the outhouse to watch the black clouds that were moving low over the fields. Despite the apparent motion of the clouds, there was no breeze. The light had a yellowish tinge. Mike went in to wash up and to pack his bedroll and pajamas for the sleepover. Chapter 36. Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague sat in the back of his black limousine and stared at the passing cornfields and crossroads towns during the hour drive to Elmhaven. Tyler, his head butler, chauffeur, and bodyguard, did not speak, and Mr. Ashley Montague saw no reason to break the silence. The limousine's tinted windows always imparted a certain element of storm light to the view, so Mr. Ashley Montague did not take undue notice of the dark skies and sickly light that lay over the forests and fields and rivers like a rotting curtain on the verge of opening. Elmhaven's main street was emptier than usual, even for a Saturday night, and when Mr. Ashley Montague stepped out of the limousine at Bandstand Park, the darkness overhead was immediately perceptible. Instead of the usual scores of families waiting patiently on the grass, Only a few faces watched Tyler carry the massive projector from the limousine's trunk to the bandstand. A handful of other trucks and cars pulled in to park diagonally while Tyler was arranging the speakers and other equipment. But overall, the turnout was one of the lowest in the 19 years that the Ashley Montagues had been providing this free Saturday evening entertainment for the dying little town. Dennis Ashley Montague returned to the back seat of the limousine, locked the doors, and poured a tall glass of Glenlivet unblended scotch from the bar set into the soundproof partition behind the driver. He had considered not coming tonight, not allowing any more free shows, but the tradition ran deep, and his sense of being the village squire to this assortment of inbred bumpkins and rednecks served a certain perverse purpose in his life, and he wanted to speak to the boys. He had seen them at previous free shows over the years, their grimy little faces watching the movie as if it were some bright miracle, their cheeks protruding with gum and popcorn, but he had never really looked at one until that fat boy, the one whose friend said had been killed, had questioned him on the bandstand over a month earlier. Then that amazing little fellow who had shown up at Mr. Ashley Montague's front door. He had actually had the temerity to steal a leather-bound copy of Crowley's translation of the Book of the Law. Mr. Ashley Montague saw nothing in that book that could help the boys if his grandfather's Stele of Revealing were actually awakening from its long slumber. Mr. Ashley Montague knew of nothing that could help any of them if that were the case, himself included. The millionaire finished his drink and strolled back to the bandstand, where Tyler had finished his final arrangements. It was not yet 8:30 in the evening. Usually the twilight would linger another 30 minutes in these latitudes, but the clouds had brought night early. Mr. Ashley Montague felt a great sense of claustrophobia seize him. From where he stood, the town seemed sealed in by 8-foot-tall corn to the south beyond the ruins of his ancestral mansion. To the north, 4 long blocks up the dark tunnel of Broad Avenue. West only a few hundred yards to where the hard road doglegged to the north, and east down the silent gauntlet of Main Street with its dark shops. The timer had not yet turned on the streetlights. Mr. Ashley Montague did not see the boys he was looking for. He saw Charles Sperling, the bratty son of that Sperling man who had had the sheer temerity to approach Mr. Ashley Montague for a loan for some business venture, and next to him the flat-faced, overly muscled tailor boy. His grandfather had received capital injections from Dennis Ashley Montague's grandfather in exchange for some favors of forgetfulness at the time of the scandal. But few other children and not many families tonight. Perhaps they were worried that a tornado was coming. Mr. Ashley Montague checked the darkening yellow sky and realized that no birds were making a racket as they usually did in the tall trees here at sunset. There was no insect noise whatsoever. No breeze moved the branches, and even the darkness had a yellowish tinge to it. The millionaire lighted a cigarette, rested on the railing of the bandstand, and considered where he would take cover if the siren suddenly warned of an approaching tornado. There were no homes open to him here, and he would not go to the ruins of the mansion, despite the wine cellar still intact there, since the workmen clearing the place had found the suspicious tunnels burrowed through solid rock there last fall. No, Mr. Ashley Montague decided, if there were solid warning of a tornado or serious storm, he would simply get back in the limousine and have Tyler drive him home. Tornadoes might smash little towns like Elmhaven, but they did not bother with luxury vehicles on the highway, and there was no record of one ever touching down along Grandview Drive. He nodded to Tyler and the other man queued up the first cartoon and switched on the projector lamp. There was a smattering of half-hearted applause from the few people on their benches and blankets. Tom and Jerry began chasing each other around a primary-colored house, while Mr. Ashley Montague smoked another cigarette and watched the skies south of town. "Tornado, do you think?" said Dale as they stood on the porch of his house and looked down Second Avenue. Few cars passed on the hard road, and those that did had their lights on and were going slowly. "I don't know," said Mike. They'd all seen tornado weather before. It was the bane of the Midwest and the one form of weather most of their parents feared. But those bruised black clouds to the south had seemed to be building for days now. The sky there seemed like a negative emulsion of daytime, the trees and rooftops illuminated by the last of a yellow light, while the sky was like the opening to a black abyss. A faint ripple of greenish light along the horizon of cornstalks suggested lightning, but there were no actual flashes as such, no visible lightning strokes, only an occasional surge of green-white phosphorescence that got the old-timers at the store talking about chain lightning and ball lightning and other phenomena that they knew nothing about. Mike lifted the walkie-talkie and keyed transmit. 2 clicks came back, showing that Kevin was listening. "Can you talk?" Mike said softly into the radio, not playing around with codes or call signs. "Yeah," responded Kevin's voice. Even though the other boy was less than 100 feet away in the ranch house next door, the transmission was broken up by static and hissing. It was as if the atmosphere was boiling on some plane they couldn't see. "We're going to go inside and turn in," said Mike, "unless you guys want to go down to the free show." "Ha, ha," came Harlan's voice. Mike could just imagine the smaller boy grabbing the radio. "You guys all tucked in over there?" asked Dale, leaning close to Mike's walkie-talkie. "Very funny," said Harlan. "We're watching Grumbelly's TV in the basement. The bad guys just kidnapped Miss Kitty." Dale grinned. "They kidnap Miss Kitty every week. I think Matt should just let them have her." Kevin's voice came back, low and tense. "I have the key for the morning." Mike sighed. "Roger that. You guys have pleasant dreams tonight, but make sure you've got fresh batteries, and leave the line open." "Roger," was Kev's laconic reply. The static crackled and popped. The 3 boys went upstairs to Dale and Lawrence's bedroom. Mrs. Stewart had set up an extra cot under the south window. She had been very understanding that Mike was upset after the previous day's terrible accident with Father Kavanaugh. She didn't mind a bit if Mike slept over. Mr. Stewart was going to be home early Sunday afternoon, and perhaps all of them could go on a picnic down along the Spoon or Illinois rivers. They got into their pajamas. They would have preferred staying dressed this night, but Dale's mom would surely check in on them, and they didn't want any problems. They kept their clothes laid out, and Dale set the small alarm clock for 4:45. He noticed that his hand was shaking slightly as he wound the clock. They lay on their beds, Mike on his cot, reading comics and talking about everything except what they were thinking about. "I wish we could have gone to the free show," Lawrence said during a lull in the talk about the Chicago Cubs. "That new Vincent Price movie's playing. The House of Usher." "House of Usher," said Dale. "It's from an Edgar Allan Poe story. Remember when I read you The Mask of the Red Death last Halloween?" Dale felt a strange pang of sorrow, and it took him a moment to realize that it had been Duane who had told him about the wonderful Poe stories and poems. He looked at his nightstand where Duane's notebooks were carefully banded together. Downstairs the phone rang twice. They could hear the muffled tones of Dale's mom answering it. "Whatever," said Lawrence, putting his hands behind his head on the pillow. His pajamas showed little cowboys on rearing palominos. "I just wish we could see the movie." Mike set down his Batman comic. He was wearing nondescript blue pajama bottoms with his T-shirt. "You don't want to walk home in the dark, do you? Your mom didn't want to go because of the storm, and I don't think it's a great night to be wandering the streets." There came the sound of footsteps on the stairs, and Mike glanced toward his duffel bag, but Dale said, "It's Mom." She stood in the doorway, attractive in her soft white summer dress. "That was Aunt Lena. Uncle Henry's hurt his back again, trying to move some stumps out of that back pasture, and now he can't unbend at all. Dr. Viskes has prescribed some painkillers, but you know how Lena hates to drive. She wonders if I could bring the pills out." Dale sat up in bed. "The pharmacy's closed." "I called Mr. Akins. He'll go down and open it up to fill the prescription." She glanced out the window at the ripple of lightning still outlining trees and homes to the south. "I'm not sure I want to leave you guys here with a storm coming. You want to come along?" Dale started to speak, then looked at Mike, who nodded at the walkie-talkie on the floor next to him. Dale understood. If they went out to Uncle Henry's, they'd be out of touch with Kevin and Harlan. They'd promised. Said Dale. "We'll be okay here." His mother looked out at the storm-tinged darkness. "You're sure?" Dale grinned and waved a comic. "Sure. We've got snacks and pop and comics. What more could we want?" She smiled. "All right, I'll just be gone 20 minutes or so. Call the farm if you need me." She glanced at her watch. "It's almost 11. Be thinking about putting out the lights in a few minutes." They listened to her bustle around downstairs, the back door slamming and the old car starting up. Dale stood at the window to watch it go down second toward the downtown. "I don't like this too much," said Mike. Dale shrugged. "You think the bell, or whatever it is, disguised itself as a stump to hurt Uncle Henry's back? You think it's all part of a plan?" "I just don't like it." Mike stood and got into his sneakers. "I think we'd better lock the doors downstairs." Dale paused. It was an odd thought. They only locked the doors when they were going away on vacation or something. "Yeah," he said at last, "I'll go down and do it." "You stay here," said Mike, nodding toward Lawrence, who was too engrossed in his comic book to notice. "I'll be right back." He lifted his duffel bag and padded across the landing and down the stairs. Dale strained to hear the front door bolt being slid shut, the footsteps down the hall to the kitchen. They'd have to watch for their mom's return so they could get downstairs to unlock everything before she got to the back door. Dale lay back in bed, seeing the silent lightning out the south window and the shadows of leaves in the big elm out the north window to his right. "Hey, look at this," laughed Lawrence. He was reading the Uncle Scrooge comic, his favorite reading matter in all the world, and something in the tale of Viking gold had tickled him. He held the page out toward Dale. Dale was actually sleepy. He reached for the comic and missed. It fluttered to the floor. "I've got it," said Lawrence, reaching down between the beds. The white hand and arm shot from beneath the bed and grabbed Lawrence's wrist. "Hey," said Lawrence, and was instantly jerked off the bed, bedclothes flying. He landed on the floor with a thump. The white arm began dragging him under the bed. Dale didn't have time to shout. He grabbed his brother's legs and tried to hold on. The pull was inexorable. Dale was coming off his own bed, sheets and spread bunching around his knees. Lawrence screamed just as his head went under his bed. Then his shoulders were pulled in. Dale tried to hang on, tried to pull his brother back up, but it was as if there were 4 or 5 adults pulling from under the bed, and there was no let-up on the pressure. He was afraid that if he didn't quit pulling so hard, Lawrence would be torn in half. Taking a deep breath, Dale jumped down between the beds, kicking his own bed away, lifting the dust cover that their mom had insisted on sticking on Lawrence's bed over the boy's protests that it was sissy. There was a darkness under there, not a normal darkness, but a blackness deeper than the impenetrable storm clouds along the southern horizon. It was an ink spilled on black velvet blackness under there, covering the floorboards and broiling like a black fog. Two massive white arms came out of that blackness and stuffed Lawrence into the hole like a lumberjack feeding a small log to the saw blade. Lawrence screamed again, but the cry was cut off abruptly as his head disappeared into the round blackness within blackness. His shoulders followed. Dale grabbed at his brother's ankles again, but the white hands were relentless. Slowly, kicking and writhing, but silent, Lawrence was pulled under the bed. "Mike!" screamed Dale, his voice shrill. "Get up here! Hurry!" He was cursing himself for not grabbing his own duffel bag on the other side of the bed. The shotgun, the squirt guns. No, there wouldn't have been time. Lawrence would be gone. He was almost gone as it was. Only his legs protruded from the blackness. Jesus, Jesus, he's been pulled into the floor. Maybe it's just eating him up as he goes. But the legs were still kicking. His brother was still alive. "Mike!" Dale felt the blackness begin to curl around him then, tendrils and tentacles of darkness, thicker and colder than a winter fog. Where the tendrils touched, Dale's legs and ankles prickled as if they had been touched by dry ice. "Mike!" One of the white hands released itself from the chore of feeding Lawrence to the darkness and grabbed at Dale's face. The fingers were at least 10 inches long. Dale lurched backward, lost his grip on Lawrence's ankles, and watched as the last of his brother was fed to the darkness. Then there was nothing under the bed but the black fog, receding on itself now, the impossibly long fingers sliding backward and down like the hands of a sewer worker lowering himself into a manhole. Dale threw himself under the bed, reaching into the darkness, groping for his brother, even as he felt his hands and forearms go numb in the terrible chill, even as the blackness folded on itself, tendrils pulling in like a movie of some ebony blossom folding up for night, run at high speed. And then there was only the perfect circle of darkness, a hole. Dale could feel emptiness where the solid floor should be. And then he tugged his hands back as that circle contracted all too quickly, snapping shut like a steel trap that would have taken Dale's fingers off in an instant. "What?" cried Mike, exploding into the room with his bag in one hand and the long-barreled squirrel gun in the other. Dale was on his feet, sobbing but trying not to, pointing and babbling. Mike dropped to his knees, rattled the barrel of the small shotgun across the solid floorboards. Dale dropped to his knees and elbows and pounded that floor with his fists. Fuck, 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 fuck. There was nothing down there but boards and dust bunnies and Lawrence's dropped Uncle Scrooge comic. A scream echoed from the basement. "Lawrence!" shouted Dale, running for the landing. Just a second, shouted Mike, holding him back until he could retrieve Dale's duffel bag and the radio. "Put the damn savage together." "We can't wait. Lawrence!" gasped Dale between sobs, tugging to get free. Another scream echoed from the basement, farther away this time. Mike dropped the squirrel gun on the bed and shook Dale with both hands. "Assemble the savage! They want you to go down there with no weapon. They want you to panic. Think!" Dale was shaking as he put the shotgun together, locking the barrel in the stock. Mike stuck 2 loaded squirt guns in his belt, tossed the box of 410 shells to Dale, slung the walkie-talkie over his shoulder, and said, "Okay, let's go down there." The screams had stopped. They pounded down the stairs, through the dark hall, across the kitchen, and through the inner door to the basement stairs. Chapter 37. "You want us over there?" asked Kevin over the walkie-talkie. Both he and Harlan were dressed and ready in Kev's bedroom. "No, stay where you are unless we call you," radioed Mike from the top of the stairs. "We'll push the transmit button twice if we need you." "Gotcha." Just as Mike signed off, the lights in the Stewart house went off. He pulled his flashlight from his duffel bag and left the bag on the step to the kitchen. Dale reached for the flashlight his dad kept on a 2x4 cross brace near the head of the stairs. The kitchen and house beyond, through the open door to the inside, were dark. The basement was beyond darkness. There was a scrabbling, slipping sound. Dale slid the .410 shell in, left the .22 barrel empty, and clicked the gun shut. He slid the barrel select to shotgun. His flashlight beam played on the cinder blocks at the curve of the steps near the bottom. More scrabbling sounds came from around the corner. "Let's go," he said, holding the flashlight with one hand and the shotgun steady with the other. Mike followed with the squirrel gun and his own flashlight. They jumped down the last 2 giant steps, smelling the moist after-flood stink of the place. Ahead of them, the furnace in the hopper sent out pipes like a gorgon's hair. The slipping, rock-sliding noise came from their right, through the small doorway in the cinder-block wall in the coal bin. Dale went in fast, the flashlight beam swinging left to right and then back again. The hopper, walls, the small heap of coal left from the winter, the north wall with its panel to the outside and the coal chute shoved in one corner, cobwebs along the near wall, back to the open space. There was a faint glow in the crawl space under the front of the house in the porch. Not a light, not that bright, but a pale phosphorescent gleam, rather like the radium dials on Kevin's watch. Dale stepped closer and played his flashlight into the low, cobwebby space. 25 feet in, where the crawl space normally ended in rough stone and cinder block at the south end of the porch, the flashlight glinted on the ribbed walls of a hole 18 inches across, perfectly round and still emitting the putrid green glow they had seen from the coal bin. Dale shoved his stuff on the ledge and wriggled into the crawl space, ignoring the cobwebs in his face as he began moving across the moist soil toward the tunnel. Mike grabbed his ankles. "Let me go, I'm going after him." Mike didn't argue. He pulled Dale forcibly backward until his pajama top scraped over the cinder-block ledge. "Let me go," shouted Dale, trying to free himself. "I'm going after him." Mike grabbed his friend's face and silenced him, pressing him back against cold stone. "We'll all go after him, but that's what they expect you to do. Go down this tunnel, or go straight to where they're taking him." "Where's that?" gasped Dale, shaking his head, still feeling the imprint of Mike's strong fingers on his jaw. "Draw a line," said Mike, pointing in the direction of the tunnel. Dale turned dull eyes toward the darkness there. Southwest, across the schoolyard. "Old Central," he said. He shook his head again. "Lawrence might still be alive." "Maybe. They haven't taken anyone before that we know of. Just killed them. Maybe they do want him alive. Probably to get us to go after him." He keyed the transmit button. "Kev, Harlan, get all your stuff and meet us outside at the gas pump in about 3 minutes. We're going to get dressed and we'll be right there." Dale flung himself around so that the flashlight beam illuminated the tunnel again. Okay, but I'm going after him. We'll go to the school." "Yeah," said Mike, leading the jog up the stairs, illuminating the dark hall and stairway with his flashlight. "You and Harlan find a way into the school while Kevin does his thing. I'm going to follow the tunnel." They reached the bedroom, and Dale tugged on jeans and sneakers and a sweatshirt, foregoing niceties such as underwear and socks. "You said they'd expect us to go to the school or follow down the tunnel." "One or the other," answered Mike. "Maybe not both." "Why should you go in the tunnel? He's my brother." "Yeah," said Mike. He took a tired breath. "But I've got more experience with these things." Mr. Ashley Montague had a couple of more drinks in the back of the limousine while the cartoons and short subject were on the screen. But he came out when the motion picture started. It was a new release, quite popular in his Peoria theaters. Roger Corman's House of Usher. It starred the inevitably hammy Vincent Price as Roderick Usher, but the horror film was much better than most of its kind. Mr. Ashley Montague especially liked the predominant use of reds and blacks, and the ominous lighting that seemed to throw each stone of the old Usher mansion into sharp relief. The first reel was over when the storm came up. Mr. Ashley Montague was leaning against the rail of the bandstand when the branches far above began to whip back and forth. Loose papers blew across the park grass, and the few spectators either huddled under blankets or began leaving for the shelter of cars and homes. The millionaire looked over the roof of the Parkside Cafe and was alarmed at how low and fast-moving the black clouds seemed when they were silhouetted by the silent lightning. It was what his mother always called a witch's storm, the kind more often seen in early spring and late autumn than in the belly of summer. On the screen, Vincent Price as Roderick Usher and the young gentleman caller carried the massive coffin holding Usher's sister into the cobwebbed vaults of the family crypt. Mr. Ashley Montague knew that the girl was only suffering from the family catalepsy. The audience knew. Poe had known it. Why didn't Usher know it? Perhaps he does, thought Mr. Ashley Montague. Perhaps he is a willing participant in the act of burying his sister alive. The first peal of thunder cracked across the endless fields to the south of town, rumbling from the subsonic up through the teeth-rattling and ending on a shrill note. "Shall we call it a night, sir?" called Tyler from the projector. The butler chauffeur was holding his cloth cap in place against the wind. Only 4 or 5 people remained in their cars or under trees in the park to watch the film. Mr. Ashley Montague looked up at the screen. The coffin was vibrating. Fingernails clawed against the interior of the bronze casket. 4 floors above, Roderick Usher's almost supernatural hearing picked up every sound. Vincent Price shuddered and put his hands over his ears, shouting something that was lost under another peal of thunder. "No," said Mr. Ashley Montague, "it's almost over. Let's allow it to run a bit." Tyler nodded, visibly displeased, and held his suit tight around his throat as the wind rose again. "Dennis!" The whisper was coming from the shrubbery under the front of the bandstand. "Dennis!" Mr. Ashley Montague frowned and walked to the railing there. He could see no one in the bushes below, although the wild commotion caused by the wind and the relative darkness there made it hard to tell who might be crouching in the tall shrubs. "Who is it?" he snapped. No one in Elm Haven took the liberty of calling him by his Christian name, and few people elsewhere were granted that right either. "Dennis!" It was as if the wind in the bushes were whispering. Mr. Ashley Montague had no intention of going down there. He turned and snapped his fingers at Tyler. "Someone is playing a prank. Go see who it is. Remove them." Tyler nodded and moved gracefully down the steps. Tyler was older than he looked. He had, in fact, been a British commando in World War II, heading a small unit which specialized in dropping behind Japanese lines in Burma and elsewhere to create havoc and fear. Tyler's family had fallen on hard times since the war, but the man's experience was the primary factor in Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague hiring him as body servant and bodyguard. On the screen, the broad white canvas rippling wildly as the wind got between it and the wall of the Parkside Cafe, Vincent Price was screaming that his sister was alive, alive, alive. The young man grabbed a lantern and rushed toward the crypt. Overhead, the first bolt of lightning exploded, illuminating the entire town in a moment of stroboscopic clarity, and making Mr. Ashley Montague blink blindly for several seconds. The thunderclap was staggering. The last of the movie watchers ran for home or drove off to beat the storm. Only the millionaire's limousine remained on the strip of gravel parking behind the bandstand. Mr. Ashley Montague walked to the front of the bandstand, feeling the first cold drops of rain touching his cheeks like icy tears. "Tyler, never mind. Let's load up the equipment and—" It was the wristwatch that he saw first. Tyler's gold Rolex catching the flare of light from the next stroke of lightning. It was on Tyler's wrist, which was on the ground between the bushes and the bandstand. The wrist was not attached to an arm. A large hole had been kicked, or chewed, in the wooden latticework at the base of the bandstand. Noises came from that hole. Mr. Ashley Montague backed up to the rear railing of the bandstand. He opened his mouth to shout, but realized that he was alone. Main Street was as empty as if it were 3 a.m. Not even a solitary car moved down the hard road. He tried to shout anyway, but the thunder was almost continuous now, one clap overlapping the next. The sky was insane, with backlit black clouds and the winds of a full-fledged witches' storm. Mr. Ashley Montague looked at his limousine, parked less than 50 feet away. Branches whipped overhead, one tearing free and falling across a park bench. "It wants me to run for the car." Mr. Ashley Montague shook his head and remained right where he was. So he would get a little wet. The storm would stop eventually. Sooner or later, the town constable or the county sheriff or someone would stop by on their nightly inspection, curious why the movie was still running in the rain. On the screen, a woman with a white face, bloodied fingernails, and a tattered burial gown moved through a secret passage. Vincent Price screamed. Beneath Mr. Ashley Montague, the wooden floor of the 72-year-old bandstand suddenly bowed upward and splintered with a sound rivaling the crash of thunder overhead. Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague had time to scream once before the lamprey mouth and 6-inch teeth closed on his calves and legs to the knee and dragged him down through the splintered hole. On the screen, a long shot of the House of Usher was backlighted with lightning much less dramatic than the real explosions above the Parkside Cafe. "Here's the plan," said Mike. They were all by the pump next to Kevin's truck shed. The doors were open to the shed and the pump was unlocked. Dale was filling Coke bottles, but looked up now. "Dale and Harlan go to the school. You know a way in?" Dale shook his head. "I do," said Harlan. "Okay," said Mike. "Start in the basement. I'll try to meet you there. If I'm somewhere else in the place, I'll key. If I can't, search the place on your own." "Who has the radios?" asked Harlan. He had taken his sling off, so both arms were free, although the light cast still made his left arm clumsy. Mike handed his radio to Harlan. "You and Kev. Kev, you know what you're supposed to do?" The thin boy nodded, but then shook his head. But instead of a couple of 100 gallons like we'd planned, you want it all pumped?" Mike nodded. He was tucking squirt guns in the waistband on his back, filling his pockets with 410 shells. Kev made a fist. "Why? You just wanted a bit of it pumped onto the doors and windows." "That plan's not going to work," said Mike. He clicked open his grandmother's squirrel gun, checked the cartridge, slammed it shut. "I want that thing full. If we have to, we'll drive it right through the north door there." He pointed across the schoolyard. The wind had come up, the lightning was ripping the sky, and the sentinel elms were waving yard-thick limbs like palsied arms. Kevin stared at Mike. "How the heck do we do that? There are 4 or 5 steps on that front porch. Even if the thing is wide enough for the truck, it'd never get up those steps." Mike pointed at Dale and Harlan. "You guys know those thick old boards they stacked up by the dumpster when they ripped the old porch off the west end of the school last year?" Harlan nodded. "I know 'em. I almost fell onto them a few weeks ago." "Okay, we'll stick those on the front porch of the school before you go in. Like a ramp, sort of." "Like a ramp, sort of," mimicked Kevin, looking in at his father's 4-ton bulk tanker. Every time the lightning rippled across the sky, which was almost constant now, the huge stainless steel tank reflected the flash. "You've got to be shitting me," he said to no one in particular. "Let's go," said Dale. He was already starting down the hill toward the school, leaving the others behind. "Let's go." There was no sign of his mother's car. All the lights were out in this part of town. Only Old Central seemed to glow with the same sick light that illuminated the interior of the clouds. Mike clapped Harlan on the back, did the same with Kevin, and jogged down the slope toward Dale's house. Dale had paused across the street, looking back at his friend. Mike heard the edge of a shout, but the words were drowned by the next roll of thunder from the storm. It might have been "good luck," or possibly "goodbye." Mike waved and went down into the Stewarts' basement. Dale waited an impatient 30 seconds for Jim Harlan and then ran back up the gravel drive. "Are you coming or not?" Harlan was poking around in the Grumbacher truck shed. "Kev said that there's some rope in here. Ah, here." He pulled 2 thick coils of rope from nails on the rafters. "I bet this is 25 feet each, easy." He fitted the bulky coils over his shoulders and chest like bandoliers. Dale turned around, disgusted. He started to jog across the dark playground, not worrying if Harlan could keep up. Lawrence was in there somewhere, like Duane. "What the hell do you want rope for anyhow?" snapped Dale, as Harlan caught up, already panting from the short run. "If we're going in that fucking school, I'm going to have a way to get out that's softer than the last time." Dale shook his head. Branches were tearing off and falling around them as they passed under the sentinel elms. The short grass of the playing field was rippling and flattening under the wind as if a huge invisible hand were stroking it. "Look," whispered Harlan. The ridges of the burrowing things were everywhere now, humps of raw soil that curved and wound and intersected, carving the 6 acres of playground into a wild geometry of wakes. Dale reached into his belt and pulled out a squirt gun, feeling how foolish that was, even as he did so. But he clipped the Boy Scout flashlight onto his belt and kept the squirt gun in his left hand, the Savage over and under in his right. "You got some of Mike's magic water?" whispered Harlan. "Holy water." "Whatever." "Come on," Dale whispered. They leaned into the rising wind. The sky was a mass of boiling black clouds, silhouetted by the greenish lightning. Thunder rolled like cannon fire. "If it rains, that'll really fuck up what Kevin's planning to do." Dale said nothing. They passed the north porch, went under the boarded windows. Dale noticed that the wind had torn the boards off the stained glass window above the entrance, but that was far too high to reach, and they jogged around the northwest corner, past the dumpster where Jim had lain unconscious for 10 hours, into the shadow on the north side of the immense building. "Here are the boards," gasped Harlan. "Grab one, and we'll dump it on the front steps, like Mike said." "Screw that," said Dale. "Show me that entrance you said you knew about." Harlan stopped cold. "Look, it may be important." "Show me!" Without planning to, Dale had raised the shotgun so that the barrel was pointing in Jim Harlan's general direction. Harlan's small pistol was tucked in his belt, under the absurd coils of rope. "Listen, Dale, I know you're half nuts about your brother, and I usually don't give a shit about orders from somebody else, but Mike probably had a reason. Now help me with a couple of these boards, and I'll show you the way in." Dale wanted to scream with frustration. Instead, he lowered the shotgun, set it against the wall, and lifted one end of the long, heavy plank. They'd stacked several dozen of these old boards here when they had demolished the west porch of the school last fall. Now they still lay there, waterlogged and rotting. It took the boys 5 minutes to carry 8 of the damn things around to the north porch and to dump them on the stairs. "These things wouldn't even hold up a bicycle if they're supposed to be a ramp," said Dale. "Mike's crazy." Harlan shrugged. "We said we'd do it. Now we've done it. Let's get going." Dale hadn't liked leaving the shotgun, and he was pleased to find it still leaning against the wall when he got back. Except when the lightning illuminated everything in its flashbulb explosion of glare, it was quite dark along this wall of the school. All of the schoolyard pole lamps and street lights were off, but the upper floors of the building itself appeared to be wreathed by a greenish glow. "This way," whispered Harlan. All of the basement windows had wire mesh coverings, as well as the plywood boards. Harlan stopped at the window closest to the southwest corner of the school, ripped back the long loose board, and kicked at the rusty mesh. It swung free. "Jerry Daysinger and me kicked the shit out of this thing one dull recess last April," said Harlan. "Give me a hand." Dale propped the shotgun against the wall and helped to pry the mesh away from the wall. Rusted metal and brick dust sifted into the window well below the sidewalk level. "Hold it," said Harlan, the words almost drowned by the rising wind and a roll of thunder. He sat on the ground, leaned into the well, pulled the mesh loose, and kicked the pane of glass out with his right sneaker, smashing the wooden muntin while he was at it. He kicked a second pane out, then a third. Half the small window lay open into darkness, the shards of glass reflecting the mad sky. Harlan scooted back on his rump, extended an arm, palm up. "After you, my dear Gaston." Dale grabbed the shotgun and lowered himself in. Legs scrabbling in the darkness, his left foot finding a pipe, setting the gun in to use both hands to keep himself away from the broken glass. He jumped from the pipe to the floor 5 feet below, found the shotgun, and held it across his chest. Harlan clambered in behind him. Lightning revealed a riot of iron pipes, massive elbow joints where pipes connected, the red legs of a big work table, and lots of darkness. Dale unclipped the flashlight from his belt, fumbled the squirt gun back into his waistband. "Turn it on, for Christ's sakes," whispered Harlan, his voice taut. Dale clicked on the light. They were in the boiler room. Pipes littered the darkness overhead, and huge metal tanks rose like crematoria on either side. There were shadows between the gigantic furnaces, shadows beneath the pipes, shadows in the rafters, and a darkness deeper than shadows outside the door to the basement hallway. "Let's go," whispered Dale. holding the flashlight directly over the savage's barrel. He wished he'd brought 22 shells as well as the 410s. Dale led the way into the darkness. "Son of a bitch," whispered Kevin Grumbacher. He almost never cursed, but nothing was going right here. The others had all left him, and Kevin was doing his best to ruin his dad's truck and livelihood. It made him sick, breaking into the pump and buried gas tank, using the milk hose to pump gasoline up into the stainless steel bulk tank. No matter how much they cleaned the rubber hose, there'd always be some gasoline left to contaminate the milk. These hoses cost a small fortune. Kevin didn't even want to think about what he was doing to the tanker itself. The problem was, with the electricity off, the air conditioner in their house would be off, and that would wake his mother and father up fairly soon. Sooner, if the storm got any louder. His dad was famous for being a sound sleeper, but his mother often wandered the house during storms. It was just lucky that their bedroom was downstairs, next to the TV room. Still, Kevin had had to get the tanker truck out of the garage without starting the engine. He had the key, but was sure the noise would wake his father up without the air conditioner to shield it. The storm was getting louder, but Kevin couldn't count on the truck engine not being heard. Luckily, the driveway was on the hill, so Kevin had set the truck in neutral and allowed it to coast the 10 feet or so necessary to get close enough to the gas pump. He'd run the centrifugal pump cord into the 230-volt outlet in the garage, and then remembered that there was no power. Great. Just fucking great. His father had a Coleman gasoline-powered generator in the back of the truck shed, but that would make more noise than the truck itself. There was nothing to do but try. Kevin set the proper switches, threw the proper levers, primed the generator's carburetor once with gas from the jerry can in the truck, and jerked hard with the pull starter. The generator popped twice, coughed once, and started right up. It's not so loud. No louder than about 10 go-karts in a big aluminum barrel. But the back door to the house did not fly open. His father did not rush out with his robe flapping around him and his eyes wide with fury. Not yet. Kevin plugged the power cord into the proper outlet, pulled the shed doors closed against the wind that tried to rip them out of his grasp, and fumbled with the keys to get the lid off the underground tank access panel. He used the 9-foot stick his dad kept by the side of the shed to check the fuel depth. It seemed almost topped off. Kevin fumbled with the rear doors of the tanker, got the bulky hose out, attached and snaked across the drive to the filler cap. The hose, uncoiling into the darkness of the tank, made him think of things he did not want to think about. The storm was getting wilder. The birch and poplars in front of the Grumbacher ranch house were doing their best to rip themselves apart, while the aerial display was lighting the world below in false Kodachrome colors. Kevin threw the switch and saw the transfer hose stiffen and ripple as the vacuum pump began the transfer. He closed his eyes as he heard the first of the high-test gasoline start to gurgle and splash into the well-scrubbed and nearly sterile stainless steel milk tank. "Sorry, kiddies. Your milk's going to have a little bit of shell undertaste for a while." His dad was going to kill him, no matter what happened. Kevin's father rarely showed his anger, but when he did, it was with a red-eyed Teutonic fury that frightened Kevin's mother and everyone else within a lethal radius. Kevin opened his eyes, blinking as the wind hurled grit and gravel at him. Dale and Lawrence weren't in sight on the schoolyard anymore, and Mike had disappeared into the Stewart's basement. Kevin suddenly felt very alone. 75 gallons a minute. There must be at least 1,000 gallons in the tank below, half the bulk tanker's capacity. What, 15 minutes pumping time? Dad'll never sleep through all of that. Kevin was 6 minutes into the transfer, the pump gurgling and bucking in his hands, the generator making its hot rod noises in the echoing shed, and the storm building to some insane crescendo, when he looked out from his hill and saw the ripples in the earth of Old Central's playground. It was like the wake of two sharks in the ocean, fins parting water like ripples in a wind tunnel. Only that was not ocean or wind. Whatever was coming was carving its way under the solid soil of the playing field, headed straight for the road and then for the milk truck. Two wakes, two ridges being churned into existence like two giant moles were digging their way straight for him, and they were coming fast. Chapter 38. After the first 10 yards or so, Mike found the tunnel easier going. It was wider now, closer to 28 or 30 inches across, rather than the tight squeeze he'd forced his shoulders into at the beginning. The ribbed sides of the tunnel were hard, made of packed earth and some gray material with a consistency of dried airplane glue, and they reminded him of the track a caterpillar tractor or bulldozer left in the soil after the mud has dried for days in the sun. Mike thought that crawling through the tunnel was no more difficult than forcing one's way through one of the smaller corrugated steel culverts they laid under a road. Only this one went on for hundreds of yards, or miles rather than a few yards. The smell was bad, but Mike ignored it. The light from his flashlight reflected red off the ribs of the hole, making Mike think again of a long gut, an intestine to hell. But he tried not to think about that. The pain in his elbows and knees grew worse by the minute, but he put that out of his mind, reciting Hail Marys interspersed with the occasional Our Father. He wished he'd brought the remaining bit of Eucharist he'd left on Memo's bed. Mike crawled farther, feeling the tunnel twist to the left and right, sometimes descending, sometimes rising to the point he guessed there was less than a yard of dirt over his head. At the moment, he felt deep. Twice he'd come to a junction with other tunnels, one burrowing off the left almost straight down, and Mike had shown his flashlight, waited, listened, and then crawled on, keeping to what he thought was the most recently excavated burrow. At least this tunnel smelled the strongest. At every turn Mike expected to come across the corpse of Lawrence Stewart, clogging the way ahead. Perhaps there would be just bones and tatters of flesh left. Perhaps it would be worse. But if Mike found the 8-year-old, at least he could leave the warren of tunnels with honor and tell Dale and the others that there was no reason for them to go into the school at night. Only Mike could never find his way back now. There had been too many twists, more than enough turns, to lose him permanently. He stayed with the main tunnel. He thought it was the main tunnel, and kept moving ahead, his jeans torn at the knee now, the flesh underneath bleeding. It was like crawling on ridged concrete. The flashlight wavered on red soil, now illuminating 20 yards of shaft, now 20 inches, as the tunnel dipped or turned again. Mike expected a visitor at every bend. The squirt guns in his waistband were leaking, making him feel like a damned fool. It was one thing to fight monsters, he thought, quite another to fight them with wet underwear. He pulled the worst offender from his belt and clamped it in his teeth. Better a dribbly chin than to look like you needed diapers. The tunnel turned right again, began dropping steeply. Mike inched ahead, using his elbows as brakes, the flashlight beam bobbing against the red roof. Mike kept crawling. He felt it coming before he saw it. The earth began to tremble slightly. Mike remembered one long-ago summer night when he and Dale had been watching a ball game over at Oak Hill and had gone for a moonlit walk along the railroad tracks. They'd felt a vibration in the soles of their sneakers and then put their ears against the rails, feeling the distant coming of the daily express between Galesburg and Peoria. This was like that, only much stronger, the vibration coming up through the bones of Mike's hands and knees and shaking his spine, rattling his teeth. And with the tremors came the stench. Mike deliberated about turning the light off and then decided, to hell with it. These things could certainly see him. Why not return the favor? He lay prone, the flashlight under his chin now, Memo's squirrel gun in his right hand, the squirt gun in his left. Then he'd remembered that he'd have to reload, and he hurried to fumble out 4 more cartridges, wrapping them in the short sleeve of his T-shirt where he could get them in a hurry. For a second the vibration seemed all around him, above him, behind him, and he had a moment of pure panic as he thought of the thing exploding on him from behind, seizing him from the rear before he managed to squirm around, get the gun aimed behind him. Mike felt the panic rise like dark bile, but then the vibrations localized and intensified. It's ahead of me. He lay flat, waiting. The thing came around a bend in the tunnel, perhaps 12 feet ahead of him. It was worse than Mike could have imagined. For a second he almost let his bladder go, but controlling that helped him to control his thinking. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. It was. It was the eel that Mike had caught and run from in a small boat, and a lamprey with its all-devouring mouth and endless rows of teeth disappearing into the gut that was its body. And it was a worm the size of a large sewer pipe, with quivering appendages that might have been 1,000 tiny fingers wringing the mouth, or perhaps waving tendrils, or perhaps serrated lips. Mike didn't give too much of a damn at that second. The flashlight illuminated gray and pink flesh, pulsing blood vessels visible through the skin. No eyes. Teeth. More teeth. Pink gut, not so dissimilar from the tunnel itself. The thing paused. Tendril lips writhed. The lamprey mouth pulsated, and it came on at a terrific speed. Mike fired the squirt gun first. Holy Mary, Mother of God. Saw the water arch the 10 feet, saw the pink flesh hiss, realized that the thing was too big to be destroyed or seriously inconvenienced by holy water or acid, saw it still rushing on, knew that he could never back away in time, and he fired the squirrel gun. The blast deafened and blinded him. He broke the breech, flipped out the empty, took a shell from his sleeve, slammed it home, clicked the breech shut. He fired again, blinking away retinal echoes. The thing had stopped. It had to have stopped. He'd have been in its gut already if it hadn't stopped. The flashlight was askew. Mike reloaded, aimed, steadied the flashlight with his left hand. It had stopped, less than 8 feet away. The circular jaw of the thing had been shattered in several places. Pieces of the tunnel dribbled onto it. Greenish-gray fluid leaked from the giant worm body. It seemed more bemused than hurt, more curious than frightened. "Fuck you!" screamed Mike between Hail Marys. He fired again, reloaded, thrust the squirrel gun another yard closer by wiggling forward, and fired again. He had at least 10 shells left. He wiggled and flopped to get some out of his right side pocket. The lamprey thing withdrew around the bend in the tunnel. Still screaming, only partially coherent, flailing on raw elbows and knees, Mike followed it as quickly as he could. "Where are we?" whispered Dale. They had come out of the boiler room into a narrow hall, followed it left around several corners, come into a wider corridor, and now were in a narrow one again. Giant pipes ran overhead. The basement hallways were littered with stacked school desks, empty cardboard drums, shattered chalkboards, and cobwebs. Many, many cobwebs. "I don't know where we are," Harlan whispered back. Both boys had their flashlights on. The beams flickered from surface to surface like demented insects. This west end of the basement was Van Syke's area. None of us came in here. That was true enough. The hallway was narrow, the ceiling low. There were many small doors and access panels on the slanted concrete and stone walls. The pipes dripped moisture. Dale thought that the place was a maze, that they'd never find their way to the halls he knew from years of going to the basement restrooms. The stairway to the basement was below the central stairways. They came around another turn. Dale's thumb had been tense on the hammer of the over and under for long minutes, even though it had been locked back. He was sure he was going to blow his own leg off any second. Both of Harlan's arms were straight out, the flashlight in the hand below the cast, the .38 revolver in the other hand. Harlan was moving like a jerky weather vane in a strong wind. The basement of Old Central was not silent. Dale heard creakings, slidings, raspings. The pipes carried hollow echoes and reverberating moans, as if some huge mouth was breathing into them from above, while the thick stone walls seemed to be expanding and contracting slightly, as if something large was pressing and relaxing pressure from the opposite side. Dale came around another corner, swinging the light in fast arcs, the savage raised to his shoulder despite the ache in his right arm. "Holy shit!" Harlan whispered reverently as he came around behind him. They were in the main basement corridor now. Dale recognized it from years of coming down to the restroom, marching down to the music and art rooms at the far end of this long hall. The stairways, one for coming down, one for going up, were another 20 yards along this corridor. Maybe. The pipes dripped moist gray stalactites now. The walls were covered with what looked like a thin film of greenish oil. There were mounds of gray matter in the hall, like unformed stalagmites or giant melted candles. But that wasn't what had caused Harlan's comment. The walls were perforated with holes, some 1.5 feet or so across, others opening from floor to ceiling. Tunnels ran off from the central corridor and disappeared into the soil and rock of the playground. A faint phosphorescence came from these tunnels. Dale and Lawrence could have switched off their flashlights and still seen quite clearly in this windowless place. They did not switch off their flashlights. "Look," said Harlan. He pushed back a door that had the single word "boys" stenciled on it. Inside what had been their restroom, the metal stalls had been ripped out of their mountings and twisted like thin tin. The toilets and urinals had been torn from their mountings and pushed almost to the ceiling, trailing torn pipes and dangling fittings. The long room was almost filled with the gray stalactites, mounds of softly pulsating greenish wax, strands of something that looked like a spider web made of hairless flesh. The round hole in the wall to their left was at least 8 feet across. Dale smelled the odor of wet earth and decay wafting out of it. There were a dozen other tunnels, some in the floor and ceiling. "Let's go," whispered Harlan. "Mike said he'd meet us down here." "Mike may not be coming," hissed Harlan. "Let's find your brother and get our asses out." Dale hesitated only a second. The stairways had been shut off by swinging doors. One of them on the north side had been torn off its top hinges and hung askew. Dale leaned on it, shone his light up the stairway. A dark fluid pulsed down the steps between gray mounds and the glazed, waxy icing on the walls. It came under the doors and pooled around Dale and Harlan's sneakers. Dale took 3 deep breaths, wrenched the door aside, and led the way up the stairs toward the first landing, feeling and hearing his tennis shoes squish on each step. The liquid was a dull brownish red, but it felt too thick for water, possibly too thick for blood, more like motor oil or transmission fluid. It smelled a bit like cat urine. Dale imagined a giant 3-story cat crouched above them, and he almost giggled. Harlan gave him a warning glance. "Mike'll come up looking for us," he whispered to Harlan, not caring who heard. But at that second he did not believe that Mike was still alive. 2 long blocks south, across the abandoned and darkened Main Street, Bandstand Park was empty, except for the limousine parked on the strip of gravel on the west side. The projector was still running because it had been plugged into the volunteer fire department circuit. The bandstand was silent, the large hole in the floor visible only from a certain angle. A large branch had fallen on the speakers, smashing both of them and silencing the film. The screen had partially ripped loose from its moorings on the side of the Parkside Cafe, the 15 by 20-foot canvas slapping and snapping against siding like a fast-firing cannon. On the screen, a man and woman struggled in what looked to be a dungeon. The camera cut to a room above them, where a tumbled candelabrum ignited a red velvet curtain. The fire spread, rising to the ceiling. A woman opened her mouth to scream, but there was no noise except the crack of canvas and the louder crack of lightning. A long semi went by on the hard road, its metal sides buffeted by the gale-force winds, its wipers flashing despite the fact that it was not raining here. It did not slow as it passed through the speed 25 mph electrically timed zone. Lightning to the south revealed a solid wall of black moving across the fields toward Elmhaven at the speed a horse could run at full gallop, but there was no one to see it. On the whipping screen in the white siding of the cafe, flames seemed 3-dimensional as they devoured the house of Usher. Kevin jumped onto the high fender of the bulk tanker, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and clicked the transmit button 5 times. There was no answering click. "Hey, Dale! Hey! Something's coming here!" he shouted into the radio. The speaker returned only static and a crackling that echoed the lightning overhead. Something was indeed coming. The twin wakes of fresh soil being plowed across the schoolyard disappeared beneath the asphalt of Depot Street. Like sharks diving deep, thought Kevin. He had his father's Colt Government Model 45 in both hands now, and he racked around into the chamber, holding the semi-automatic's grip steady in his left hand, finger on the trigger guard, while he pulled the slide back. The first round chambered, the automatic cocked and locked, as his father called it. Kevin set his thumb on the hammer as he waited for the lamprey things to emerge on this side of the street. Nothing happened for a minute or more. There was no noise, or at least no noise audible over the crash of storm and continuing gurgle of the centrifugal pump. Kevin held the automatic in both hands and gently lowered the hammer before he shot his foot off. He looked down at the pump and hose, decided that it was still feeding properly, and stayed on the truck rather than jumped down. One of the lamprey worms surfaced 6 feet to the right of the truck. The other threw gravel into the air as it arched out of the driveway. Their bodies were long and segmented. Kevin saw the working mouth as the first one passed, saw the quivering tendrils and pulsating gut lined with teeth. He raised the pistol as the thing surfaced and dove again, but he did not fire. Mein Gott! His arms were shaking. The one in the driveway dove to the right as it submerged again, displacing more gravel and passing under the hose as its endless back disappeared. What if it hits the underground tank? Kevin climbed higher onto the truck, looking down into the open filler cap on top now, calling desperately into the walkie-talkie. "Dale! Harlan! Anybody! Help! Come in, over!" Static-lashed silence. Kevin clambered forward to the cab, leaned down, and swung the passenger side door open, thinking of getting in out of the wind. The lamprey thing surfaced 5 feet to the right of the cab and lunged, the mouth opening wider than the width of the body itself, flaps and tendrils pulsing as it smashed into the door with a thud that rocked the 3.5-ton vehicle. Kevin had released the door and rolled across the roof of the cab, away from the thing, his mouth open and ready to scream, but with no sound emerging but rapid gasps. He teetered on the driver's side of the cab, fingernails clawing at the smooth metal of the roof. He went over, but managed to grab the upper frame of the open window and land heavily, his feet clanging on the running board, the radio flying out onto the grass of the yard. The second lamprey surfaced 15 feet out and cut through the grass in an arching rush that left sod flying 10 feet into the air. Kevin saw it coming, saw the radio knocked farther away by the thing's wake, and then he swung himself up onto the hood of the truck, his long legs scrabbling for purchase there. The second lamprey thing smashed into the driver's door with the same blind fury that the first had shown. It backed away, arching its quivering feeding mouth 6 feet into the air, like a cobra weaving before striking. Kevin spread-eagled himself on the rocking hood and looked to his left. The first thing had backed off, had dived into the gravel again, and now rose in full force to crash into the right door again. Glass broke and the heavy door warped inward. The instant the first lamprey backed off, before the second one attacked again, Kevin scrambled over the hood and roof of the cab, leaping onto the higher steel tank, feet sliding out from under him, but not before he threw himself forward and grasped the cylindrical filler cap in the center of the tank, his legs sliding off to the right. 9 feet of lamprey unwound from the soil and went for his legs, tendrils quivering. Kevin got the full benefit of the death stench rising from the thing's pulsing interior, and then he swung his legs up like a trick horse rider, hanging completely by the force of his arms, his blue jeans skidding against the curved steel tank. "Go get 'em," came a voice over the wind. Kevin looked over the tank to see Cordy Cook standing by the truck shed. The wind plastered her shapeless dress against her and flapped it like a manic brown flag behind her. Her short, crudely chopped hair stood straight back from her face. Cordy released the large dog she was holding back by a leather thong. It threw itself across the 10 yards to the worm thing on the far side of the truck. Kevin swung his legs up and over as the segmented thing rose and struck again on the lawn side. It fell back, leaving a trail of slime on the side of his father's steel tanker. There was a dent in the steel, not 10 inches from Kevin's raised sneaker. The dog growled and leaped on the first lamprey, its massive forelegs spread as it landed on the thing's segmented back. The lamprey arched and then dove, the dog chewing and growling, leaping from its back to run 6 paces before leaping on it again as the lamprey surfaced farther down the driveway. "Come on!" screamed Kevin. Cordy ran down the hill and jumped for the fender. She would have fallen back if Kevin's hand hadn't caught her wrist and pulled her up. The first lamprey surfaced and slammed its mouth into the tank a foot below her bare legs. It slid off the rear fender and began circling again, the growling and chewing dog going crazy on its back. The second lamprey was circling on the lawn as if it were building up speed. "Up here," gasped Kevin, pulling her to the top of the tank. They stood, balancing in the high wind, with their arms out, legs straddling the raised filler cap. The first lamprey suddenly arched back on itself, its open end coming around faster than a snake could strike. The dog had time to howl once, before most of it disappeared into the wide feeding orifice. The body pulsed, the mouth widened. The dog became a lump near the front of the giant worm, and it dove again, disappearing beyond the gravel into the yard near the street. "Lucifer!" said Cordy. She was sobbing without noise. "Look out!" cried Kevin. They swung off the right side of the truck as the second lamprey charged in from the yard again, its pulsing mouth rising 8 feet into the air and slamming into the top of the tank near the filler cap this time. Kevin and Cordy looked over their shoulders as the first thing circled and came back. The centrifugal pump continued to chug, and the gasoline continued to pump into the bulk tank as both lamprey creatures rose and converged. Chapter 39. Dale led the way up the stairs to the first floor, pausing at the landing to shine his light around the corner. More dark fluid trickled down the steps. The banisters, railings, and the lower section of the green walls were streaked with the waxy, chitinous material he had seen in the basement. The 2 boys stayed near the center of the steps, weapons raised. There had been swinging doors at the top of the north stairwell, but both had been broken off their hinges. Dale paused there, watched the thick fluid seeping under the smashed wood, and then he leaned forward and shone his flashlight into the main hall of Old Central. The light bounced off a confusing mass of dripping pillars and walls that Dale did not remember being there. Harlan had whispered something. Dale turned his head back. "What?" "I said," repeated the smaller boy with careful enunciation, "that there's something moving in the basement. Maybe it's Mike." "I don't think so," whispered Harlan. He swung the flashlight beam behind him. "Listen." Dale listened. It was a scraping, sliding, rasping noise, as if something large and soft had filled the entire hallway below them and was pushing desks, chalkboards, and all the other detritus down there ahead of itself. "Let's go," whispered Dale, and stepped out over the stained and hanging door. He felt Harlan step into the great space behind him, come up next to him, but Dale did not turn to look. He was too busy staring. The interior of Old Central looked nothing like the building Dale had left for the last time 7 weeks earlier. His neck first pivoted as he took in the scene, then arched as he looked up through the center stairwell. The floor was awash with thick, almost dried brown fluid that rose to the top of Dale's sneakers like some great molasses spill. The walls had been covered with a thin layer of pinkish, vaguely translucent material that reminded Dale of the naked and quivering flesh in a nest of newborn rats he had uncovered once. The organic-looking stuff dripped from railings and banisters, hung in great cobwebby strands from portraits of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, dribbled in even thicker webs from the hooks in the cloakrooms, dangled from the doorknobs and transoms, hung from the corners of the boarded windows like huge irregular picture frames made of pulsing flesh, and rose toward the mezzanine and dark stairs above in a great cheesy mass of strands and rivulets. But it was above them that the nightmare grew obscene. Dale arched farther back, seeing Harlan's flashlight beam join his own. The second and third floor balconies were almost covered with gray and pink strands, the filaments growing more substantial as they rose toward the central belfry, arching and crisscrossing the dark space up there like flesh-colored flying buttresses in a cathedral designed by a lunatic. Stalactites and stalagmites of graying epoxy were everywhere, dripping from darkened light fixtures, rising from railings and balustrades, hanging across the great central space like clotheslines made of torn flesh and ribbed cartilage. And from those clotheslines hung a foul wash of what looked like pulsing red egg sacs. Dale's flashlight beam stopped on one, and he saw dark shadows inside, scores of them. They were moving. The entire sack pulsed and throbbed like a human heart hung on a bloody thread. There were dozens more. Shadows moved on the mezzanines. Liquid dripped from the dark, stained glass window. But Dale had eyes for none of this. He was looking at the belfry. Above the third-floor landing, the high school level that had been closed off for so many years, someone had torn out the broad planked floor of the belfry, and that is where the glow was coming from. Glow was not the right word, Dale realized, as he stared at the bluish-green throbbing, stared open-mouthed at the radioactive false light of the thick, fleshy webbed tendrils that filled the belfry, and at the redly glowing thing centered there. He might have called it a spider, for there was a sense of many legs and more eyes. He might have described it as an egg sac itself, for Dale had seen the half-formed heart and reddish eye of such a thing in the yolk of fertilized eggs on Uncle Henry's farm. He might have said it was a face or giant heart, for it resembled both in a sick way. But even from 40 feet beneath the thing, staring upward with a growing sense of despair and sickness, Dale knew that it was none of these things. Harlan tugged at his arm. Reluctantly, almost unwillingly, Dale Stewart tore his eyes away from the center of the flesh web far above. The first floor here, so far from the sick glow in the belfry, was very dark, a complex fold of shadows on shadows. Now one of those shadows moved, separated itself from the web-spun tunnel of a first-grade cloakroom, and stepped softly toward the boys. Arms shaking, Dale raised his shotgun as the pale face floated into focus above the shadow of a body. Dr. Roon stopped, 10 feet from them. His black suit blended with the darkness. His face and hands shimmered softly as Harlan's flashlight beam danced there. There were other sounds behind him, softer sounds in the basement behind the boys. Dr. Roon smiled more broadly than Dale had ever seen him smile. "Welcome," he whispered, blinking against the light. His teeth looked slick and moist. "Look up again, why don't you?" Dale flicked a glance upward, not taking his eyes off the man in black for more than a second. What he saw made him ignore Dr. Roon and look up again, lowering the shotgun so as to hold the flashlight beam more steady. Lawrence was up there. Mike decided that taking the tunnel had not been among the smartest choices he had ever made. His hands and knees were bleeding openly now. His back was killing him. He was lost. He felt like several hours had passed. He was sure that he had almost certainly missed anything that was happening in the school. The lamprey things were coming back. He was almost out of shotgun shells. His flashlight was giving out, and he'd just discovered that he suffered from claustrophobia. Other than that, he thought, I'm doing just fine. There were so many branchings and twists in the tunnel now that he was sure that he had gotten lost. At first, it had been easy identifying the main branch from the tributaries, since the primary tunnel had been harder packed and still redolent from the huge worm thing's passage. But now all the tunnels were like that. He'd had to decide between multiple branches a dozen times in the last 15 minutes, and he was sure that he had chosen wrong. He was probably somewhere out beyond the burned hulk of the grain elevator, and still heading north. Fuck it, thought Mike, and then added an act of contrition to his mental rosary of Hail Marys and Our Fathers. Twice the lamprey things had almost had him. The first time he had heard and felt the approach from behind, and struggled in the narrow tunnel to get the fading flashlight and Memo's squirrel gun aimed the right direction without blowing his foot and ankle off. He had seen the mouth tendrils waving like pulpy white seaweed before firing the first time, not taking time to flinch from the sound before reloading and firing again. The thing had burrowed down through the floor of the tunnel, allowing Mike to get off one final shot at its back. It was like throwing gravel at armor plating. A minute or so later, that lamprey or its twin had burst through the roof of the tunnel not 5 feet in front of his face as he crawled along, the open face pulsing and writhing blindly as it sought him. Mike had forgotten that the things didn't have to stay in their old tunnels, and that oversight had almost killed him. He had thrown the useless squirt gun into the maw of the thing, seeing the teeth-lined gut clearly as it swung his way, and then he had fired, reloaded, fired, reloaded. It was gone when he blinked away the retinal echoes. He had clambered forward wildly, panicked now, glancing up at the roof of the tunnel and down between his hands, waiting for the mouth to emerge and take him. It had emerged a moment later, several yards ahead of him, but had continued burrowing straight down, as if panicked itself by something on the surface. The tunnel had filled with the reek of gasoline. Mike had stopped crawling for a moment, stunned with the implications of that smell. God, it's gotten to Kev's tanker truck. He wished they had one of the radios. Do radios work underground? Kev or Dwayne would know. Then he remembered. Dwayne was dead. Kevin might be too. Mike crawled forward, his body reduced to a simple organ designed to transmit pain from various extremities to his exhausted brain. It was cool down here. It would be nice just to curl up in a nice warm ball and go to sleep here. Let the last of the batteries drain away and the light fade. Just sleep and dream of nothing. Mike crawled forward, the squirrel gun loaded but tucked in his waistband along his right leg, his palms leaving bloody prints on the corrugated tunnel floor. The noise, when he heard it, was louder than the lamprey sounds he'd heard before previous attacks. It was as if both creatures were coming down the tunnel after him, from behind. Very quickly, judging from the rapid build-up in vibration and sound. Mike crawled faster, the flashlight in his teeth, his head banging stones and the tunnel roof as he hobbled along as fast as he could. The burrowing sounds increased in intensity behind him. He could smell the things now, the rotted garbage and dead flesh stench of them, and above that another smell, sharp and terrible. He glanced back and saw a fierce light approaching around the bend in the tunnel behind him. Mike flung himself forward, losing one of the squirt guns and not noticing it. The flashlight flickered out, and he threw it away. The widening tunnel was illuminated fully by the flare of the lamprey's passage behind him. Something large and loud and bright filled the space behind him. He felt heat from it, as if the lamprey mouth and gut had become a furnace. Suddenly the tunnel floor dropped out from underneath him, and Mike tumbled downward, sliding and scrabbling on loose rock and cold flat stone. It was some sort of wider cave here, dark as the tunnel, but much wider, and Mike pawed out Memo's squirrel gun and cocked back the hammer, even as he continued kicking himself sideways, finally slamming up against a vertical slab of stone. The light from the tunnel opening grew brighter, the earth shook, and the lamprey suddenly appeared, tendrils and maw pulsing wildly. It rumbled past Mike like an express freight train not deigning to pause for such an unimportant stop, its glowing and blazing flesh passing not 2 feet from Mike's sneakers as he tried in vain to push himself into the solid wall behind him. The thing had passed, crashing through more stone and continuing on into darkness, leaving a trail of slime and smoldering flesh, before Mike realized 2 things. The lamprey had been on fire, and Mike was no longer in the tunnel. He was in the boys' restroom in the basement of Old Central. Kevin went one direction and Cordy the other, each of them teetering on the slick curve of the steel tank. The lampreys smashed into the center where Cordy and Kevin had been, pounding against the stainless steel and sliding back to earth with a scraping of teeth on metal. One of the things brushed against the hose as it surged past, pulling it from the filler tube in the ground. Gasoline sloshed back downhill and splashed the grass. "Shit," whispered Kevin. He teetered forward and glanced down into the open filler cap of the bulk tank. More than half full. Not full enough. The lamprey things were both circling in the soft soil of the lawn, their gray and pink backs arching like some caricature of the Loch Ness Monster. Kevin heard a door slam and wondered if it were his father or mother looking out the door at the southeast corner of the house, staring above the whipping treetops at the wall of storm. He hoped not. 2 steps onto the lawn would show them the lamprey things circling. Another 2 steps and they would see the truck pulled onto the north drive. "Stay here," he shouted, and let himself slide down the curved side of the tank, bouncing off the metal ledge above the left rear fender with the longest leap he could manage. He hit and rolled near the open end of the hose. It was sucking air now, the centrifugal pump still working. Kevin started to lower it back into the underground fuel tank. "Look out!" He swung to his right and saw both of the lampreys rushing toward him, tearing through the sod as fast as a man could run. Kevin dodged behind the truck, sweeping the hose around instinctively. But the movement of his right hand on the switches was not instinctive, merely an act that seemed to precede the mental command. The first lamprey was 6 feet from Kevin's feet when the pump reversed and the gasoline sprayed from the tanker onto the open maw of the thing. It dove into gravel. Kevin sprayed its back as it curled beneath the ground, pouring more gasoline into the hole when it had passed. The second one had veered right and circled, and now it swept in. Cordy screamed just as Kevin raised the arc of gas 15 feet out onto the lawn, soaking the front of the thing. A stench of gasoline warned him that the first lamprey had surfaced behind him. Kevin jumped to the rear fender as the thing swept blindly past, mouth chewing at the left rear tires. He soaked it down, poured more gas into the hole it left. With gas fumes rising all around, Kevin swung himself onto the back compartment of the truck, reached down to reverse the suction again, and took the chance of running to the underground tank opening and dropping the hose into it again. Fuel began to feed. Another 3 or 4 minutes, maybe less. He jumped for the fender from 5 feet out, knowing it was too far away, but seeing the hump of the lamprey's back rushing under the truck. His feet hit metal, slipped. His knees struck hard, and Kevin's fingers clawed on the almost frictionless curve of the tank. He was falling backward to the broiling mass of flesh beneath him. Cordy leaned far over, her right hand still on the filler cap above, and grabbed him by the wrist. His weight almost pulled her off. She grunted. "Come on, Grumbelly, climb, goddamn you." Kevin kicked, found a foothold on the chewed-up tire, and clambered up, just as the lamprey thing surged against the wheel again. He lay gasping and wheezing on the top of the tank. If they rose and struck this high again, they'd have him. He was too tired and shaky to move for a moment. "They're soaked," he gasped. "All we've got to do is light them." Cordy sat cross-legged, watching the thing circle under the lawn. "Great," she said. "Y'all got a match?" Kevin slapped his pockets for his father's gold lighter. He sagged, still clinging to the filler cap. "It's in my gym bag," he said, pointing to the small canvas satchel he'd carefully set on top of the gas pump 10 feet away. Harlan's flashlight beam joined Dale's. Almost 40 feet above them, perched on the railing of the 3rd floor level, Lawrence sat in a wooden chair that had 2 of its legs dangling over the long drop. Dale's brother looked tied into the chair, but the rope appeared to be thick strands of the flesh-like material that hung like torn tendons everywhere. A strand of the material ran around Lawrence's mouth and disappeared behind his head. Another strand, a thicker strand, formed a noose around his neck and ran up into the belfry, into the pulsing red egg sac there. The chair teetered on the overgrown railing. An adult figure was standing there, white arms holding the chair in place, but none too steadily. "Put your weapons down," ordered Dr. Roon, his voice as imperative as a whiplash. "Now." "You'll kill us," Dale said through lips gone numb. He forced himself to lower the flashlight beam to Dr. Roon. There were other man-sized shadows moving in the cloakroom and dripping first-grade room behind the principal. Dr. Roon smiled again. "Perhaps, but if you do not put the weapons down now, we will hang him this second. The master would welcome another offering." Dale glanced up. The 3rd-floor landing seemed miles away. Lawrence was wiggling as if trying to free himself, his eyes wide. In the red and green glow from the belfry, Dale could see his brother's cowboy pajama tops. He wanted to shout at him not to move. "Don't do it," whispered Harlan, leveling the .38 at Rune's long face. "Kill the motherfucker." Dale's heart was pounding so loudly in his ears that he barely heard his friend. "He'll kill him, Jin. He really will." "He'll kill us," hissed Harlan. "No!" But Dale had already laid the savage on the floor. Rune stepped closer, almost within arm's length. "Your weapon," he said to Harlan. "Now." Harlan paused, cursed, glanced upward, and laid his pistol on the sticky floor. "The toys," said Rune, gesturing impatiently toward the squirt guns in their belts. Dale started to lower the plastic weapon, turned the muzzle upward at the last second, and squeezed a long burst of holy water directly into Dr. Rune's face. The ex-principal shook his head slowly, removed a handkerchief from his suit-coat's breast pocket, mopped his face, and calmly removed his glasses to wipe them. "You silly, silly boy. Just because the master spent 1,000 years in the center of such belief and still reacts to old habits, not all of us grew up in the land of popery." He set his glasses back in place. "After all, you don't believe in this miraculously altered water now, do you?" He smiled and, without warning, slapped Dale viciously across the face. A ring on the principal's hand ripped a furrow from Dale's cheek to jaw. Harlan shouted something and lunged for his pistol, but the man in the black suit was quicker, cuffing the boy on the side of the head with such force that the sound echoed up the open stairwell. Rune bent and picked up the pistol as Harlan fell to his knees. Dale wiped blood from his cheek and saw the soldier gliding through the dark beneath the stained glass window. Something else, something taller and blacker, was moving on the library mezzanine above. Thunder was just audible through the thick walls and boarded-up windows. Dr. Rune set his large hand on Dale's face, fingers and thumb digging deep into the boy's cheeks just below the eyes. "Set the radio toy down, slowly. That's good." He moved his grip to the back of Dale's neck and catapulted him forward over the shotgun, squirt gun, and walkie-talkie lying in the thick syrup that had been a floor. Rune dragged Harlan with them and smashed the squirt gun as he passed, kicking the radio back toward the basement. Stumbling to keep up, Rune's hands like vices on their necks, Dale and Harlan were shoved and pushed up the stairs to the second floor. Chapter 40. "I'll never get to it in time," Kevin shouted over the sound of the storm. It was only 15 feet from the back of the truck to the gas pump and gym bag, but the lampreys were circling closer with each pass. He had seen how fast they could move. Cordy's pale face was illuminated with every flash of lightning. She was smiling, her small mouth pursed. "Unless you got a whatchamacallit," she said. "A distraction." Before Kevin could say anything, she had slid down the far side of the tank and jumped to the gravel drive, running downhill toward the street for all she was worth. The lampreys swung left and accelerated after her like sharks sensing blood in the water. Kevin slid down the tank and leaped off the left rear fender, grabbing the satchel and heading back toward the truck just as the hose started sucking air in the empty underground tank. Instead of clambering onto the back of the truck, Kevin swept around in a circle, picked up the walkie-talkie, and jumped for the cab. Downhill, Cordy had reached the asphalt of Depot Street, 2 yards ahead of the first lamprey. It dove deep as she staggered into the center of the street and stopped, jumping up and down and waving her arms at Kevin. He couldn't hear her shouts for the thunder. Smart, he thought. But at that second, one of the lamprey things broke surface on the far side of the street and used its momentum to slide across the asphalt surface like a trained porpoise sliding out of a pool onto wet cement. Cordy threw herself aside, the mouth missing her by inches, and went down hard, kicking and scraping her heels to crawl away from the writhing thing. At least 20 feet of the lamprey's body was out of its hole now. Kevin pawed through the gym bag, removing the lighter he'd told her about, and the truck keys he hadn't. The engine started on the first try. Kevin had a fleeting thought of all the gasoline he'd been spraying around, of the 11 or 1200 gallons sloshing in the uncapped tank behind him, and the stuff still dribbling from the hose, thinking of the ignition spark he was putting into the middle of this vaporous mixture. To hell with it, he thought, feeling the adrenaline filling his body like some wild elixir. If it goes, I won't know about it. Cordy was pulling herself backward by her elbows and heels on dark pavement, kicking at the thrashing thing that still twisted to find her, its mouth expanding to twice the size of the body. Kevin slammed the truck in gear and roared down the gravel drive, rolling right over the body of the thing, feeling the vibration coming up through the truck frame, as if he had hit a massive telephone cable or something. Then he was out the door and pulling Cordy in while the lamprey began to unwind back into its hole like a hose on a tension reel, spraying fluid as it backed off the pavement. Kevin stood in the open doorway, lighter in his hand, watching the thing slide past 4 feet away, but knowing that the lighter flame would never last long enough in the wind to ignite the lamprey. Cordy tore a 3-foot swatch of her dress off and handed it to Kevin. He crouched, wadding the old fabric into a ball, using the truck door as a windbreak. The dress had been half soaked in gasoline itself and flared on the second strike of the lighter. Stepping quickly away from the tanker, Kevin threw the mass of flaming material at the lamprey just as the maw of the thing slid off the asphalt. It somehow sensed the wadded dress coming at it, and made the mistake of catching it in its multi-flapped jaws. The front of the lamprey ignited with a geyser of flame, the gasoline catching in the folds of its ridges, blue flame running back along its segmented body, seemingly at the speed of light. Gasoline spilled on the street, ignited with a whoosh, creating a long fuse that curled around toward the back of the tanker truck. Cordy hadn't waited for it to catch up. She had scooted over behind the steering wheel as soon as Kevin was out the door, and now she floored it, driving north along Depot and getting the rear of the truck out of the circle of spilled gasoline a second before it ignited. Kevin shouted and ran alongside, pulling himself up onto the passenger side, finding the door bashed in and stuck there, and pulling himself in through the window, head first, legs flailing. "Turn left," he gasped. Cordy was just barely tall enough to reach the pedals and steer at the same time. As it was, she was half standing behind the wheel, stretching her toe to the accelerator, elbows bobbing up and down as she managed the large steering wheel. The truck was roaring and surging in first gear. The walkie-talkie squawked on the seat between them. The voice was Mike O'Rourke's. "Mike!" gasped Kevin, lifting the thing. "What are you doing with the—" "Kev," came the urgent voice of Mike O'Rourke. The sounds of screams and shots could be heard above the static crackling from the speaker. "Blow it, now! Blow the goddamned place!" "You have to get out!" Kevin shouted into the walkie-talkie as Cordy man-hauled the wheel left, sending them screeching down the long sidewalk toward the north door of Old Central. They bounced over stones and tilted sidewalk slabs. 50 feet out, the second lamprey broke the surface and rushed to intercept them. "Blow it, Kev!" screamed Mike over the walkie-talkie. His voice was wilder than Kevin had ever heard it. Blow it now!" The radio went dead, as if the other walkie-talkie had been destroyed. Cordy looked at him, glanced left at the thing in the ground arching ahead of them, nodded once, showed gray teeth in a grin, and floored the accelerator. Dr. Roon dragged Dale and Harlan up stairs that looked like a waterfall of melted wax, beneath the stained glass window which seemed to have grown a tapestry of fungus, under huge webs apparently made of sinew, past stalagmites of bone, below stalactites of what appeared to be fingernail material, up past the library mezzanine, onto the second-floor landing, and into their regular classroom. The door was half its regular size, and almost concealed by thin filaments of black hair that spouted from nodes in the walls. Roon shoved the boys through just before they would have blacked out from the terrible pressure of his grip. The rows of old-fashioned desks were in the same place. The teacher's desk was where Mrs. Dubbett had left it. The portrait of George Washington was just as Dale remembered it. Nothing else was the same. A thick carpet of fungus had grown up from the bare board floor and covered the desks in undulating folds of blue-green. There were bumps rising from most of the desks, soft curves like the heads of children hiding under blankets, the sharp angles of shoulders, the gleam of bare bones where fingers emerged from the carpet of algae and mold. Dale choked as the foul air filled his lungs. He tried not to breathe, but finally he had to gasp in the miasma of decay or pass out. He could barely see across the room for the hanging webs of tissue that covered the windows, filled most of the space between the desks and the 12-foot-high ceiling, and clung to the walls in great bulbous clusters. It looked like living muscle tissue. Dale could see veins and arteries through the moist, translucent surface. Occasionally something soft and fibrous shifted in the broader strips of tendon web, and eyes seemed to blink at the visitors. Mrs. Dubbett and Mrs. Dugan sat behind the teacher's desk in front of the room. Both were erect, alert, and dead. Mrs. Dugan showed the effects of months in the grave. Something small and furtive moved in the socket of her left eye. Mrs. Dubbett looked as if she had entered the room alive quite recently, but her eyes were now filmed over with the thin cataracts of death, and the ligament-like material grew from her body at a dozen places, connecting her to the chair and desk and walls and web. Her fingers twitched as Dale and Harlan stumbled in. The class was assembled. Harlan made a sound in his throat and turned as if to throw himself out the door. Carl Van Syke came through the strands of hair-like filament where the door had been. For a second Dale thought that the Negro from Mrs. Moon's story had returned. Van Syke was totally black, except for the pure white marbles of his eyes, but the blackness was from skin and flesh charred to a scaly caricature of a man. His chin and lower jaw were gone, most of the muscle of the arms and legs burned away, the fingers transformed to curled claws of bone that looked like some semi-abstract sculpture of a man made from carbon. Pale liquids oozed from the interior of the thing. It turned its head toward the two boys and seemed to sniff the air like a hunting dog on a scent. Dale grabbed Harlan and backed away until they were touching the first row of desks. Something shifted in the mound of fungus at their backs. Tubby Cook rose from a desk at the back of the room and stood standing there. The bloated fingers on his remaining hand were twitching like white worms. Dr. Roon came through the door. "Take your seats, children." Staring, consciousness skidding like a car on unseen ice, Dale moved to his regular seat and lowered himself into it. Harlan took his desk near the front, where the teachers could watch him. "You see," whispered Dr. Roon, "the master rewards those who do his bidding." He opened a pale hand toward the figure of Carl Van Syke. The thing appeared still to be sniffing, feeling the air with bent fingers. "There is no death for those who serve the master," said Dr. Roon, moving to stand next to the teacher's desk. The soldier, and what once might have been Mink Harper, came into the room, carrying the chair in which Lawrence sat, still enmeshed in fleshy strands. His head was back, and his eyelids were fluttering. Dale started forward, but stopped when the Van Syke thing circled in his direction, sniffing, feeling the air like a blind man. The white form that had been Tubby moved through the shadows behind Dale. "Now we're all ready to commence," said Dr. Roon, glancing at a gold watch he pulled from his vest. He looked up at Dale and Harlan and smiled one last time. "I suppose I could explain, tell you all about the wonderful age which now begins, talk to you about what small inconvenience your little escapades have caused us, go into great detail of how you shall serve the master in your new forms." He clicked the watch shut and set it back in his vest. "But why bother? The game is over, and it is time for your part in it to end. Goodbye." He nodded, and the soldier began gliding forward, legs not moving, arms coming up slowly. Dale had tried not to look at the face of the soldier and the other things in the room, but now he stared. The face was no longer even a simulacrum of humanity. The long snout looked as if it were the crater remaining after something had erupted from the elongated skull. There were other deeper rents in the white flesh of the face. Smaller things moved in the orifices there. The soldier glided toward Jim Harlan, while the black Van Syke felt its way toward Dale. Dr. Roon and the shredded thing that wore part of Mink Harper's face moved to block the doorway. Dale heard a creaking and soft groaning that seemed to come from the walls and floors, and the web of ligaments and nodes seemed to flush a deeper pink. Liquid dripped from the ceiling in viscous strands. "Fuck this," said Harlan, getting out of his desk and backing up until he reached Dale. His lips were trembling almost uncontrollably as he whispered to Dale, "I knew I never liked school." Together they leaped the first row of desks, wading through the mounds of fungus toward the back of the room. The soldier glided effortlessly to their right. The corpse of Tubby Cook lowered its face to the algae and disappeared under it, like a child crawling under its favorite blanket. Dale and Harlan leaped to the top of adjacent desks, ducking their heads to avoid the pale egg sacs above them. Mold clung to their jeans and sneakers in long strands. Dr. Roon looked impatient and snapped his fingers. The entire building seemed to hold its breath as Van Syke and the soldier crawled over the first row of desks. Downstairs, there was the sound of a gunshot. Mike had come into the central hall of the basement, assessing his losses. The flashlight was broken. He had lost one of the squirt guns filled with holy water, and smashed the second one when he had rolled on it coming out of the tunnel. His pants were ripped at the knees and soaked in the front and back. The squirt guns, and the only advantage of that, he thought, was that no vampire thing was going to bite him in a crotch damp with holy water. Despite the windowless basement, he found that he could see once his eyes adapted to the glow, both from the phosphorescence that seemed to be seeping from the walls and the brighter glow of the burning lamprey thing in the central hallway. Mike presumed it was dead. Its flesh was charred in 1,000 places, embers burned where its entrails should be, and the maw had quit opening and closing. He presumed it was dead, but he gave it a wide berth, creeping past against the wall, staring in some awe at the mass of debris the dying thing had shoved in front of it for the length of the basement hallway. Heavy clouds of smoke and the smell of burning fish rose from the carcass. Mike decided to assess his resources as he climbed the sticky stairs to the first floor. He had Memo's loaded squirrel gun and 4 extra shells left. The rest had been fired or lost in the hasty exit from the tunnels. He was bruised and bleeding and shaking from head to foot, but otherwise fine. Mike stepped over the shattered door into the main hall on the first floor of Old Central. Mike had only a few seconds to stand blinking, taking in the changes that a few weeks of summer had wrought in the old school, staring up at the pulsing red sack of legs and eyes 40 feet above him in the now open belfry. He had taken a step and put his foot down on Dale Stewart's savage over and under when a motion in the shadows froze him in the act of crouching. Something was moving toward him from Mrs. Gessler's second-grade room, moving and making soft mewling noises. The sound had almost been lost in the sudden creaking and groaning of the building as the storm outside rumbled and whined. Mike dropped to one knee, quickly raised the savage and tucked it under his left arm as he held the squirrel gun ready, barrel up. Father Kavanaugh came out of the shadows, making soft noises that might have been attempts to speak. Its lips were gone, and even in the faint light Mike could see the crude stitches where Mr. Taylor, the undertaker, had sewn the gums together. It might have been trying to say, "Michael." Mike waited until it was 7 or 8 feet away, and then lowered the squirrel gun and shot it in the face. The blast and echoes of the blast were incredible. The priest's remains were knocked backward across the resinous floor, the body rolling against the overgrown banister of the stairway, while parts of the skull went elsewhere. Essentially headless, it rolled to its hands and knees and began crawling back toward Mike. In a state of perfect calm, his body handling the motions while his mind dealt with other things, Mike shifted the squirrel gun grip to his other hand, broke the breech of the savage over and under, checked that the cartridge in it had not been fired, set the barrel of Dale's shotgun against the back of the priest thing just as its fingers reached his sneakers, and pulled the trigger. The obscenity that resembled his friend writhed on the sticky floor, its spine visibly severed as Mike backed away, pulled 2 of his 4 remaining cartridges from his pocket, and loaded 1 in Memo's gun and 1 in Dale's. His foot touched plastic, and he looked down to find the radio under his toe. He raised it, brushed the strands of goo from it, keyed the transmit button, heard the welcome static, and shouted into it. Kevin answered after his 3rd call. "Thank you, sweet Jesus," prayed Mike. He said into the radio, "Kev, blow it. Now. Blow the goddamn place." He repeated the orders and then dropped the radio as he heard Dale's voice screaming from the 2nd floor. Choosing the guns over the walkie-talkie, Mike bounded up the stairs as fast as he could climb. The webs and node clusters and very walls were shaking and trembling around him, as if the school were a living thing on the verge of awakening. Mike almost lost his footing and went down on the cluttered, sticky stairway, found his balance, and jumped onto the 2nd-floor landing. The red light from above was growing stronger by the second. "Mike, in here!" screamed Dale's voice from beyond a screen of black fibers where the door to Mrs. Dubbett's room once had been. There was a sudden growling, as if a pack of starved dogs had been let loose. Mike knew that if he hesitated 2 seconds, he would never have the nerve to go in there. Cocking both weapons, he went through the opening, low and rolling. Chapter 41. The lamprey was going to beat them to the front door. Cordy Cook was doing her damnedest to steer the tanker in a straight line down the 40 yards or so of sidewalk to the front door. One of the left rear tires sounded like it was shredding rubber and was making the rear end of the heavily laden truck veer and fishtail. Kevin alternated among pounding the dashboard, trying to raise Mike again on the walkie-talkie, and urging Cordy on. The remaining lamprey reached the graveled spot near the north door, dove deep one last time, and reared up as the truck came bouncing down the last 50 feet of sidewalk toward it. Kevin saw the flimsy boards on the stairs where Dale and Harlan must have thrown them, knew immediately that they couldn't hold the weight of the truck for a second, and then realized that they had to get the hell out of here. Impact was seconds away. His door was jammed stuck. Kevin spent only a second wrestling with it before sliding across the seat into Cordy, shoving her against the driver's door while fumbling across her lap for the door handle. "What the fuck you think you're—" "Jump! Jump! Jump!" Kevin was screaming, pounding against her. The truck slewed left, but both Cordy and he grabbed the wheel and realigned it just as the lamprey came up out of the ground at them like some giant jack-in-the-box. Cordy slammed the door handle, and they both went out, hitting gravel hard enough to knock one of Kevin's side teeth out and break his wrist. The girl grunted once and rolled onto the grass unconscious as the truck and lamprey collided at 45 miles per hour, and the maw of the thing went through the windshield like a javelin. Kevin sat up on gravel, arched his neck in pain as his right wrist gave way, hobbled on knees and his other hand to Cordy, and started dragging her backward just as the truck and unreeling lamprey struck the front porch. It was not a straight shot after all. The truck's left front fender hit the concrete railing and smashed the cab sideways, just as the first 2 steps stopped the front axle cold, collapsing what was left of the cab onto the lamprey, as 4 tons of steel tank jackknifed vertically over the porch and speared through the boarded-up front doors. The bulk tank was too wide. It crumpled like a giant beer can as it smashed wall and doorframe inward, throwing plywood splinters and 84-year-old Lathing 60 feet into the air. The body of the lamprey was jerked out of its hole like a snake in a coyote's teeth, and Kevin caught a brief glimpse of the segmented body being squashed flat against the door and frame. The reek of gasoline filled the air as Kevin staggered another 30 or 40 feet toward the line of elms with Cordy under his right arm. He had no idea where his dad's .45 or the gold lighter were. The lighter. Kevin stopped, turned, collapsed on the lawn, beyond worrying about the second lamprey. The gasoline hadn't exploded. He could see the rivulets running from the shattered tank, could see the gas that had splashed the walls and was seeping into the interior, could hear the gurgling and smell the fumes. It hasn't exploded. Damn, it wasn't fair. In the movies that Kevin watched, a car went off a cliff and exploded in air for no reason except the director's need for pyrotechnics. Here he'd just destroyed almost $50,000 of his father's livelihood, smashed 4 tons and 1,000 gallons of gasoline into a tinderbox of a school, and nothing. Not a goddamn spark. Kevin dragged Cordy another 60 feet from the wreck, propped the unconscious and possibly dead girl against an elm, ripped a long strip of cloth from the rags dangling from her, and headed back, staggering like a drunk, with no idea where the lighter was or how he'd find a flame or how he would get away alive if he did. He'd think of something. Dale and Harlan screamed warnings as they heard Mike on the stairs. The two boys were leaping from desk to desk, trying to stay a row away from the soldier and Van Syke. The fungal growth and old corpses in the seats made it hard for the things to move between the desks, but the white lump that was Tubby emerged as a white hand groping for them, a white face rising from the mold at their feet. Dr. Roon and Mink Harper moved to either side of the door, waiting for Mike. They were on him the second he rolled in the opening. Roon was too fast. He slapped the barrel of the over and under aside just as Mike pulled the trigger. Instead of taking the principal's face off, the blast severed a bit of web near the ceiling, bursting an egg sac and sending the entire mass of tendons and filaments writhing. Mink Harper was not so fast. The thing used what fingers it still had to grasp Mike's right wrist. The remnants of the mink face began to elongate into a funnel, but Mike had time to cock the hammer, thrust the 18-inch barrel of the squirrel gun into Mink's belly, and squeeze the trigger. The body seemed to levitate, draping itself across one of the strands hanging between the light fixture and the Gilbert Stuart portrait of Washington. Immediately, the tendon web began to flow over and into Mink's flesh. Mike fumbled in his pocket, felt the 2 remaining shotgun shells, tugged one out, dumped the used shell from the breech of the Savage, and slammed in the new shell. Dr. Roon made a noise and wrestled the shotgun away with almost no effort. He kicked Mike in the head, the boy rolling away from the blow, but not quite quickly enough, and lowered the Savage's sights toward Mike's unconscious face. "No!" shouted Dale. He and Harlan were only a few steps away from Van Syke, leaping from desk to desk toward the waiting soldier, but now he flung himself into space, over the soldier's reaching arms. He hit Roon's shoulder and then the door frame, rolling away as the shotgun deflected and fired. The blast struck the corpse of Mrs. Dugan square in the chest, shredding the last remnants of her burial dress and throwing her against the chalkboard. Slowly the twitching arms pulled the thing back toward its desk. The body of Mrs. Dubbett began to stand, strands of the fleshy web parting with soft sounds. Its eyelids were flickering wildly over white orbs. Lawrence had come to in his chair and began pulling and tugging at his bonds as the teacher came closer. Dr. Roon lifted Dale by the shirt front and shook him. "Damn you!" breathed the man in Dale's face. He threw him head first through the door and stepped out after him. The black form of Carl Van Syke bent low over Mike. Jim Harlan had jumped to the first row of desks, trying to come to his friend's aid, but the bulky coils of rope still slung over his shoulders caused him to lose his balance for a second, and he went down, grabbing at a thin web, but merely succeeding in pulling it down with him as he fell into the fungus between the rows. The web was warm to the touch, and it leaked. Harlan shouted in defiance as the soldier leaned over the row toward him. Outside on the landing, Dale caught a last glimpse of his brother trying to shake free of the strands that bound him to the chair, and then Dr. Roon was on him again, lifting him by the throat and carrying him toward the railing. Dale felt his heels bang against the banister as Roon lifted him higher, holding him out over the 25-foot drop, his fingers deep in the flesh of Dale's throat. Dale kicked and clawed and scratched at the man's face, but Roon seemed to be beyond pain. The man blinked blood out of his eyes and doubled the pressure on the boy's throat. Dale felt darkness closing in, his field of vision narrowing to a receding tunnel, and then he felt the entire building shake. Roon staggered backward with him as the entire landing vibrated like a raft on rough seas, and they were both rolling across old boards as the stink of gasoline filled the air. Although dazed and suffering from a concussion, Kevin was trying to be scientific as he stumbled toward the wreck. One item of curiosity was why great crowds had not arrived after the incredible noise of the collision between truck and school. Kevin blinked up at the lightning, paused to listen to the overlapping peals of thunder, and nodded wisely. Aha! He went back to thinking scientifically. He needed a flame, a spark. What could ignite the gasoline? His dad's lighter would, but that was lost somewhere. Flint and steel would give him a spark. Kevin patted his pockets dully, but found no flint and steel. What if I pound a rock against the steel tank until I get a spark? Something about the idea did not seem quite right. Kevin set it aside as a contingency plan. He staggered another 20 feet closer, bare feet splashing through puddles of gas now. Bare feet. He stared down bemusedly. Somehow he'd lost his shoes in the bailout. The gasoline was cold against his skin, and it burned where he was scratched. His right wrist was beginning to swell now, and the hand hung limply and wrong beneath it. Be scientific, thought Kevin Grumbacher. He stumbled back a few steps and sat down on a relatively dry patch of sidewalk to think about this. He needed a spark or a flame. What could give him those? He squinted up at the storm, but the lightning did not take the cue to strike the tanker truck at that moment, although the jagged bolts of light seemed fierce enough. Maybe later. How about electricity? He could crawl back into the cab and turn the key in the ignition, see if the battery would give a spark. From the smell, it would only take a spark. No, that wasn't any good. Even from where Kevin sat, 60 feet from the rig, he could clearly see the cab crushed and twisted under the weight of tank itself, and the cab compartment was probably full of smashed lamprey thing. Kevin frowned. Perhaps if he lay down and got a few minutes' rest, the answer would come to him. The sidewalk looked very soft and inviting. He moved a shiny stone aside and lowered his head to the cement. Something about the stone had not felt right. Kevin sat up, waited for the next lightning flash to illuminate the night, and lifted his father's Colt .45 semi-automatic from the gravel. The grip was broken. There were scratches on the steel finish, and the small front sight did not look right. Kevin rubbed away the blood that was trickling into his eyes and squinted at the leaking bulk tanker 20 yards away. Why did I do that to Dad's truck? It didn't seem terribly important to answer that right now. Perhaps later. First, he had to create a spark or flame. He turned the .45 over and over in his hands, making sure the barrel wasn't plugged with dirt and brushing away as much of the dust from the steel finish as he could. There was no way he was going to slide this back into his father's trophy box without him noticing that something had happened to it. Kevin raised the pistol and then lowered it again. Had he racked the first round in already? He didn't think so. His father didn't like carrying around a cocked and locked weapon when they went target shooting together out by Hartley's Pond. Kevin set the pistol between his knees and racked the slide with his left hand. A cartridge ejected and rolled on the sidewalk, the lead slug clearly visible. Damn, he had loaded one. How many did that leave? Let's see. A 7-round magazine, minus this one. The math was too difficult for Kevin right at the moment. Perhaps later. He lifted the pistol in his left hand and aimed at the tanker. The lightning made the aim sort of tricky. If you can't hit something literally bigger than a barn door, you'd better not even try. Still, he was pretty far away. Kevin tried to stand, but found that it made him too dizzy. He sat down heavily. Okay, he'd do it from here. He remembered to push the safety slide off, and then he aimed, frowning through the low rear sight. Did a striking bullet make a spark or open flame? He couldn't remember. Well, one way to find out. The recoil hurt his good wrist. He lowered the automatic and stared at the tanker. No flame, no spark. Had he missed the damn thing? He lifted a shaking arm and fired twice more. Nothing. How many bullets did he have left? 2 or 3, at least. He sighted carefully at the circle of stainless steel and slowly squeezed the trigger just as his father had taught him. There was a sound like a ball-peen hammer striking boiler plate, and Kevin grinned triumphantly. The grin changed to a frown. No fire, no flame, no big boom. How many more bullets did he have in here? Perhaps he should take the magazine out, remove the slugs and count them. No, better yet, count the brass that had ejected onto the sidewalk. He saw 2 or 3 reflecting the wild light. But hadn't he fired more than that? Well, he had at least 1 slug left. Maybe 2. Kevin raised a wildly shaking arm and fired again, knowing, as soon as he squeezed the round off, that he probably had shot so high that he'd missed the front of the school, much less the steel tank. He tried to remember why he was doing this. It eluded him, but he knew that it was important. Something about his friends. Kevin rolled onto his stomach, lay prone with the automatic braced on his damaged wrist, and squeezed the trigger, half expecting the hammer to fall on an empty chamber. There was a recoil, the glimpse of a flash just below the shattered filler cap on top of the tank, and 800 gallons of the remaining gasoline ignited. Dr. Roon had just gotten to his feet when the explosion blew the railing into 1,000 pieces and sent a solid mushroom of flame billowing up the open stairwell. Roon stepped back against the wall, almost calmly, glancing down with what appeared to be almost academic interest at the 2-foot shaft of splintered balustrade that had pierced his chest like a stake. He set a tentative hand on the end of it, but did not tug at it. Instead, he leaned against the wall and sat down slowly. Dale had rolled up against the wall and covered his head with his arms. What was left of the railing was on fire. The bookshelves on the lower mezzanine had erupted into flames. The stained glass had melted and was running down the north wall, and every inch of the second-floor landing was smoking and charring beneath him. 6 feet away, Dr. Roon's pant legs began smoldering, and the soles of his shoes grew soft and shapeless. In the open stairwell, 10 feet to Dale's left, the webs of pink flesh were flaming and melting like clotheslines in a burning tenement complex. The hissing of the soft material sounded like screams. Dale stumbled through the smoldering doorway. The classroom was on fire. The explosion had knocked everyone off their feet, living and dead alike. But Harlan had helped Mike to his feet, and both boys were ripping at the bonds on Lawrence. Dale took time to sweep up Mike's squirrel gun from the floor, and then joined them, pulling away the hardened strands from his brother's arms and throat. Dale pulled Lawrence to his feet while Harlan tugged the chair away. Strands still remained, but Lawrence was able to stand and speak. He threw one arm around Dale, the other around Mike. He was crying and laughing at the same time. "Later!" shouted Dale, pointing toward the burning mass of desks and darkness where the soldier and Van Syke had struggled to their feet. Tubby was in there somewhere. Mike rubbed blood and sweat out of his eyes and fumbled the last shotgun shell from his pocket. He took the squirrel gun from Dale and loaded it. "Go on," he shouted through the smoke. "Get going. I'll cover you." Dale half led, half carried his brother out onto the landing. Rune was gone. The edge of the landing was a wall of flame, with bits of the web and egg sac falling in molten spheres from above. Dale and Harlan staggered to the stairs with Lawrence between them. The library mezzanine and stairway below them was gone, replaced by a 30-foot pyre of flames. It looked as if the stairway had collapsed all the way into the basement. The bricks glowed white-hot. "Up," said Dale. Mike backed out of the classroom and joined them as they moved quickly up the stairs to the next landing, then kept on going to the third floor that had been closed off for so many years. There were hisses and screams from the empty high school classrooms up there, rooms that had lain in darkness and cobwebs for decades. The boys did not wait around to investigate. "Up." It was Mike speaking this time, pointing toward the narrow stairs to the belfry. The boards smoked and charred underfoot as they climbed. Dale heard noises below, which might have been the central stairway collapsing into the inferno below. They came out onto the narrow catwalk that ran around the inside of the belfry. The boards were narrow and rotten, and Dale looked down once, saw the flames licking up toward him from the floor 50 feet below, and he did not look down again. Instead, he looked straight out at the thing hanging from its web in the center of the belfry. The bulbous, translucent sac may have been bell-shaped at one time. Dale thought he saw the mountings and fixtures for a bell where the thing had anchored itself with the most tendrils and web attachments. It did not matter. What he saw now looked back at him, at all of them, with 1,000 eyes and 100 pulsing mouths. Dale sensed the thing's outrage, the total disbelief that 10,000 years of quiet dominance could end in such farce. But mostly he sensed its rage and power. "You can still serve me. The Dark Age can still begin." Dale and Lawrence and Harlan were staring right at the thing. They felt the tremendous warmth touch them. Not just the heat from the flames, but the deeper warmth at knowing that they could serve the Master, possibly even save him through their service. Together, legs moving as a creature with one mind, the three of them took 2 steps toward the edge of the catwalk and the Master. Mike raised Memo's squirrel gun and fired into the egg sac from a distance of 6 feet. The sac ruptured and dribbled its contents, hissing, into the rising flames. Mike tugged them back and used the gun as a hammer to bash out the rotted slats on the side of the belfry. Cordy woke up in time to drag the unconscious Grumbacher back from the conflagration. The front of his clothes was blackened, his eyebrows were gone, and it looked as if the explosion had knocked him back some distance. She pulled him back to the elms and slapped his face until his eyes flickered open. Together they watched the small figures crawl onto the roof of the burning school. "Shit," said Harlan, sliding down a steep pitch of gable to the edge of the roof. "I think I saw this scene in Mighty Joe Young." They all stood at the south edge of the school roof, hanging on to whatever handholds they could find. It was at least 4 stories to the hard-packed gravel and cement walks of the playground straight below. "Look at it this way," gasped Dale, hanging on to Lawrence while Lawrence clung to a fist-sized hole in the shingled roof. "At least you'll get to use your ropes." Harlan had unwound the first of 2 25-foot lengths of rope. Parts of it were charred, and it looked anything but safe. "Yeah," he said to himself, "but how?" "Uh-oh," said Mike. He had been gripping the corner of a chimney and staring back the way they had come across the gable tops. Behind them, a tall figure fought its way through the smoking belfry slats. Dale couldn't make out anything except a black silhouette. "Is it the soldier? Van Syke?" "I don't think so," said Mike. "It must be Roon. I don't think the other things can move or act with their master dead. They were like parts of a bigger thing." The boys watched as the dark figure disappeared behind a gable, moving toward them quickly. Mike turned and said quietly to Harlan, "If you're going to use that rope, I'd suggest you hurry." Harlan had tied a slip knot and now made a lasso. "I could rope that branch out there. We could swing out and down." Dale and Lawrence and Mike stared at the high branches of the elm. They were at least 30 feet away, and much too thin to hold even one of the boys. Behind them the figure reappeared along the central roof line and followed the same path to the south gable that they had. Smoke billowed from between the old shingles, half obscuring the form, but Dale thought that he could make out Dr. Roon's black suit and bloodied features. The heat from the burning north end of the building was terrible. The boys had to turn their faces away as the entire belfry went up. "Hey," said Lawrence, "look." 2 or 3 miles away, illuminated by the wild strobes of lightning, a tornado had lowered itself from the black clouds whirling out of the southwest, the funnel rising and falling. For a long second the boys simply stared. Dale found himself silently urging the twister on, inviting it to come their way and finish everything here in a final maelstrom of destruction. The tornado rose, dipped behind trees and fields far to the east, touched down somewhere beyond the town, and whipped away into the darkness toward the north. The wind suddenly rose as the storm front passed, pelting the boys with leaves and branches and threatening to pry them loose from their perch on the eave of the roof. "Give me that," Mike said to Harlan. He took the rope, retied the knot, looped it over the 4-foot chimney, and slid down to the edge to link the 2 lengths of rope together with quick, sure knots. He finished, tugged to test the rope, tossed the end over the eaves, and said, "You first," to Dale. They could hear the dark figure scrabbling across shingles on the other side of the gable behind them. Dale did not argue or hesitate. He swung on to the edge of the gutter, saw nothing but air beneath him, got his legs around the rope, and lowered himself over. He swung slightly at the overhang, feeling how flimsy the rope was. Harlan helped lower Lawrence onto the rope, and the 2 brothers started shinnying down, Dale acting as a brake for the smaller boy. He felt his hands beginning to tear and chafe. "Go," said Mike. He was looking up the steep roof toward the gable, but Roon had not yet appeared. "My arm," Harlan said softly. Mike nodded and stepped to the edge. Dale and his brother were 20 feet down and still descending slowly. The rope did not go all the way to the ground, but Mike couldn't tell how close it came. "We'll go together," said Mike. He stood and pulled Harlan's arms around him from behind. "Hang on to me. I'll worry about the rope." Dr. Roon came over the smoldering gable, moving on all fours like a spider with missing legs. A piece of shattered railing still protruded from his chest. He was gasping and growling, mouth open very wide. "Hang on," said Mike, swinging Harlan and himself over the edge. The entire rooftop was smoldering and smoking. The fire had reached the attic. The chimney itself must be very hot against the rope, Mike knew. "We'll never make it," Harlan gasped in his ear. "We'll make it," said Mike, knowing that they wouldn't have time to lower themselves far before Roon reached the overhang above them. All he has to do is cut the rope. Below them, Dale and Lawrence reached the end. They were still at the top level of the first-story window, at least 15 feet from the ground. "It's nothing," whispered Lawrence. "Do it." They both let go at the same second, hitting and rolling in the loose sand of the playground near the slide. It was nothing. They stood on shaky legs and ran back from the flames erupting from windows in the south door. Dale shielded his eyes and looked up at the outline of the two boys against the bright brick. They were halfway down, still 30 feet from the ground, with Harlan clinging to Mike's shoulders for all he was worth. "Go! Go!" the brothers screamed at Mike as a dark figure appeared at the edge of the roof. Mike glanced up, wrapped his arms and legs around the rope so that it wound around the inside of his arm and between his ankles, whispered, "Hang on," again to Harlan, and let himself slide, the rope whining between his palms. Dale and Lawrence watched in horror as Rune seemed to hesitate at the edge of the roof, glanced back up at the flame rising from the gable itself now, and then quickly looped a coil of rope around his wrist. Moving like a black spider, Rune lowered himself over the eaves above Mike and Harlan. He began to descend quickly. "Oh, shit!" whispered Lawrence. Dale pointed and began to scream at Mike. Above the overhang, where neither Mike nor the rapidly descending Rune could see, the roof suddenly burst into 1,000 discrete points of flame, like a piece of film acetate, suddenly browning, melting, and burning through, Dale thought. And the long south gable collapsed inward with a shower of sparks that filled the sky. The old chimney stood by itself for a second, a brick tower in a geyser of fire, but then toppled inward. "Jump!" screamed Dale and Lawrence in unison. Mike and Harlan fell free the last 6 or 8 yards, landing hard and rolling in the deep sand. Above them, the descending form of Dr. Rune was suddenly tugged upward as the rope jerked tight around its wrist. He threw his free arm out in the last second before he struck the overhang of the burning eave, was dragged above it, and disappeared into the firestorm, looking for an instant like a thrashing insect on a string being tossed into the flames of a campfire. Dale and Lawrence rushed forward, arms raised against the heat, and dragged Mike and Harlan out past the playground equipment into the ditch on the edge of School Street. The 4 of them watched as Kevin and Cordy made a wide circle of the burning, collapsing school to join them there. Without warning, the street lights and house lights of Elmhaven snapped on. The children huddled together, Cordy ripping the last of her dress into strips and wrapping them around Mike's bleeding hands. None of them thought it odd that she stood there in her gray slip, nor that Kevin was barefoot and bleeding, nor that the other 4 boys looked like chimney sweeps in sooty rags. Suddenly, Lawrence started giggling, and they all laughed until they cried, holding each other and pounding each other on the back. Then, as the laughter died away before it turned to tears, Mike was whispering something, tugging Kevin close. "You heard somebody stealing your dad's truck," he gasped between coughs. He had inhaled too much smoke. "You called us on our toy walkie-talkies. We tried to catch up to it. We thought we saw Dr. Rune driving. Then it hit the school and the fire started." "No," said Kevin dully, rubbing his temple. "That's not the way it happened." "Kevin," said Mike, grabbing the boy's sooty T-shirt with a bloody hand and shaking him. Kevin's eyes cleared. "Yes," he said slowly. "Someone was stealing Dad's truck. I went out to chase him. We couldn't catch up," said Dale. "Then the fire started," said Lawrence. He squinted at the blaze. The roof had fallen in completely now. The belfry was gone, the windows had burned away, and the walls were falling in. And boy, did it start. "We don't know who or why," coughed Mike, sagging back onto the grass. "We tried to get the guy out of the truck, and we got all messed up like this, but we don't know anything else." Two distinct sirens began to wail. The civil defense siren on the bank warning of a tornado that had already passed, and the higher, shriller siren on the volunteer fire department half a block south. Headlights appeared on 2nd Avenue and Depot Street, and they heard the sound of heavy trucks approaching. People appeared on the sidewalks and street corners. Supporting one another in clusters of 2s and 3s, their shadows thrown far across the playing fields by the rising flames of the burning building, the 6 children walked back toward the welcoming lights of the houses where some of their parents waited. Chapter 42. On Friday, August 12th, 1960, the Echo Communications satellite balloon was successfully launched from Cape Canaveral. That afternoon, Dale and Lawrence and Kevin and Harlan and Mike rode their bikes out to Uncle Henry's and Aunt Lena's, where they hiked the back pastures and spent hours digging for the lost bootlegger's cave back along the creek. It was very hot. Cordy Cook appeared shortly before dinner and watched them dig. Her family had moved back to their home along the dump road, and kids in town had commented on how much time she spent with Mike and the others these days. The digging was slow. Harlan's new cast had come off almost 2 weeks earlier. Kevin's smaller cast a week after that, but both boys favored those arms, and all of the boys except Harlan had healing scabs on their palms. They handled the shovels and spades carefully. Amazingly, just before dinner time, Dale's and Lawrence's folks' station wagon had just pulled in the drive a quarter of a mile away and honked at them. Mike's shovel broke through into darkness. Old, cool air swept out of the 10-inch hole they had opened into the hillside. Always optimistic, Lawrence had brought a flashlight along. They widened the hole a bit and played the flashlight beam inside. It was no mere gopher hole. An entrance shaft, littered with dusty bottles and other hasty filler material, appeared to open to a wider, deeper space beyond. The boys could see dark wood that might have been a crate or the edge of a bar. A dark curve was certainly an old tire, possibly a wheel still on a Model A, entombed there, just as Uncle Henry had always said. The boys started digging away at the hole, enlarging it, tossing clods and stones downhill toward the creek, when suddenly they stopped, as by silent consensus. Cordy looked up from where she was sitting in the shade across the creek. Her new jeans from Meyer's Dry Goods looked crisp and stiff on her. She brushed dust off her saddle shoes. Mike pulled the shovel back and looked at the other 4 boys. "It's real," he whispered. He set the shovel down and rubbed his lower lip. "But there's no hurry, is there?" Kevin leaned on his short spade and ran a hand through his crew cut. The scar on his temple near the hairline was small and white and almost invisible. "I don't see why there should be any hurry," he said. "It's been there 30-some years. It can keep." Dale nodded. Uncle Henry really wouldn't want all those people and reporters and tourists and stuff swarming around here. Not now. Not with his back still healing and all. Harlan folded his arms. "I don't know," he said, looking from face to face. "There might be something valuable in there." Lawrence shrugged and grinned. He had been clawing wildly at the dirt, working hard to open the entrance tunnel wider. Now he pushed some of the dirt back in place. Don't you get it, Jim? It'll always be there. It's not going anywhere. If the stuff is worth something now, think of how much it'll be worth if we come back in a few years and dig it up." He started pushing more earth back over the foot-wide opening. "It'll be our secret," he said, grinning at them and setting his glasses higher on his small nose. "Just ours." They worked to conceal the tunnel with as much effort and enthusiasm as they had shown in finding it. They filled it in, tapped the dirt down, returned heavy stones to their original places by dragging them back uphill, set sod and bushes back in place, and even moved a root back that they had laboriously pulled aside. They stood back to admire their handiwork for a moment. It looked raw now, but in a week or two it would be grown over again. By autumn no one could tell that they had ever dug here. Then they started up to the house for dinner. Mike paused on the cow path up the hill and looked at Cordy, still sitting on the opposite hillside and stripping leaves from a branch. "Coming?" he said. "Boys," she said, shaking her head. "When God didn't have no more parts for smart, he made dumb." They waited in the long shadows of the hillside while she crossed a log across the creek and climbed to catch up. The investigation into the strange events of the week of July 10th to 16th had gone on visibly for weeks and were still going on, although elsewhere and out of sight and at a much less urgent level now. The central event turned out to be the disappearance of Mr. Dennis Ashley Montague and his servant. When the limousine was found at Bandstand Park long after midnight on the night of the fire, abandoned, the free show projector still throwing a blank rectangle of white light onto the side of the Parkside Cafe, the Sheriff's Department, the Oak Hill Police, and eventually the FBI had become involved in the manhunt. For weeks, FBI men in tight black suits, skinny black ties, and polished black Florsheims had been seen walking the streets of Elmhaven, hanging around the cafe, and even drinking Pepsis in Carl's and the Black Tree, blending in and picking up local gossip. There was enough local gossip. There were a million theories to explain the theft of Ken Grumbacher's truck, almost certainly stolen by Dr. Roon, the former principal, the fire, the grave robbing of several bodies from Mr. Taylor's funeral home, and the disappearance of Elmhaven's patron millionaire. Rumor had it that forensic experts had found not just the bones of Dr. Roon and the missing corpses in the collapsed ruins of Old Central, but had found the shards of enough bones to make one think the school had been in session when the building burned. Some days later, word in the barber shops and beauty salons was that tests had shown that many of the bones were old, quite old, and more theories centered around the strange behavior of Calvary Cemetery's former groundskeeper and the school's custodian, Carl Van Syke. Mrs. Whitaker had it on good authority from her cousin in the Oak Hill Police Department that Mr. Van Syke's gold tooth had been found in a charred skull amidst the ruins. 10 days after the fire, on the same day that wrecking cranes came to knock in the last of the charred brick walls and bulldozers arrived to load the bricks into dump trucks and fill in the surprisingly deep basement of Old Central, word in the Parkside Cafe and on the party lines was that the FBI had made a breakthrough in the case. It seems that the 1957 black Chevrolet belonging to Justice of the Peace Congdon had been seen on Grandview Drive, near Mr. Ashley Montague's mansion, on the day J.P. was reportedly killed, 4 days before the fire in the grain elevator, and 5 days before the Old Central fire and the disappearance of the millionaire. Mr. Caspar Jonathan C.J. Congdon was wanted for questioning by the FBI. Jim Harlan may have been the last person to see C.J. in Elmhaven. Harlan saw the 16-year-old peeling rubber toward the hard road in his Chevy just after 10 a.m. on the morning that the rumor of his being wanted for questioning came up. He did not return. Kevin told the police, the sheriff's office, the FBI, and his father the story about he and Harlan awakening to the sound of the generator running and coming out just in time to see the truck being driven away. Neither boy knew for sure what made the driver swerve toward Old Central. Several days after the fire, it was the sheriff who found pieces of metal in the wreckage with .45 caliber slugs in them. Kevin subsequently confessed that when he saw the truck being stolen, he had run in and grabbed his father's .45 and fired several shots after it. He didn't think that was what caused the driver to lose control, but he wasn't sure. Ken Grumbacher shouted at his son for such irresponsibility and grounded him for a week, but seemed quietly proud of his boy's actions when discussing them with the other men over morning coffee or while transferring milk to the new bulk tanker. The truck had been adequately insured. All of the other kids, except perhaps Cordy Cook, who blended into the darkness later that night while the town was watching the fire department lose to the fire, and who was not seen again for more than a week, were questioned by parents and police. Mike's and Dale's and Lawrence's parents were shocked that their children had received burns and scratches in trying to pull open the jammed door of the truck before it exploded, trying to rescue the driver, whose identity they were not certain of. Jim Harlan stayed with the sheriff that Saturday night, and his mother was properly shocked and impressed by the report of her son's actions when she arrived home from Peoria the next morning. Mike's grandmother, Memo, did not die. Instead, she began showing marked improvement and could whisper a few words and move her right arm by the second week in August. "Some old people, they put up good fight," was the prognosis of Dr. Viscus. Mr. and Mrs. O'Rourke spoke to Dr. Staffney about finding specialists to oversee therapy needed for her full recovery. The week after the fire, the boys started playing a lot of baseball again, sometimes 10 and 12 hours at a stretch, and it was Mike who went to Donna Lou Perry's house to apologize and ask her to join them again as pitcher. She slammed the door in his face, but her friend Sandy Whitaker began playing with them the next day, and soon after several of the more athletic girls showed up for the morning choosing of sides. Michelle Staffney turned out to be a fairly decent third baseman. Cordy Cook did not play baseball, but she went for hikes with the boys and often sat silently with them while they played Monopoly on rainy days or just hung around the chicken house. Her brother Terence was officially listed as a runaway by the county sheriff's office and the state highway patrol. Mrs. Grumbacher took an interest in helping the Cook family after it was determined that Mr. Cook was gone for good, and several other ladies in the Lutheran Care Society made visits to the Cook house with food and other items. Father Denman came down from Oak Hill to say Mass only on Wednesdays and Sundays at St. Malachi's, and Mike continued as altar boy, although he thought he might quit in October when the new priest was scheduled to be assigned to the diocese. The days passed, the corn grew. The boys' nightmares did not disappear altogether, but they became less troublesome things. The nights grew slightly longer each day, but seemed much shorter. Mr. and Mrs. Stewart had come out to Uncle Henry's for steak dinner, and they had brought the O'Rourkes and the Grumbachers. Harlan's mother arrived later with a gentleman friend whom she was seeing regularly now. The man, named Cooper, was tall and quiet and actually looked a bit like the actor Gary Cooper, except that his front teeth were a bit crooked. It might have been why he rarely smiled. He gave Harlan a Mickey Mantle glove during the last weekend's visit, and had smiled his shy smile when they shook hands. Harlan still wasn't sure about him. The kids ate on the deck over Uncle Henry's garage, eating their steak on paper plates and drinking fresh milk and lemonade. After dinner, while the grown-ups talked on the patio out back, the kids made for the hammocks on the south end of the deck and stared at the stars. During a lull in their conversation about extraterrestrial life and whether kids on planets around other stars would have teachers or not, Dale said, "I went out to see Mr. McBride yesterday." Mike put his hands behind his head and rocked his hammock out over the railing. "I thought he was moving to Chicago or somewhere." "He is," said Dale, "to be with his sister. He's already gone. I caught him Tuesday right before he left. The house is empty now." The 5 boys and a girl were quiet for a moment. Near the horizon, a meteorite streaked silently. "What did you talk about?" Mike said after a while. Dale looked at him. "Everything." Harlan was tying his shoe and still rocking in his hammock. "Did he believe you?" "Yeah," said Dale. "He gave me all of Dwayne's notebooks, all the old ones with the stuff he'd been writing about." They were silent for another period. The soft conversation from the adults somehow blended with the cricket sounds and noise from the bullfrogs down by Uncle Henry's pond. "I know one thing," said Mike. "I'm never going to be a farmer when I grow up. Too much work. Construction, maybe. Working outside's okay, but never a farmer." "Me neither," said Kevin. He was still chewing on a radish. "Engineering school for me. Nuclear engineering. Maybe I'll serve on a sub." Harlan swung his legs out over the railing and rocked his hammock. "I'm going to do something that makes me a lot of money. Real estate, maybe. Or banking. Bill's a banker." "Bill?" said Mike. "Bill Cooper," said Harlan. "Or maybe I'll be a bootlegger." "Whiskey's legal," said Kevin. Harlan grinned. "Yeah, but there are other things that aren't. People always pay a lot of money for things that make them stupid." "I'm going to be a big-league ball player," said Lawrence from where he sat on the railing. "Probably a catcher, like Yogi Berra." "Uh-huh," 4 of the boys said in unison. "Sure." Cordy was also on the railing. She had been looking at the sky, but now she stared at Dale. "What y'all going to be?" "A writer," Dale said softly. The others stared. Dale had never suggested anything of the kind before. Embarrassed, he brought out one of Dwayne's notebooks that he'd been carrying in his pocket. "You should read this stuff." Really, Dwayne spent hours, years, writing down this stuff about how people look and what they say and how they walk. He paused, hearing how silly he sounded, but not caring. Well, it's like he knew exactly what he was going to be and how long it'd take him to get ready to be it. Years of work and practice before he could even try something as hard as a story. Mike touched the notebook. "It's all in here, in all his books." Harlan squinted at him, dubious. "And you're going to write Dwayne's books? The books he would have written?" "No," said Dale softly, shaking his head. "I'll write my own stories, but I'm going to remember Dwayne and try to learn from what he was doing, what he was teaching himself." Lawrence seemed excited. "You going to write about all the real stuff? The stuff that's happened?" Dale was embarrassed, ready to end this part of the conversation. "If I do, Twitto, I'm going to describe just how big and flappy your ears are, and how tiny your brain—" "Look," interrupted Cordy, pointing to the sky. They all raised their eyes to watch Echo move silently across the sky. Even the adults stopped in their conversation to watch the small ember of the satellite move between the stars. "Gosh," whispered Lawrence. "It's way up there, ain't it?" whispered Cordy, her face strangely soft and glowing in the starlight. "Just where and when Duane said it'd be," whispered Mike. Dale quietly lowered his head, knowing that the satellite, like the bootlegger's cave, like so many things, would be there tomorrow night and the day after, but that this moment, with his friends around and the night soft with summer sounds and breezes, and the voices of his parents and their friends just beyond the house, and the sense of endless summer days that August brought, that this moment was only for now and must be saved. And while Mike and Lawrence and Kevin and Harlan and Cordy watched the satellite pass over, their faces raised in wonder at the bright new age now beginning, Dale watched them, thinking of his friend Duane and seeing things through the words that Duane might have used to describe them. And then, knowing instinctively that such moments must be observed but not destroyed by observation, Dale joined his friends in watching as Echo reached the zenith and began to fade. A minute later they were arguing baseball and shouting at each other about whether the Cubs would ever win another pennant, and Dale was only slightly aware of it as a warm breeze blew across the endless fields, rustling the silk tassels on a million stalks of corn, as if promising many more weeks of summer and another hot, bright day after the short interlude of night. End of Summer of Night by Dan Simmons. Narrated by Marilyn Aamodt in the studio of the Colorado Talking Book Library, Denver, Colorado. February 1996. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, G. P. Putnam Sons, New York.
Further reproduction or distribution of this recording in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.